This is Audible.
Barbarian Gladiator, Princesses of the Ironbound, Book 4, written by Aaron Crash, narrated by Stephanie Savannah. Summary. Gulnash the Betrayer is coming to Old Ironbound, and he's coming for blood. Ymir just wanted to finish his second year, craft the next Akkiric Ring, and enjoy the summer in the company of his beautiful women. But Old Ironbound has been chosen as the location of the orc blood games, and all the ruling families of the surrounding kingdoms have come to make sure the worst scourge of the blood steppes, Gulnash, loses his life on the pit sands. If Ymir can win the day, the 3 major cities of the blood steppes are his by right. But Ymir's summer isn't all just about rogue orcs. A woman, long dead, haunts the halls, filled with a lust that defies imagination. A damaged mermaid princess is causing trouble, but this time it's sexy trouble. And the leaders of the Midnight Guild finally reveal themselves and strike. Ymir has never faced bigger challenges, and he'll have to brave new enemies and find new allies in a battle royale that will be both bloodier and more erotic than ever before. Chapter 1. Ymir, son of Yamak of the Black Wolf clan, walked through the dusty, crumbling corridors far underneath the Librarium Citadel. Jenny Bell Josen walked close behind him. They'd taken the circular staircase down from the scrollery, down into the bedrock of Vemper's Cape. They'd strolled past the tomb of Serena Sia, an elven princept who had been the magistrate at the Magisterial Collegium Universitas 400 years ago. They'd gone down until the spiral staircase brought them to a narrow corridor of disintegrating bricks and wet rock. From there, hallways branched out to other tombs. The crypts were older than the castle, which had been built near the beginning of the Vemper Egil Acridor's reign 1,000 years ago. This place stank of death, magic, and the impossible. Other staircases led farther down. It was a sobering thought to think of how old the place was and how deep the catacombs went. By the Axeman's beard, Ymir expected dwarven miners to come marching out, singing some kind of drinking song. Or a pit demon from hell, dripping magma and complaining of the noise. So as not to get lost in the mazes below Old Ironbound, his women had volunteered to stop at key junctures, though it meant leaving Ymir and Jenny Bell alone in the ancient halls. Gatha was near Serena Sia's grave, while Toriah Welldeep, the flame-haired dwarf with the freckled nose and good nature, stood at the next main intersection. Lastly, Lily Nehenna, the disgraced elven princess, stood lighting up another junction with her magic. That left Ymir and Jenny Bell Josen alone to craft the 5th Akkiric Ring. The blue-eyed, raven-haired woman from the Swamp Coast knew all about dark magic, and had grown up in a culture with multitudes of legends about the Orishas, or, in other words, demons. She hadn't believed the stories until she herself had been attacked. Yes, blasted spirits from the abyss existed, and Ymir had spoken with them. A few had been used to try to kill him and his friends. Others seemed more useful. Ymir gripped the strange grimoire Circulum with one hand and held the sunfire torch with his other. Instead of his battle axe, he had a curved gruel sword sheathed at his side. The blade was a gift from Della Penez and all of Old Ironbound to thank him. Weeks ago, he'd stopped Marib and the other merfolk from stealing the fractal clock. That had been after Ymir and his women had crafted 2 other Akkiric rings, the Winter Flame Ring and the Yellow Scorch. Now he wore 3, including the Black Ice Ring on his left hand. Normally, he only wore the one, and he used it as a focus ring. But here, he didn't have to worry about anyone seeing him. "I shouldn't have fixed my hair," Jenny Bell said nervously. Why is that? No one here is gonna appreciate it. No one living, anyways. Jenny Bell gulped, gripping a small bag to her chest with her left arm. She twirled her dark hair around her finger nervously. Well, dang, I can smell the water now. Not sure if I like that or not, 'cause it don't smell too good. Ymir stopped, nostrils flaring. The wet stink was close. The magical fire on his torch threw light, but not heat. It was cold and dank, and it smelled like waterlogged corpses. He frowned. You don't have to do this. You can go back and stand with Lily. Jenny laughed. Tori said we'd make this gather breath ring together. Who am I to argue with our horny little prophetess? Her words had that Swamp Coast accent, with its certain cadence and its imprecise grammar. Jenny wasn't joking about Tori. The Dwab had become a horny little thing now that she could control her inconvenience with the Amorazoka. She had dived into sex with enthusiasm and was now testing how the love magic affected her sex drive. Tori was carrying the veiled tear ring now, in a little pouch on her belt. She also had the alchemical treat for Fluffy. That was what she called the hellish tentacled dog that came running when she dared to put on the ring, which wasn't often. It was too dangerous, and becoming more and more risky with every use. Ymir didn't want to risk wearing it now, or there was a good chance that Fluffy would immediately devour his soul. However, the more time he let go by, the more the Hellhound forgot about him. He'd only use the ring again when he really needed the magic. Ymir stepped close and kissed Jenny's soft lips. He drew back. You look nervous. I thought you were a Swamp Coast witch. Bitch. Jenny stopped twirling her hair and dropped her hand. Swamp Coast bitch. I avoided this black magic stuff until I met you. You don't find this frightening? What? Being in a forbidden crypt at midnight? The weekend before our 4th exam? Ymir laughed. I'm as corrupt as anything we might find down here. Jenny shook her head. You're not. You're brave, kind, and you're good. I've trusted you with my life. The clansman heard the emotion in her voice, and yet he couldn't help but feel evil, given that he'd been exiled from his people because of his magic. All sorcery had seemed diabolical to him before he came to Old Ironbound, and now, after 2 years of casually using magic, he rarely stopped to think about it anymore. What was one more curse on his already cursed soul? He didn't speak those thoughts. He merely smiled. Let's see if we can trust the author of this book. Jenny rolled her eyes. She wore her boots, pantaloons, and a tight vest covering a short-sleeved shirt. She had the sapphire fang on her belt. Her focus ring glimmered. The author didn't sign that book for us to trust him. And from what you said, he was driven mad by what he saw. Was that before or after he created the Gather Breath ring? After, Ymir said. But he didn't think it was this ring that drove him insane, but another. The author might have been one of the first mages to ever create the rings, at the very beginning of the Age of Union, if not before. Ymir? Jenny? Lily's voice echoed through the crumbling corridors. Could you hurry? I'm afraid. We'll hurry, Jenny Bell called back. Then there was a moan that might have been the wind finding some crack in the silence down deep. Or maybe the voice echoed through a subterranean cavern. It was hard to hear, hard to tell, and Ymir felt how far they were away from the air above. Let's not tarry, he said, pressing on toward the crypts at the end of the corridor. Here there were shelves of corpses, desiccated so they were barely even identifiable as human. The bones were little more than dust. This was far older than the staircase tombs. This place spoke of a world not tens of thousands of years old, but ageless, timeless, and long forgotten. To make matters worse, the crypt had flooded. Black water lay perfectly silent and smooth, without a ripple. The tomb had become the most awful of cisterns. Ymir grinned even as his flesh crawled. This is perfect. Water untouched by sun and moon. A place of silence away from the storms. Tori was right to bring us down here. Do you have what we need? Jenny Bell, eyes wide, licked her lips nervously. You know, I figured I'd felt enough fear in me these past 2 years that I'd be immune. Guess that's not the case, because I'm scared out of my head right about now. The clansman didn't share her fear. He felt a growing excitement. Because of its age, the circulum text had been mystifyingly difficult to translate, and there were still whole passages that baffled them. When they'd made the Black Ice Ring, they'd been stuck on one word. That seemed simple compared to the masses of paragraphs that used such ancient language that Ymir had to skip them. The only reason they were willing to work on the ring was because of the very exact stellar events that needed to take place in order to fashion the Gather Breath ring. A partial lunar eclipse 2 weeks before the summer solstice, or, as the anonymous writer described it, when spring had but a fortnight to live, and the stink of summer rot blisters under an unforgiving sun. More of that fucking poetry that wasted everyone's time. The other factor? Once the Black Ice Ring had been crafted, there was a time element involved to make the Gather Breath. Not that Ymir knew what the Black Ice Ring did. It was his focus ring, yes, but he hadn't unlocked its secret power yet. He hoped once he crafted this next object, it might shed some light on the first magic item they'd made together at the beginning of their adventures. Ymir turned and lit a real torch in a sconce in the wall. The brittle wood sparked into a smoky fire. After lighting the torch on the other side, he gave his own magical brand to Jenny. She handed him the bag. "Not scared?" Jenny asked. "Not even a little?" "Of what?" "The dead?" Ymir laughed. "We'll all be dead soon enough. If the skeletons rise, their bones are nearly dust and their joints brittle. Hacking them into bits wouldn't take much effort. And if some specter comes to drive me mad, I'll deal with it. So far, nothing has happened. Fear is useless." "Until it's not," Jenny said. "Fear keeps us from leaping off ledges." "Depends on the ledge," Ymir laughed. He walked down the steps into the still, frigid water. His senses were alive, and he caught every detail of the room. Cobwebs hung down from the crypt shelves. Minerals gleamed in the ceiling, and farther in, a few stalactites reached into the water. Someone had carved this tomb into the walls of a natural cave. He wondered if they were below the ocean floor. It seemed so, but the water didn't smell of salt. It was murky, and he felt silt covering the floor. He waded to the center. He then focused on creating the ice anvil where he would forge the Gather Breath. He eyed the distance to the walls. It was about 5 feet, and that was important because the circulum's text insisted they have 10 feet of underground water, untouched by light, in the dark place of the earth. Jelu Jalarum. As he used his flow magic, he felt the power drain from his duja. Ice cracked and snapped as the water froze to create a frozen anvil atop a pedestal rising from the black water. Ymir would have liked to create a platform for himself, but he needed to be in water for this work. Water, ice, darkness. Those were the requisites for the spell, but there would also be fire involved. Luckily, he had the yellow scorch ring. He emptied the bag out onto the ice. He also propped up the book below it. The tome opened to a specific page. It had been a gift from Professor Linny Lynn Albatross and the White Rose Society. He didn't trust them. However, their help interested him, and this would be the first test of their loyalty. Ymir went through the ingredients list. Crushed pearl, seaweed soaked in wine, 3 small hoops of gold, silver, and platinum, each thin, fine, and about an inch in diameter. Finally, he'd had to create a mixture of sand, blood, and holy ashes. He'd had to keep the mixture out in the sun until it started to stink. He'd also brought a jeweler's hammer, which Tori had provided. The Morbuscore maid had a wide variety of tools squirreled away in her room at the zoo. The gold hoop had to be covered in the crushed pearl, and the silver in the blood mixture, while the platinum was laid on top. All 3 rings were tied together with the wine-soaked seaweed. It was delicate work. Jenny walked into the water and eased up next to him. "Let me tie the rings. Mr. Fucking Anonymous didn't have a problem with a little help, did he?" Ymir shrugged. "I think we just need the rings tied. And if he doesn't like it, he can go fuck himself." Jenny swallowed. "I keep thinking something is going to grab me under the water. A skeleton. Something with teeth and tentacles. Not of this world." "Until something does, you don't have to be afraid." Ymir turned a page. He was getting his douja ready for the next part. "So you don't fear nothing?" she asked. He'd known his fair share of fear in his life. Then the lonely man had cursed him with magic. He gave Jenny a small smile. "When the worst has happened to you, then fear loses some of its bite. Now the only thing I fear is losing you, Lily, Tori, and Gatha. But I won't let that happen." Chapter 2. The next day, Sunday afternoon, Ymir sat with Jenny and Lily at his normal table on the 2nd floor of the librarium citadel. Every table below him was packed as the scholars prepared for their 4th exam, which would start the following day. It would mark the end of his sophist year, but the clansman couldn't care that much about the simple test. He had a variety of other concerns to consider. His vision from the night before wouldn't leave him be, and Jenny Bell hadn't slept either because she was too scared. The dead had come to life, both in the form of the skeletons and as the inscrutable former princept, the insatiable Serena Sia. Lily had her head down, reading, and Jenny Bell sat with her hands over her face, moaning because she was so tired. Gatha would come and sit with them every once in a while, but today she was busy getting Ymir's and other scholars' books from the shelves. Gatha would stop, though, every so often, to crouch down to stare into Ymir's eyes. For the Gruul, this was a form of affection, like kissing or telling someone you loved them. For several long moments, he stared into her rose-colored eyes. Her white hair was bound into a ponytail, which fell back against her sunfire robes, red and yellow. Her green skin seemed darker against those vibrant colors. Her tusks were hidden away. Female orcs could hide their tusks when they weren't angry or fighting. Gatha then nodded and walked off. Jenny clutched a ceramic cup of kaif to her chest. "It's weird. She doesn't do that to any of us, only you. Is it a love thing? Or is she just insane?" Lily adjusted the gold cuff on her left arm. "It's called the Farg Pang, and it symbolizes deep love and intense feelings. I find it touching." She smiled at Ymir with her full lips. Her platinum hair fell onto her scholarly flow robes, black and gray. Her almond-shaped eyes were green with platinum flecks, and since she was sullied, she had the stylized S tattoo on her temple near her left eye. Jenny sighed. "My gruel was never very good. It didn't need to be. So, Farg Pang is the weird staring contest thing. And we're her patur? Am I saying that right?" Ymir grunted in the affirmative and turned a page in the circulum. "Before she was Ig patur, a woman without a family." Jenny sipped from her kaif. "It's sad they have a word for that. I guess I'm lucky. I went from my old family to my new one with you guys. I was Ig patur for like 10 minutes. Gatha returned and set 2 more big tomes on the table. She sat, nodded at Jenny and Lily, and opened a dusty book to read through the table of contents. Ymir lifted the cover and saw it was a Theranos dictionary, going over words and phrases from the Age of Union. That was thousands of years before the rule of the Vemper Egil Acridor, the same ruler who had built the citadel that eventually became the Magisterial Collegium Universitas. And how had Egil Acridor died? It was shrouded in mystery. Ymir was going to take a class next year to study the Vemper. Ymir supposed he could ask Serena, though she'd been the princept during the Age of Withering, 300 years after the Vemper was killed. However, as an O'Learan, she'd been alive during both the Age of Withering and the Age of Discord. She might know the truth. Gatha scooted close to him. "Show me the passages from the Circulum that tell us of this ring." He flipped through rough sketches of demons rising from the pits, of shadowy faces in the ink, and whole paragraphs that were scratched out. The annotations were hastily written in shaky handwriting. Hence, they were impossible to read. "Is Tori coming to study?" Lily asked in a soft voice. "She'd better," Ymir frowned. "She's my basic alchemy lab partner, and I have questions." "Good thing I have answers." The cheerful little dwarf came huffing up the stairs. "Gosh me underground, the lunch rush was bad today. Good thing I like to work, or you might catch me complaining." She was a busty woman, 4 feet tall, with green eyes and a freckled nose too cute for words. Her smile was as warm as it was wide. She carried a leather case almost as big as she was. She caught sight of the piles of books. "Oh, but we aren't studying basic alchemy, are we?" "No. You're ring crazy, Ymir." She grabbed a chair from a nearby table and said hello to the scholars studying there. She brought the chair back over and clambered onto it. Gatha didn't look up. "You'll put that chair back, Tori, correct?" "We do clean up after ourselves," Ginny Bell insisted, defending the dwarf. "I'm a big cleaner from way back," Tori laughed. "So, Ymir, what about your other classes? Your Moon's class about Wilmer Swordwright, your Sophist Flow class, and your Age of Discord class with Niall Preet. I'm betting you don't know all 30 generations of Acridors before Egil." He couldn't help but smile at the little woman. "You'd lose that bet. I know enough. I'm more concerned about my vision from last night." Ginny Bell opened a listing of all the princepts and their biographies. Serena Sia was middle-aged when she became princept. Well, the elderly side of middle age. The bio doesn't mention her sex dungeon or any other improprieties, though we know she was such the dirty girl. However, she must have been discreet. She was well respected until the day she died, which was soon after she retired. She lived on campus, in the Imperial Palace, until the end. She never went home. They were quiet for several long seconds. Lily spoke first in a hushed voice. She never went home because she took off her SS. She embraced her sexuality and didn't care what anyone thought of her. A smile touched Jenny's lips. And yet she kept her activities discreet. I wonder why she was never caught. It does make one wonder. And why isn't she resting comfortably in death? Gatha grunted. "We took a bone from her throat. If you touched my body in death, I would be enraged." "That's a short trip," Jenny breathed. Gatha's smile was full of tusks. "I keep my temper in check most of the time, Jenny Beljosen. You have no idea how patient I must be with you." The two stared at one another. He could feel the heat in the air, though it was tinged with conflict. The two women were powerful and not given to letting slights pass. Lily got along well because she was shy and quiet most of the time. Tori was cheerful and liked people easily. It was a good attribute to have. Ymir leaned back and scratched his head. "I'm less worried about Serena. Yes, she's around, and yes, her presence is troubling, but I'm not going to listen to the Akkiric Ring without drawing my own conclusions." He sighed. "I'm more interested in the pools in the Lonely Man's cave. 8 pools, 5 green water, boiling to the east, a north pit, a south pit, and the central pool. 8 pools, 8 Akkiric rings, and we know that the Vemper Egil Aquidor has a connection to the rings." "Pah!" Gatha erupted and closed the Theranos dictionary. "So we're not studying, neither for our 4th exam, nor to understand the Gather Breath ring. Fine. Do we want to discuss 8s? Jenny Bell clapped, laughing. "And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, Gatha the Gruel's famous patience in action." The Gruel popped her tusks. "Quiet, girl." She then turned to Ymir. 8 pools, 8 rings. Egil had his 7 corvidae. He had 7 wives. He would make 8 in either case. He divided up his empire into 8 provinces. Spiders have 8 legs as well. I could bring you Octavato's The Divine Perfection, which has 8 volumes and chronicles all he knew about mathematics. "I know 8 recipes for Zocolati cookies." Tori's smile softened the tense feeling in the air. Gatha's brow furrowed. "Cookies are a poor man's cake. Neither can match sweet cream. Weren't we going to have that fairy bitch sell Zoka sweet cream?" Ymir cut that line of questions off. "We'll discuss our summer business plans once we finish the 4th exam. At this stage, I don't think we need to gather the breaths for the ring right away. We have until the autumnal equinox, when the shadows balance with the light, if my ancient Theranos is correct." "I saw that." Gatha retracted her tusks. "It is." Ymir stood. "Let me walk some. I do my best thinking as I walk. Besides, I think I'm in need of caife." "Not in the librarium." Gatha gave Jenny a poison look. The Swamp Coast woman drained her caife in a single draught. "Yes, we must not have food or drink in the citadel." She blinked her very blue eyes. Gatha half grinned. "You're lucky I like you, Jenny Beltrosen, or else I would hate you." "I know what you like," Jenny said in a flirty little voice. She slid a hand down her flow robes to brush her fingers along her cleavage. Gatha's eyes twinkled. Ymir left them, talking, reading, studying, and walked down to the ground floor. In the feasting hall, he found the tureen of caife, kept hot by sunfire magic, and poured himself a cup. Scholars were hunched over their grimoires and sand parchment. He walked through their ranks to get to the window. It was late afternoon, the sky blue, the sun high in the sky. Soon school would be over, and he would have all summer to read, to make love with his women, and to work on his business. Gatha wasn't wrong. They had to capitalize on the deal they'd made with Ziziva and her candy shop, the Paradise Tree. But now was not the time to think of such things. Let the sleeper wake from the dream. It was a phrase in many, many books. It could mean anything and anyone. Was Ymir the sleeper? Or was the lonely man? Or was it Serena Sia? No. The lonely man wanted Ymir. His vision had confirmed that. He'd pondered using the veiled tear ring, either himself or Tori. The Akkiric, those strange beings that stood outside time and space, had also suggested that Lily could use it, since she'd drawn the sketches they'd used to fashion that ring. However, Fluffy the Hellhound was not a creature to take lightly. They'd have to use the veiled tear eventually to find out more about the lonely man. He wasn't just some demon. Ymir was certain of it. The lonely man had been watching Ymir. It knew of Ymir's night bear hunt, an event that had forever marked him. He and his battle brothers had hunted the monster down, a thing that hungered for souls, not for blood and meat like a normal bear. That winter had been especially harsh and long. Some of the Black Wolf clan went mad. A bad winter. A worse hunt. Ymir didn't want to remember. He didn't want to relive those days out in the black, windy darkness of the tundra, or those terrible minutes of cold terror in the crack. He didn't want to tell anyone that story. But his grandmother Rabbit's words came back to him. The wounds in our hearts will fester unless spoken aloud. We heal through our mouths, because, for some things, there is no better salve than words. He'd have to put that story into words. He had plenty of friends to discuss it with. Yet he resisted. Maybe the lonely man was lying, or perhaps the vision was merely wishful thinking. Wouldn't it be nice for his curse to be part of some grand scheme? He knew the truth, and so had Serena Sia. Stories, legends, history, it was all coming together in his lifetime. He could feel it, and so could the Midnight Guild. Death is a circle with no beginning and no end. Eternity longs for death. All days will die. Night will reign supreme. Or so the lonely man said. It seemed certain that the Midnight Guild was in league with the dark forces of the world. Yet Ymir wasn't about to jump to any conclusions. He did wonder what Professor Linny Lynn Albatross might know about his vision. He might also get help with the circulum text from her. She was both an expert at moon's magic and an expert in demonic lore, and so far she and her White Rose Society seemed harmless. They hadn't tried to murder him yet. All of these things buzzed through Ymir's head as he drank the caife. Tariah Welldeep was right. He had to focus on his 4th exam first. Then he could tackle the Gather Breath ring. He figured he'd learn the lonely man's true nature in time. More pressing were Ymir's memories of that night bear hunt. He'd have to summon the courage to talk about that bad winter night at the very dawn of his adulthood. Grandfather Bear said that the tundra's freezing winds stripped the childhood from people, leaving them lean, spare adults, already wrinkled by the elements. He turned and trudged back up to the 2nd floor to join the 4 women. He sat, picked up his own grimoire, and paged through books that might help him prepare for the 4th exam. Tori had been smart enough to bring an alchemist's rack, which she had stowed in her huge leather case. They studied, took a break for dinner, but then soon returned, all 5 of them, lost in a sea of books, notes, and alchemical powders. Ymir was rubbing his eyes when they had an unexpected visitor. Charybda, the mermaid princess, came tromping up the steps. She came over, frowning, her little red mouth puckered. An angry storm filled her dark green eyes, so dark they almost looked brown. 7 feet tall, she was thin with white skin speckled with scales here and there. A purple stripe marked her light blue hair, which was spread about her in a luscious wave. She wasn't wearing her moon's robes, but a shimmering white gown. She looked at all the women without saying a word. Then the mermaid focused on Ymir. She let out a sigh that soon turned into a very unladylike grunt. "Fine. You're pretty enough. We should all fuck." Ymir hadn't expected that. Chapter 3. Ymir pinched the bridge of his nose. He'd been drinking caife and reading all day, and now there was this mermaid demanding something unlikely, because no one except for Tori liked this bitter harpy from the sea. The dwab colored and winced. Jenny Bell's blue eyes flashed dangerously. These were the dramatics the swamp woman lived for. "Excuse me, I'm going to need to hear that one more time. You what now?" Lily put a hand on Jenny's arm. "Please, we might have misunderstood her. Find some kindness." Charybdis stuck her hand on her hip. "You all heard me. I couldn't make it more plain. I want to have sex with you all, together, because I'm fairly certain that is the arrangement. Other boys have their harems, but they don't consist of royalty. Besides, you all are outcasts. I'm an outcast, and I'm very stressed. This will help me." "Help you." Ginny blinked. Ymir saw it. She was about to attack. Ribby might not survive. Gatha let out a snarl, started piling books on top of one another, and walked away. Charybdis sighed out her annoyance. "Well, I'm not sure I would have wanted that green woman's sweat on me anyway. Good riddance. What of the rest of you?" "No, sweetie. Sorry." Jenny didn't hide the condescension in her voice. "It's not going to happen. You're horrible." "I'm beautiful," Charybdis returned passionately. "I know it. I see the boys here looking at me, and the girls. I'm exotic, and I have a special sex power you don't even know about." She raised her hand. "Fine, you are out, Jenny Beljosen, and good riddance to you also. Now, that leaves us with the dwab and the elven slut. So slutty she has an S tattoo. Do you want to see my special sex power?" Lily, though, had her head down, her hand covering the S tattoo. Tori rose to her feet. "Gosh, Ribby, you have the tact of a rock hargan in a glassblower shop." She hooked an arm around the mermaid's leg and tried to drag her off. "We can talk more someplace else." Charybdis moved away from Tori and knelt in front of Ymir. Her dark green eyes were defiant. "You have the final say. You're the man of the harem. Will you invite me into your bed?" Ymir leaned forward and touched the mermaid's soft hair. He almost expected the blue of her hair to come off on his fingers. No, it was simply her hair color. It was soft and fine, and he pushed it behind one delicate ear. The mermaid's defiance faded for an instant, replaced by a lonely look of need. This poor girl was dying of loneliness, yet she couldn't ask for help. There was a weakness in her, and she hid it with a mask of strength, not even skin deep. Ymir searched her face for a second more before leaning back. "If you can win the favor of my friends, you will win my favor. That is where you should begin." Charybdis' face twisted in anger. "I was stupid to come here and lower myself. The truth is, I am far beyond you and your whores. I'm a princess of the Grand Delfino family, the daughter of the Ocean Mother Divine, and you should be honored I would offer my body to you. Stupid. You're all so stupid." Jenny Bell laughed. "I do believe this girl should do more looking in the mirror and less pointing fingers. Stupid is as stupid does." Tori grabbed Charybdis' hand. "Come now, Ribby. We can go to the feasting hall, get you something to eat. I mean, we're all stressed with this darn fourth exam coming up." "Don't call me Ribby!" The mermaid stomped away. But surprisingly, she turned, grabbed Tori, and pulled the dwab along after her. They disappeared down the steps. Jenny Bell got up and kissed the S on the elven woman's temple. "You might be a slut, but you're our slut." Lily brightened and gave Jenny a smile. "Thank you. But we shouldn't be mean to her. She is hurting and alone, and she can't blame us land people anymore for the many deaths in her family. It wasn't us, it was her uncle, and it was as evil as it was tragic." Jenny gave the elf a big hug. "Your kindness goes straight to the bone, girl. If you can find compassion for Rib, you can find compassion for anyone." Ymir grinned. "I must say, I am very curious about her special sex power. I might have to forego my own good sense to find out what it is." "Do men have good sense?" Ginny asked sarcastically. When it comes to the Ohese, not many do, Ymir agreed. Do you think she can win your favor, Jenny? Ribby? Jenny Bell burst out laughing. Rib? She snores. I've heard her belch like a drunk sailor in the feasting hall. And then there's her general bitchiness. She's pretty, granted, but her personality is pure poison. I bet we could coat our knives with her blood and slay giants. What about you, Lily? Ymir asked. The elf woman didn't answer for a long time. When she did, she grinned shyly. I'm curious about her. If she came to me, honestly, to talk, I wouldn't push her away. However, she is so coarse. It would take a change in her. Perhaps she can't change. Ymir thought that was the truth of it. Someone like the mermaid would spend their lives forever pushing others away, even when they longed for a connection. Such people didn't survive on the tundra. There was little patience for anyone who was so self-absorbed. Grandmother Rabbit called it self-blindness. Literally, they were blinded by their own pain and need. Grandfather Bear called them poisoned people. They were poison, and they poisoned others, just as Jenny Bell said. Gatha returned after shelving the first armful of books. She stacked up another set. She'd heard them talking. I'd be surprised if that bitch told us anything about herself or her people. I've read extensively about the sexuality of the races on Raxid, on this continent, on the southern continent, and Ethra to the west. The merfolk are shrouded in mystery, which isn't surprising because no one likes them, or trusts them, for good reason. Gatha motioned to the scars on her face, which were fading, but her left eyebrow was cut, and she had a bit of her lip still grooved. I do know some things. For one, they were struck by the withering as well. The men have many wives in their underwater palaces, and their mating rituals are intense. She paused, nodding. Perhaps it might be worth the abuse she would give us to get a greater understanding of her people and how they fuck. Ymir smiled widely. And that is why I like you, Gatha of the books, Gatha of the green skin. You have a certain view of the world that is very matter-of-fact. We'll see if Charybda can win your heart. That would surprise me. The she-orc turned serious. Again she came close, to stare into his eyes. The fog pang. I swore never to give my heart to anyone ever again. You won it, Ymir. Remember how I hated you and your women, even as I found myself falling in love with you all. I was Ig-Patur. I am no longer Ig-Patur. All things are possible. She scooped up another set of books and returned to shelving them. Tori walked up the stairs alone and went to the table. She started collecting her things and stuffing them back into the leather satchel. Gosh me underground, but that Ribby isn't going to get any easier to deal with. I have to say, even if I was in my inconvenience, I can't wrap my head around sex with her. Gosh, it's a bad thing to say, and we all know how crazy I get when I'm inconvenient. Crazy sexy, Jenny Bell drawled. Tori chuckled. I think we're good. I'm going to go back to the zoo and study more with Ribby. Are we good, Ymir? Good enough, he agreed. I'm not worried about the alchemy. I'm a little concerned about knowing the general layout of Castle Skyreach in 4 roads. That was where Egelacridor was slain on the Night of Fire. I'll review before I go to sleep. Jenny and Lily were too tired to stay, so they all kissed and said their goodbyes. The dwarf went back to the zoo on the moon side of campus. The rambling apartment hung off the edge of the Cape's southern cliffs and had commanding views of Angel Bay and the town of Stormcry below. The swamp woman and the elf girl went back to Jenny Bell's suite in the Flo apartments. They had it for another 2 weeks. Ymir had enough money to pay for the place through the summer, but he wasn't sure that was what he wanted. With him and 4 women, it was too crowded. He had other ideas in mind for housing. Hours later, Ymir was alone when he closed his last book. He felt ready for the 4th exam, but the test seemed silly now. He'd promised Gatha to leave the tome on her desk on the ground floor. He did that, and then looked up. Della Penez was at her desk on the mezzanine level of the librarium. A sunfire lantern glowed, lighting up her face. Short white hair, soft features, round ears, and almond-shaped eyes. She was half-elven, which meant she had a longer-than-usual life, but she never wore the Essus. Did that mean she had a human sex drive? Or an elf's? She caught him staring. She nodded. He nodded back. There was an exhaustion to her, a weight that put bags under her eyes and made her entire demeanor shadowed. Ymir walked up the steps to see what might be chewing on Old Ironbound's Princept. Not that she would tell him, but he enjoyed the games they played. He sat down in one of the chairs in front of her desk. She sighed at him. You need to be invited to sit, clansman. I didn't invite you. Why are you bothering me? You look exhausted, he said, and you look like something is wrong. My grandmother said that we heal through our mouths. I will listen. Didn't Swordwright claim that words can be the greatest salve for a troubled heart? She frowned. She looked older now, her skin wrinkled and aged. What was wrong with her? He did indeed, Ymir agreed. That would be from Rex Lara, which I found to be rather histrionic, even for Swordwright. The Mad King talking to his fool. A playful light filled Della's eyes. I would be the king. You would be the fool. And I think you too are troubled, clansman. Perhaps you should go first. Tell me your sorrows. I have 4 women in my life, he said. I do not have time for sorrows of my own. And would you have room in your heart for a 5th? She asked. Are your nights lonely, honored Princept? His question was wolfish. She laughed. Never that lonely. Never. I am not Serena Sia. You know of her, don't you? This was dangerous ground to walk upon. Serena's ghost was far from restful, and there was a good chance her spectre might tell Della about the 5 rings he'd fashioned. However, Ymir decided the best way through the trap was to march right into the heart of it. Serena Sia, an elven princept, who became princept during the Age of Withering. Gatha spoke of the orgies in the scrollery. To think, to turn a torture chamber into a feasting table for the senses. Yes. Della stared into his eyes. She slept with students, with faculty, with whoever caught her fancy. I am no Serena Sia, nor will I ever be. He pointed to her sculpted left arm, which had such good muscle definition for a woman of her age. And yet you don't wear the cuff. Rumor has it you're half-elven, which would explain your longevity. Or do you have an Akkiric ring keeping you forever young? You are the ringmaker, Della said. He showed her the black ice ring on his left finger. Just the one. Care to recommend any books that I might read for more information? On the Akkiric rings? Or on the dangers of crafting magic items beyond your ability? Her gray eyes studied him. On all that, he said agreeably, and on the Vemper Egalacrador. What rings did he wear? And was he killed by a clansman who grew tired of the endless wars to the south? That would have affected trade even as far north as the Hell Sea. The Frozen Sea, she corrected. I would recommend Magius Artitium Audititia by B. Cousley, though it takes a more liberal view of the Akkiric rings. I'm sure Gatha can help." A silence grew between them. It was time for Ymir to leave. He did make a mental note of the book. He would be reading it once his 4th exam was finished. He went to stand. "Wait," she said quietly. "Sit. You weren't wrong when you barged into my privacy uninvited. I am troubled." "Why?" he asked. This was new. She was actually admitting to not being the all-powerful princept of the most famous of the Theran magic academies. She swallowed. Her smile was sad. "I have a choice to make, Ymir, son of Yamak. The merfolk brought war to our doorstep, and we had no real say. This time, I could choose to bring war here. Should I?" "Why would you?" he asked, very intrigued. "To save lives, to save the soul of Thera itself." She laughed at those grand words. "And you might be a part of that. You wouldn't mind another little war, would you?" It was Ymir's turn to laugh quietly. "Battle is easy. It anchors you to the moment. All else falls away. There is no fear or worry, just the second itself. The thrill of that second, when death and victory turn cards to decide your fate. That second of pure awareness is worth the bloodshed. Or it is for me. Battle is easy. Your Theran wars? Very complicated." He stood and crossed his arms. "But you won't tell me more, will you? I know how this game is played." "I can't yet," she said. "I can't. But if you could stop war on Thera, would you?" She was being deadly serious. Her eyes beseeched Ymir for some answers. Any answers. And he was mystified. He'd seen this woman fight, and she was a hellion. And more, she was as clever as she was violent. To see her so distraught made him ponder the question. His first instinct? He couldn't care less about these Southerners and their wicked ways. That was his first thought, and it was from a man who expected to return to the Axe Tundra. He couldn't be that man. He was forever exiled because of the lonely man's sorceress curse. He had to remind himself that he was among the Southerners now, at least until he finished his studies at Old Ironbound and learned all 5 Categoria Magica in the 4 Studiae Magica. And he finished forging the Akkiric Rings. Both kept him at the school. War might disrupt those twin goals. Besides, he knew the winds of war blew on both the innocent and the damned. Above all, above everything else, he had to keep his women safe. That was simply easier in times of peace. He leaned forward and looked into her eyes. "I would protect my family first, the women who warm my bed. Then, I would protect this school, because I need it to master magic. Finally, yes, if I could stop war, I would, for the innocent souls such conflict devours. You can't tell me the details, I can't bless them." "I didn't expect you to, clansman." She waved a hand. "Go. I believe your 4th exam is in the morning. You need your sleep to prepare for it." Ymir sat in the chair. He wasn't about to be dismissed by her like some serving boy. "I say bring this battle here. You, me, Garum, and Gatha, we will fight together, like we did against the merfolk." "You used forbidden magic in that fight," she said, "and I can't scry you because of the Obanathy cantrips, and you won't tell me a thing. Do I have all of that right?" Ymir leaned back, smiling. "You have that right. You also have my loyalty, Delapanez, as well as the strength of my sword arm. Any fight you need me for, I will be there. Gatha, too, will defend Old Ironbound. Perhaps my loyalty is more valuable than your trust." She went to sputter something, but Ymir laughed her into silence. Now he could stand and leave. Halfway down the steps, he heard her laughing. He was glad. He liked the verbal skirmishes he had with the princept. He knew she would never trust him, yet he found himself trusting her. She only had one goal in life, as far as he could tell, and that was to keep Old Ironbound safe. In that, they shared the same mind. They differed on the tactics. The princept would never condone him crafting ancient rings that might or might not be cursed, and she wouldn't like him speaking with demons outside of time and space. He walked into the cold night and across the float courtyard, wet with the smashing surf below the sea stair market. He paused at the top of the sea stair to listen to the surf crashing into the rocks far below, and to smell the salt in the chill air. He turned to see the 2 moons at the tip of the float tower itself. He felt a shiver on his spine. It felt like an omen. It was the Axeman moon, waning, which meant it was a good time for him to act. And the Shield Maiden moon was full, which meant he would have protection. Interestingly enough, the Therans believed similar things, but for them it was the warrior moon that was waning, and the artist moon was so swollen. To think, his fate was becoming intertwined with the fates of the Therans. It could be that he might carve out a kingdom of his own. That was what many, including the Midnight Guild, were expecting. Was that what he wanted? He wasn't sure. For now, he would stay focused. However, something else was bothering him. Why had Della mentioned Serena Sia? Was it merely coincidence? Or had she seen something, or felt something? He thought that might be the case. The past was alive and well at Old Ironbound, and the dead were restless. He figured there was magic that would take care of that. For now, he would climb into his bed between Jenny Bell and Lily and sleep. The next morning, he would take the 4th exam and complete his sophist year at the school. He could ponder all of this more during the long, warm weeks of summer. Chapter 4. Ymir found his 4th exam endlessly fascinating. It was basically a review of the 4 ages of Thera. A stone bridge spanned a bottomless abyss. Across the ceiling were images from Theran history, corresponding to dates scrawled onto the bridge itself. The images glowed, providing the light. Across the abyss stood the examiner, in their open palm mask, cloak, and robes. Ymir had to get to them to complete the test. Underneath the bridge were shadow golems, dark things that couldn't be hit with a normal weapon. Only when he dipped his sword in Phosphora Blanca, which ignited a blast of alchemical heat and light, could he fight the golems using techniques from his personal combat techniques class. He had to engage several opponents at once without falling off the narrow bridge. The alchemist's rack sat near the entrance, and that was where he mixed the Phosphora Blanca together. They'd given him a sword, strengthened with form magic, so it could resist the heat of the phosphora. The bridge began at year 0. Above showed the signing of the Theranuvial Agreement, which brought the old kingdoms together and founded the Theranis Publicus. There was peace and prosperity for nearly 3,000 years, until the rise of Aino Israelis, who was later renamed Acridor when he made it clear he wanted an empire. Ymir fought off shadow golems. He cut through their indistinct bodies with his alchemical sword and ducked their smoky claws. He dodged attacks and destroyed shadows until he reached the year 2486, etched into the bridge. Glancing up, he saw Aino Acridor's naming ceremony, when he'd put on the mantle of king after nearly destroying the western coast. He wanted power above all else. Ymir had known men like him in the tundra. If they couldn't gather a following, they were soon killed, and their sycophants with them. Empires weren't easily crafted in the unforgiving climate of the north. Ymir found he'd come to the end of the bridge, but there was still another 100 feet to cross. Above, he saw a painting of Eino's firstborn son, Peino, who was an idiot compared to his father, as was often the case. Great men sired mediocre, if not insipid, children. Ymir saw the game. The Vemper Peino Acridor. A stone came sailing up from the abyss with Peino's dates marked on it. He'd have to build the stone bridge to the other side by naming the Age of Discord's Vempers. 30 names. Luckily, he'd studied up on that very topic. A shadow golem scrambled up the side, and he cut the thing's head off with his curved sword, spitting white light. "The Vemper Pi Naho Acridor!" Ymir yelled. And he was given another part of the bridge. Pi Naho was Eino's grandson, but Ymir couldn't remember the next Vemper. Damn it. He did recall the 5th Discord Vemper. That was Aeneas. At the name, the stone came rising up. He had to jump, but he made it, and just in time to fight 2 shadow golems. This was fun. Combat, memory, focus. He felt tested, but he knew the shadow golems were moving slowly because most of Old Ironbound's scholars would have had a hard time fighting and thinking. For him, it was almost like a dance. The 15th Discord Vemper had been Fagin the Cripple, a disaster of a ruler who was both stupid and cruel, a bad combination. Most thought that Fagin had been killed by his oldest brother, Anthagin, who had abdicated the throne at first, but soon returned to be the 16th Vemper, although only after much begging from the aristocracy. Anthagin was soon killed by his own son, but for the life of him, Ymir couldn't remember the name. Nor could he remember the 18th Vemper. 19, 20, and 21 were far easier, since they were called the triumvirate of good Vempers, gaining land and power with diplomacy as much as the sword. The Vempers Dedgley, Leifson, and Tapar gave him a part of the bridge, but the leap nearly killed him. He scrambled onto the rock, glancing up to see more Vempers captured in art on the ceiling. At last, Ymir came to the Vemper Egil Acridor. He was the interesting one. He was a man who had defied death and had brought Thera together under an unforgiving hand. He'd ruled the continent for 1,000 years, or most of it at least. He'd never tried to conquer the Axe Tundra, though he had the navy to cross the Hell Sea. Why had he left the clans alone? Ymir stood on a piecemeal bridge, with the Age of Discord ending in the year 4914 with the death of Egil Acridor. Yet the artwork above showed him key scenes from the Wilmer Swordwright play called The 7 Nights of Midsummer's Fancy. Each night was named after one of Egil's wives: Horensia the Raven, Brave Kurla, Shy Emalia, Haley Gold, Bly, Kyla, Lucy the Last. He named each of the wives from the play. He could have named Egil's 7 generals turned governors, or the 7 warriors who made up the Corvidae, the Vemper's personal guard at the time of his death. Some historians thought that those 7 men were the same, though others disagreed. Ymir knew all 14 names regardless. He only had a few more stones to get to the other side. 2 more ages to go. It was interesting. During the time of Egil Acridor, scholars had proclaimed it a new age, the age of the Grand Vemper. However, after Egil's murder, scholars were quick to downplay the importance of Egil, and so the entire time period was called the Age of Discord. To get through this last part of the exam, Ymir didn't need to call out the name of Vempers. The artwork above showed scenes from several key Wilmer Swordwright histories. This was his other class. Those histories chronicled the Age of Withering with various plays about various kings. Rex Lara was one, and there were the Aaron histories, which included Aaron the 9th, Aaron the 16th, and Aaron the 20th. The Aaron histories marked the Age of Withering, from 4914 to 5450. The Vemper's empire crumbled as several kings tried to rise, but ended up failing spectacularly. Races retreated to their ancestral homelands. The empire shrank until it was no more. Old Ironbound was founded in the year 5000, and that wasn't an accident. That pinnacle year, scholars wanted to reclaim Egil's westernmost palace and turn it into a place of learning. At the same time, the Sorrow Coast Kingdom rose to support the school. Ymir Swordwright mentioned Old Ironbound in a play called The Sorrow King's Madness. In it was a famous couplet. "Shall I beseech thee for a walk down the aisle? Shall we dance at the Majestrial?" Ymir called out the name of the play, and more stones rose to give him more of a walkway. Shadow golems appeared, but he easily dispatched them. His sword, though, was beginning to lose the light that spat along its edge. In the year 5450, the Holy Theranos Empire was founded, which was a small speck of land at the center of Thera, with its capital in 4 roads. It was laughable, and some of Ymir Swordwright's most famous comedies were about the inept kings that tried to govern this small, troubled kingdom. It was the age of separation, with all races living isolated in their kingdoms. This led to the rise of the guilds in 4 roads, and what the city lacked in political power, it made up for with the guilds. In fact, it really was the de facto capital for all of Thera. Too bad the Grand Vemper Acadius was such a pathetic little man. Even the Gruul city-states held more sway than the supposed ruler of a misnamed empire. Ymir cut apart another shadow golem. A glance up, and there above him was the famous unmasking scene from the play Hate Leads to Love, where a man dresses up as a woman to woo a princess that loathes him. The comedy took place in the 4 Roads court and had a famous merchant character, Onald Patrum, who sacrificed his fortune to help the hero marry the princess. It was a sympathetic view of the guilds, quite unlike Swordwright's other plays. Many thought it was written by someone else and only attributed to the great playwright after his death. Ymir Swordwright had been born on April 1, 5564, and he died on April 23, 5616, at the age of 52. His last play was Aaron the 30th, and all agreed it was his worst. However, saying the name of that last awful play ended Ymir's 4th exam. He walked onto the other side. The examiner floated over in their robes, their feet not touching the ground. "You have succeeded, Ymir, son of Yamak. You may go on to your next year. Congratulations." More stones floated up to complete the bridge, filling in the sections for the Vempers he'd missed. Ymir followed the examiner up the stairs to the ground floor of the flow tower. The examiner turned and descended back into the dungeon. Had they walked before? Ymir wasn't sure. It all seemed hazy after the fact. Most forgot their exams completely. Not Ymir. He'd been altered by both the Veiled Tear Ring and the Obanathy cantrips, and so his memory wasn't as affected. He was surprised to see Gatha leaning against the flow tower. It was Monday evening, and the air was cool as the fog came in to relieve them from the heat of the day. The she-orc nodded at him. "You passed." Ymir smiled and stepped in close. Her strong musk hit him, and he leaned in to kiss her lips. She stepped back. "Yes, you passed. And now you're horny. I don't remember my exam, but you do. Was there fighting?" "Shadow golems," he replied. "Very easy to defeat. There was a bridge aspect to it that was clever." He gave her a brief explanation. She grunted. "No real battle." She paused, touching the scar that wrinkled her lip. "This place, the exams. There is little meaning here. They test us, but it's not the true test of battle. At times, I find this tiresome." Ymir loved the pensive look in her rose-colored eyes, even as she frowned. He went to seize her, to pull her close, but she danced away, fast and graceful. "I want another kiss," he said, smiling. "Just a kiss?" Gatha snapped her tusks out. "Would you kiss me like this?" "I would. I'm not afraid of your teeth." He tried again to get a hand on her, but she fainted and darted the opposite way. He'd have to wait, use his cleverness to snare her. "Not teeth." She stood a bit away. "My tusks. Made from the same substance. You know that, since you are so smart as well as skilled." He paused. "And most are tested at this school. Some fail. Even now, there are scholars of every grade being escorted out." Ymir stood with his arms folded across his chest. "You are dissatisfied because you are better than most everyone here, on the battlefield as well as the classroom. Is it so hard being Gatha of Sunash, Gatha of the white hair, Gatha of Grass City?" He was teasing her, and perhaps he shouldn't. But he was also luring her in. She stepped forward, coming closer. "I was Gatha the Igpatur for a time. No longer. No, it is not hard being me." She stopped moving, her face troubled. Her eyes fell to the cobblestones. "It was difficult, for a long time, but not now. I hope not ever. And yet—" He struck. In seconds, he had one arm pulled behind her back and the other in her hair, pulling her head back. She was almost as tall as he was, and nearly as strong. Yet she didn't fight as he kissed her mouth, feeling the tusks against his lips, and not minding a bit. Mid-kiss, she retracted the tusks, took his own blonde mane in her free hand, and stuck her tongue into his mouth. It was a wild, wet kiss that left both their faces wet. She stared into his eyes. "The battle with the merfolk, our fight on the sea stair, knowing defeat in both. It makes me long for a real test of my skills. I want real stakes, not merely being expelled, which would be a shame, but there wouldn't be blood. I want defeat to mean death. I want victory to mean sweet fucking." Ymir thought of his conversation with the princept. Yes, true battle focused you, and if you came out alive, life became sweet, because you realized how very, very short it could be. It was a wonder that Lily had any joy at all, because she had hundreds of years left to live. Not for him, and definitely not for Gatha. Most likely she'd die before she was 50, even if she avoided the fighting pits of Sunash. He felt her body shift, and he moved to the side as her knee came up. It would have struck him in his stones, but instead it hammered his thigh. She tried to shove him away, but he had her arm. He could have broken her shoulder. Instead, he let her go. She danced back, fists up. Other scholars had drifted over to watch. Already some were whispering about their fight before, which had taken them into the unicorn's ut. Ymir had nearly killed the Gruul girl, and that had won him her respect, which was priceless. Ymir didn't put his fists up. He stayed back out of her reach, however, and he remained ready for an attack. He laughed. Grandfather Bear talked of warrior boredom. Warrior boredom, he said, killed more men than actual wars. Warriors would become listless, take to drinking, lose interest in their families, and then die. Because the song of battle is sweet, and the silence afterwards could be crushing. You and I both know about the silence. Gatha dropped her hands. She nodded. The silence weighs on me, Ymir. And life is learning to enjoy the silence of this moment right here, he said. That would be something my grandmother Rabbit would say. In your books, do you not relish the silence? The she-orc stepped up to him, moving slowly. She cast a glance at the scholars watching. Away, you vultures! There will be no fight between my man and me. If you want to try me, I would be more than willing. The students retreated. Such children. Such soft children. Ymir found them laughable, yet did some part of him not envy their softness, their naivete? They had not known war or suffering like he had, like Gatha had. Gatha turned to sigh. My good friend Migdish would read to quiet her mind. She taught me my love of books, for in books I can relive somewhat the battles I have known, the struggles, the thrills. And yet, when I close the pages, the restlessness returns. Ymir offered her an open palm. No fighting, just hold my hand, and let us enjoy this moment now. There is no war. There is no threat of death. Our friends live. We are together. Let us be grateful, Gatha. She took his hand. Her fingers were strong, her palms rough from her work on the sunfire field, honing her already considerable fighting skills. Ymir continued. You and I both know we are not done fighting, and death is impatient for the taste of our blood. In the end, my friend, if war does not come for us, we will go in search of it. The world is troubled. For many, that is a bad thing. For us, it means if we want a fight, we can always find one. Her lips curved into a grin, then a smile, and then she was laughing, as tears tracked down her cheeks. She couldn't stop laughing, and Ymir found himself laughing with her. She threw back her head to howl more mirth. He'd never seen anything so wild, so free, and so cathartic. When Gatha sobered, tears were still in her eyes, but their nature had changed. You know me, Ymir, son of Yamak. You know my soul, for we share the same soul, the same nature, and the same fate. When we die, we'll die in blood. He nodded at her words. When we die, we'll die in blood. However, he didn't plan on dying any time soon. Others would fall before him, but he would carve out years for himself and his women, with his wits, with his sword, and, yes, with the fucking magic. Chapter 5. Della Penez couldn't stop herself. The summer night festival thrummed and throbbed around her. She was in the throne auditorium, drinking wine heavy with fruit. With each beat of the music, she felt herself losing control. She felt sick with fear. Ymir's words came to her. Yes, she would ease her mind by speaking aloud her fears. As a master assassin, she couldn't have done that, because it was her silence that kept her alive. But now, she needed her allies, and that, strangely, included the Barbarian. All the fourth exams were done. The graduation ceremony for the Dominists and the Post-Domini was over, and it was Saturday night. Summer Night Festival started the summer, but there was also the Long Light Festival, celebrating midsummer, some weeks away. It felt closer, but it wasn't. They'd had to add another week onto the school year because of the terrible merfolk business. Brodor Bootblack had already finished repairs to the campus, and it was good for him to be working. He still met with the other Morbascore on Thursday nights, and he went drinking in Stormcry with Garum and Ymir, But Brodor was still struggling with the loss of the Ironcoats. Those Ironcoats, man and wife members of the Midnight Guild, had tried to murder Ymir. It still bothered the princept, but she had more pressing concerns. She'd been given a great responsibility, and the weight of the deadly decision was crushing her. No more. The school year was over. She would get on with the bloody business of the summer. The Alumni Consortium had definite ideas about the decisions she had to make. She could have fought them, but any sign of insubordination would have put her career in danger. She didn't want to lose her position at Old Ironbound, and so she'd play the game to the best of her ability. That meant bringing in people who could help her, the school, the entire fucking continent. She marched through the partiers, trying to keep a smile on her face. She marched through the would-be bullies that Ymir had whipped into submission. Darisbo Cugin, Odd Corey, and Viscount Roger Nelnap. The boys stood with the Swamp Coast girls, including Nellie Bell Tucker, and that shouldn't be. Nellie was a servant of the Josen family, and the Cugins were their sworn enemy. All that juvenile drama had been so tiresome, but Della missed dealing with such simple, mundane things. The princept noticed that the denizens of the zoo were at the party as well. Many would be graduating. A few had been expelled because they'd failed the 4th exam, and others had moved out. Normally, Della would be worried that Taraya and Charybda wouldn't be able to find roommates to help pay the rent. But both the Dwab and the mermaid came from royal families with money to spare. Finally, she found Ymir and his women. Lily was dancing seductively, the grace of her body undeniable. The pale skin of her belly was exposed, including her cute belly button. A little golden trail of fur disappeared into the silk of her pants. Della noticed the other women as well. The swell of Tori's breasts, Jenny Bell's flashing blue eyes, and Gatha's hard muscles. Those women were beautiful, and they seemed at home next to Ymir's tall, powerful form. Such muscles, such strength, and such a handsome face. His eyes were a bright green, which meant he was aroused. Of course he was. Women writhed around him to the hypnotic beat of the music. Della had fantasized about watching him fuck his 4 women. With her ohizi full of her biggest glass phallus, she'd rubbed her sensitive little ohi and imagined it was Ymir filling her, while his women took turns sitting on her face. Sometimes, even after all this time, she'd feel guilty about the fantasies. She was the honored princept of the school, and any sexual relationship with a scholar would be impossible to maintain with any sort of dignity. But at the party, seeing the women with the Barbarian, Della felt justified. Any woman with a pulse should want to be a part of the raging sex these young people enjoyed. Now was the time for violence, however, and not sex. She marched up to Ymir. "I need to talk with you. And Gatha. Garum is already waiting outside in the reception room of the Imperial Palace. We've opened the balcony there." Thankfully, Ymir didn't try to flirt or demur or play their game. He simply nodded. Did he know she would ask? Had he been waiting for her? It seemed so. That damn man. She wouldn't be surprised if he had a crystal ball or another Akkiric Ring, say the Veil Tear Ring, to show him the future. Or perhaps he was simply brilliant. Ymir and Gatha followed her out of the throne auditorium over the little bridge connecting the citadel to the Imperial Palace and up the stairs. Garum stood on the ornate terrace with a flagon of mead. Sunfire torches flickered in the night wind. The 2 moons raced each other through the sky. Garum slurped spit around his tusks and laughed. "Well now, my 2 favorite fucking people at this school. Glad you could come. I hope we didn't disturb your dancing." Gatha walked with head high. She went to a table, filled her glass with blood wine, and turned. "Fuck dancing!" Ymir stood with his arms crossed. "I was wondering when our honored princept would tell me what was going on. I could smell something in the air." Garum slurped more and laughed more. "You call her Princept. Thank you. I wouldn't want to cuff you across your head for calling her Della." Ymir grinned. "Never." Normally, Della might have enjoyed their banter. She was glad Ymir and Garum were friends again. The business at hand, however, made their interplay annoying. "Enough, Professor." She drained her wine. Then, from a little bag, she pulled a rolled karo stick. Yes, she'd started smoking again. It was easy to blame the stress, harder to admit her weakness. With a sunfire spell, she lit the karo and sucked in the smoke. She let it out. "Gatha, your father contacted me 2 months ago. The situation with Gulnash the Betrayer has become critical. Your father suggested something that I resisted." Gatha's jaw muscles jumped. Her teeth were clenched. She knew exactly what the chieftain of Sunash had suggested. She snarled 2 words out in gruel. "Kurzig Durga." Ymir, ever the quick student, knew exactly what that meant. A tournament of death. The king of the Grass City thinks to bring Gulnash here and kill him in the pits. Why here? The betrayer suggested it. Della flicked the ash from her karo. The Sunash chieftain, or the king of Grass City, as you say, reached out to the betrayer, challenging him. Gulnash agreed, but he wanted to do it here. Garum snorted, then spit. He drained his cup. "I'll need another drink to take all this in. Damn strange that Gulnash would choose Old Ironbound. It will take him weeks to get here. Him and the warriors he has for the pits. His Gungar." "There will be 5 Gungars competing," Della said. "The betrayer's followers, Grass City, Lake City, River City." Della used the pigeon names, but in Gruul they were Sunash, Ruklor, and Goyot. The city of the white hair, the city of the red hair, and the city of the black hair. "I count 4 teams," Ymir said quietly. "The 5th is our own Gungar. That is why you wanted to talk to Gatha and me. How can I fight if I'm not an orc?" Damn, the man was always a step ahead of her. Della squinted through the smoke of her karo. "It is the host's prerogative. We are hosting the event, and due to the rules of the Kurzig Durga, we can field a team." Gatha, breathing hard, burst out in cursing. "Fucking Gruul and our fucking rules! Everything is codified, especially when it comes to the Kurzig Durga, and we must follow them blindly, or the penalty is death." Ymir stood, frowning. "And when is the tournament?" he asked. "Midsummer," Della replied. 6 weeks from now, when we'll be celebrating the Long Light Festival." Midsummer. The Long Light. Ymir seemed to consider those words for several long minutes. "We would call it the Shy Night in the north, when the night is barely a few hours long, and the world flirts with the heavens. It was a time for fucking, not fighting. 9 months later, the shy children would be born." Gatha stood fuming. Why was she so angry? Garum was drunk. "The Shy Night? Come, Ymir. I can't believe you barbarians are shy about anything. Not even fucking elk. Or maybe I'm just a dumb old man to find that odd." His laughter was loud, partly from the wine, partly because he was nervous. Ymir saw it. "I've fought you, Garum. You're not as old as you think." "I'm fucking ancient," the orc spat, then slurped. "But my life doesn't mean much. Don't you see? If you can bury your axe in Gulnash's brain, it will save countless lives. The biggest threat facing Thera will be gone. His followers will disperse." "Not all of them," Ymir countered. "Some will fall in this death match." You're asking me to risk my life, Princept, for a country that is not mine. I am loyal to my family, and that includes Gatha. Perhaps she shouldn't fight." "Shut your mouth, clansman!" Gatha roared. She paced the balcony like a trapped lion. "I will fight. I will do this, though I shouldn't. My father didn't reach out to me. He reached out to you. And how long have you sat on this decision, Princept? A long while, I think." Della didn't respond. Gatha barked laughter. "And once again I'm called to the Kurzig Durga to kill the betrayer, who, by all accounts, is a rabid dog, a blood-step wolf with the blood of his own litter painting his lips." Della found the description apt. Gulnash had murdered thousands of his own people, and in a very literal way, he'd eaten his own children. But the Princept didn't want her scholars fighting if they didn't want to. "Gatha, you don't have to do this." Ymir answered for her. "She does." "And why is that?" Della asked in a bitter voice. "Because of the warrior's boredom. The fight with the merfolk has awakened her appetite for gore. This will more than slake it." Ymir went for the strong festival beer they brought up from Stormcry. With a full cup, he raised his drink. "You have me, Princept. If Gatha fights, I fight." "So we have 3, Garum said. "We'll need 2 more." "We have 4. Della took a last drag, and then cast flow magic to freeze the butt. She would have to quit for good. The Caro left her winded, and for the upcoming Tournament of Death, she would need every bit of lung she could get. "I will be fighting with you." Ymir nodded. "Then we will have a chance." Gatha stopped her stalking and marched over to the stone railing overlooking the Sunfire Field. She stood there with the lights from the citadel throwing a warm yellow glow on her troubled visage. Della realized the source of the she-orc's anger. Gatha couldn't possibly be afraid. She'd risen in the ranks of the Sunash pits, and she'd undergone one of the bloodiest Kurzig's Durga in that city's history. She'd killed her own sister to win the ultimate prize, her freedom to choose whatever family she wanted, to choose her own fate. She'd left to become Igpatur at Old Ironbound. Every gruel at the school thought she was insane to choose books over family and battle. No, the Tournament of Death wasn't the problem. It was her relationship with her father, her parents, that made this difficult. Ymir sipped his cup. "And who would be our 5th? Della had that answer at least. "I have a list of possible warriors from every nation on Thera, and even some wingkin from the southern continent. The Bloody Dawn Guild has provided me their own list. Mercenaries, gladiators, professional soldiers, and I've chosen someone from the Blood Steppes, a human, but he fights like an orc. I don't want to say his name yet." Ymir shrugged. "So, in this Tournament of Death, what does the winner get? I already have my freedom. I'm assuming there is a grand prize other than our lives and victory." "This Kurzig Durga is for the 3 cities of the Blood Steppes," Della said quietly. Chapter 6. The honored Princept stood there on the balcony, letting Garum, Ymir, and Gatha get over their initial shock. Yes, the stakes couldn't be higher. The winner will get the 3 city-states of the orcs. Garum snorted. "A grand prize, indeed, and it shows the desperation of our people. If Gulnash wins, we are giving him what he has always wanted, an empire, one that he will wish to grow." Della kept all emotion off her face. "I've been assured by the 3 chieftains of Sunash, Goyot, and Ruklor that they don't wish to change things. They only want to kill Gulnash. Once he is dead, the tournament will end. Gatha's laughter was shrill, unhinged. Garum slurped and chuckled. Ymir's response was more to the point. I doubt it is that simple. Theron history suggests that once you offer a king more kingdoms, he rarely will decline. He paused. If one of us wins the tournament, will we be able to rule the orcs? Ymir, conqueror of the orcs, Garum boomed drunkenly. The barbarian smiled. No, I'm thinking our princept will leave us to become the Vempress of the Blood Steppe Empire. Is that right, honored princept? No, Della said pointedly. This tournament is to kill Gulnash. Let's all be clear on that. Ymir studied her. What are you not telling us? I'm telling you everything, she assured him. First time? The clansman asked with a grin. Della gave him a bored look. Garum laughed loudly. The way you two flirt is shameless. Shameless, I tell you. Perhaps I'm too old, but I wouldn't miss this. I'd die happy if I could rip Gulnash the Betrayer's heart out of his chest and devour it whole. If you got that far, you wouldn't be the one dying, Ymir pointed out. Garum scratched his chin. Fine, barbarian. I could die happy knowing that it was you who ripped out his heart and devoured it whole. I would imagine I'd cook it first, Ymir said. Garum slurped spit. I still say a barbarian with a dooza is a fucking joke. And yet, here you and I are, friends. You lack judgment, Professor, though that's not your biggest problem. Oh, is that right? What's my biggest problem? You're so damn ugly. The pair laughed. Della drifted over to Gatha, who had her tusks out as she stood at the railing. She was incensed, obviously, and troubled beyond words. Della kept quiet. Sometimes, when dealing with orcs, silence could do what words couldn't. Perhaps they didn't heal through their mouths, but Della had. She felt better now that Gatha and Ymir were with them. She'd seen the pair fight, and between them, they might best the rogue Gruul and his raiders. Gatha turned. Her face was dark. Her rose-colored eyes glinted in the torchlight. Della didn't glance away. This hard woman had had a brutal life, and Della was asking her to return to the pits she'd escaped. Only it seemed like it might be exactly what the she-orc wanted. Looking into her eyes, Della was surprised to see them soften for a minute, to see a smolder there, and for the briefest second, she felt the pull to kiss this green-skinned warrior woman. Della then stepped back and nodded. The she-orc seemed to have felt the same pull. She cleared her throat and retracted her tusks. I don't blame you, Princept, for my father's failings. I left under very bad circumstances. Would you like to talk about it? Della asked. Gatha stiffened and raised her chin. With Ymir, yes, eventually. Not with you. When do we start training? Monday, Della said. That is all I need to know. And the she-orc strode away, moving like a mountain panther, as sleek and as strong. Della had already gotten permission from the alumni consortium to allow magisterial scholars to fight. They knew about Gatha, and Ymir had acquired fame as the barbarian with magic. Monday morning, the training would begin. 6 weeks was a short time to get into fighting shape, but they were all accomplished warriors. Della soon excused herself from Ymir and Garum, who were exchanging war stories. Ymir had grown up fighting other clans on the Axe Tundra. Garum had hunted rogue orcs on the Blood Steppes. Both knew about bloodshed. And Della? Hers had been back-alley fights, assassinations gone wrong. But no, murder wouldn't be new to her. In fact, Ymir hadn't been wrong when he'd talked about the thrill and focus of a good fight. And if any of her Gungar fell, could she live with that? Of course, as long as they won and Gulnash the Betrayer was slain. He'd been raiding caravans, cities, and settlements for years now, slowly gathering followers and promising them a new Gruul empire. Della knew Theron history as well as any scholar at the school. They didn't need another empire cut from the flesh of its people. If there was to be a new age, it should be one of commerce and prosperity, not one of ruin and rape. She made her way up to the top of the librarium citadel, to the alcove on the 6th floor. This was her special meeting place, semi-private, with 2 chairs, a couch, and a low table. She and Beryl Delfino had spent many nights on that couch, licking each other, coming again and again. And then there was the night that Beryl had made love to Della with her tentacles. That had been new and dirty. That newness had made Della howl when she orgasmed, stuffed full of the mermaid's coils. Della felt tingles between her legs. She'd been under so much stress lately, and she longed for release. The princept knew she should go to her room to relieve herself, but she wanted a more intense experience. She wanted to push her limits, and while she couldn't do that with anyone at the school, at least she could do it with herself. Lightning flashed around the coruscation shelves, clearing the ironbound books of rust, and sending scintillating light flashing as far up as her room on the 7th floor. The 8th floor was the illuminate spire, where they kept the forbidden texts and the most dangerous magic items. The festival's music drifted up from the throne auditorium. All those horny scholars would be there, looking for an ut to suck or an ohizi to lick. Then Della thought of her almost kiss with Gatha. The princept would be spending a great deal of time with the she-orc, smelling her and watching her muscles flex. Della knew all about Gatha's reading habits. She'd often had to talk with the head librarian Mazelith Beelheim about Gatha's love of erotic literature, drawings, every type of pornography. Maisel whispered that she thought Gatha spent a great deal of time in the scrollery, reading her smut and masturbating. That bothered the head librarian. Della found the idea hot. Now, standing in front of the 6th floor alcove, Della clutched her tits, feeling her nipples rising at the idea of seeing Gatha with her legs spread. Maybe fucking herself, maybe pulling on her nipples, but always rubbing her ohi. Della shed her robes and lay back on the couch. She spread herself wide. Anyone could come by and see her working herself to an orgasm. They would see her lips, her clit, her clipped white pubic hair. She could have cast a spell to warn her, but she didn't want to be warned. She wanted to feel the danger of being caught. She rubbed her aching button with the fingers on her right hand. At the same time, she slid her left hand down her chest, cupping a jiggling tit. She'd been overwhelmed by stress lately. This would be her reward. This and the forbidden fantasies of fucking her scholars. She wanted something inside of herself. Her sex was sopping wet and slippery, and it was easy to slide 2 fingers into her horny hole. She worked her fingers in and out of herself while she continued to caress her ohi. Damn it, she wished she had her phallus. She felt so open and aching. Ymir would fill her. He must have a huge cock, and it would split her little ohizi open so well, fill her up so well. He'd grunt like an animal while he used her. She shifted around, getting on her knees in front of the couch. She pushed the table away, because if anyone did come, she wanted them to see her masturbating. She rested her knees on the carpet and put her face on the couch. Then she reached around to open herself up for her imaginary lover. Maybe a fresh-faced student, shocked to see their princept being such a whore. She worked her hand over her greasy rosebud to her pussy lips. She stuffed 2 fingers into her yearning hole. With her left hand inside her sex, she rubbed her pearl with her right fingers. She heard a sigh to her right, and there, in the shadows, was someone watching her. Judging by the long hair and curves, it was a woman. The lightning flashed around the coruscation shelves, growing closer and closer. They would soon be lit completely. First Della, then the woman in shadows, watching. Della was being watched. She should have leapt to her feet, run away, or begged the woman to keep her mouth shut. The truth was that Della couldn't stop. It was too good getting caught, and from the motions of the woman, she was touching herself. Yes, this horny little voyeur was loving watching the princept fuck herself. "I'm going to come," Della hissed. "Do you want to watch me come?" "Yes," came a whisper from the shadows. "Please." The electricity of the moon's magic crackled around the shelves, coming closer, and Della had her eyes open as the light crept up the robes of the woman. Those robes were open, showing the ghostly white skin of her thighs, her belly, then a single huge tit, sagging from its delicious weight. A big rubbery nipple tipped the end. The woman had black pubic hair, stubbled so she had clear access to her own slutty clit. She was rubbing herself, watching Della, whose body was lit by the lightning. The shelves next to Della gleamed as blue arcs danced from one section to another, and Della cried out. She loved being seen. She loved being nasty. She adored being caught. This was what she really wanted, to push the limits of her sexuality and do things she shouldn't. The mysterious voyeur cried out as well. But something was wrong. The lightning crossed the alcove and hit the next shelf, and Della should have seen the voyeur. But instead, nothing. No one. Della turned, sank down onto her ass, legs spread. She was quivering. She felt the electricity in the air, literal energy, making every one of her cells dance. Where had the woman gone? How had she disappeared so fast? Who was she? Della groaned and sucked on her fingers, tasting herself. Then she went back to fucking her pussy, fucking her mouth, rubbing her clit. Such a dirty girl. So nasty. Until she came a second, a third, a fourth time. Then she scooped up her robes and hurried to put them on. Trembling, she crept around the shelves to try to find the stranger. She leaned over the railing, hoping to see a figure rushing down the steps or circling the tower. No one. Della then cast a flow spell to see if she could catch the woman in a vision. She was given a brief image of a dark-haired woman. No, not just dark. Black. Hair so inky you could get lost in it. And elven ears, pointed and delicate. Both of her arms were bare. Then the image was gone. Della wandered back to the sofa, sat down, and covered her eyes with her hands. Damn, she'd been caught. And yet the woman had run off. What did that mean? And would Della soon pay the price for her indiscretions? She didn't think so. The voyeur liked it as much as Della had. Some part of the princept hoped that she would come back. Della planned to keep using the sixth-floor alcove to pleasure herself, however dangerous. In 6 weeks, there was the real possibility she'd die in the Kurzig Durga. Then, what she did with her overheated little Ohizi wouldn't matter at all. Chapter 7. Charybda Delphino stood in the librarium citadel, trying to get the courage to go into the throne auditorium for the summer night festival. The mermaid thought that maybe a bit of wine would give her courage, but she didn't like to drink. Recently, she didn't like anything. Her world had ended the minute she'd heard that it was her own uncle who had murdered her father, many of her mothers, and many of her sisters in the Red Tide Massacre. 2 of her mothers had survived, including her own flesh mother and 3 breath sisters. Half-sisters, or that's what the dirtworms called them. It wasn't like that for the Aquaterib, however. For the merfolk, there were your breath sisters, as close as breath. The same father, but a different mother. Then you had your flesh sisters, as close as blood, with the same mother and father. She remembered standing in the Flow courtyard, then a battlefield, and hearing her uncle confess to the worst crime in the history of the Delfino family. Perhaps the vilest slaughter in the history of Raxid's Aquaterib people, from any ocean, from any family. For years, Charybda had hated the dirtworms. Her uncle had sowed that hate in her, and that suspicion, and it had driven the mermaid princess to learn to fight. That, and the endless squabbles between the merfolk families. The land people hated the Aquaterib, and she hated them right back, with as much of her heart as she could muster. She adored her mother, now the Queen Mother Divine of the Delfino family, and she loved her breath sisters, and she was loved by her people under the sea, where life made sense, even with the sorrow of the Red Tide massacre. Charybda's hate was the reason why she was at the Magisterial Collegium Universitas. Her flesh mother had sent her there to learn to let go of that hate. It had been impossible. The more time Charybda spent at the school, the more she sneered at the dirtworms, and the more they hated her in return. Strangely enough, Charybda had learned to enjoy that hate. Their nicknames, their complaints about her snoring and belching, which underwater made far less noise, both amused her and infuriated her. Her only friend was Toriah Welldeep. In some ways, that didn't count, because Tori had no enemies. Everyone loved the freckled little dwab, always so full of cheer, always working so hard to give people food and make them comfortable. Charybda justified everything she did to make the dirtworms hate her, except she felt bad when she was cruel to Tori. However, cruelty, like anything else, could become addictive. In the end, the mermaid wanted the dirtworms to hate her. The strange land people had murdered her family, or so she'd thought. So fuck them and their primitive lungs that could only breathe air. Pathetic. All of that changed on the Flow courtyard. Suddenly, she was the cruel bitch, because the dirtworms were blameless. On the night her uncle attacked Old Ironbound, Charybda had rushed out there to fight with him. No one at the stupid school knew how skilled she was in the warrior arts. That, too, had come from her legacy of hate and bloodshed. She spent hours with the sword, the net, the trident, both in the water and on land, honing her skills for the war, which would teach the Sorrow Coast Kingdom that the Holocaust they'd rained down on the Delfino family would be met with murder. Charybda had used those skills to keep the Delfino family in power, because the underwater families were always fighting for territory, for trade rights, and to avenge slights, murders, and insults. So the mermaid princess had raw battle experience, far more than most of the dirtworm students at the stupid school. While fighting other families was fine, if bloody, she'd really wanted to use her trident on King Velis IX himself. That worm. She knew she'd have to be the best, and so she'd vowed to be the best. No one at Old Ironbound knew that. To them, Charybda was just the bitchy mermaid with the blue and purple hair, who was gross and difficult and easy to hate. How could she change that now? Now that she didn't have her hate to cling to, she was lonely. What could she do to ease the longing in her heart? Her mother's lover, the princept, had told her to find friends, and to start with Tori. Being friends with Tori meant being friends with Ymir. He was handsome, even for a dirtworm. Not that she should think of the land people like that anymore. Ymir wasn't just attractive, he was also clever, and infinitely capable. Sometimes he smiled at her, maybe because she was pretty, or maybe because he found her ridiculous. Was she ridiculous? She was. She knew she deserved her nicknames. Rib, Ribby, or the worst one, Rib Rib. She hated them, while at the same time wanting to like them. She was torn, conflicted, and yes, her life had ended that ruinous night of death, when the fractal clock had again been used to destroy her people. Now that Charybda was looking for a change, she figured she would start with Ymir and his harem. She'd messed that up. It had taken a while to get the courage to walk up to the second floor the day before the 4th exam started. She'd wanted to be more subtle, to be flirty, maybe, or just friendly. But their confidence and their ire had made her angry. She'd lashed out, demanding sex with them all immediately. She'd forced them to reject her. It was silly, all of it, silly, and it showed a weakness in her. Well, she could change that now. She'd passed the 4th exam easily enough, and she would be staying the summer in the zoo, again on her mother's orders. By the dark blue depths, the Ocean Mother Divine was determined for her daughter to have friends on the land, and not just friends, but lovers as well. Beryl wasn't shy about her lusts, not even when talking with her daughters. Charybda gulped in air, so thin compared to the comforting feeling of salt water filling her insides. She could do this. She was a Delfino, a princess of the sea. This was a simple festival. The music was very loud, too loud, actually, and so clear. Underwater, music was as much about feeling it on her skin as it was a matter of sound pleasant to the ear. You felt the rhythms with your whole body. This, like breathing, felt so thin in comparison. And what the land people did in the bedroom? Most touched themselves, which was shameful and laughable. Why bother touching yourself like that? And then there were those who wanted only one other partner. Just one other body? That seemed as lonely as masturbating. No, it was the Aquaterab's way to make love in groups. A swirl of bodies, all together, in tangles of lust, kisses and embraces, intertwined knots of tentacles, breasts, cocks, and cunts. The orcs called orgies tugs. For the Aquaterab, they were called bitribibs, or sex knots. She had memories of her friends making love to a boy, all together, giving of themselves in a swirl of water and splashing and laughter. She'd wanted to tell Ymir and his girlfriends about her special sex power, but it had all come out wrong. More like bragging than wanting to share, honestly, about her life. Charybda licked her lips. She sniffed at her armpits, because that was something she had to worry about, now that she wasn't in the ocean all through the days and every night. She smelled all right, or so she hoped. This bathing thing was nice, though it had become another mundane task she'd been saddled with. She couldn't look weak. She couldn't look afraid. And so Charybda swaggered into the throne auditorium with her hair done up, and her shimmering gown hugging her scant curves. She did find the thick bodies of the women alluring. Such wide hips, such big tits. It was strange, though, that they couldn't change their legs. She could, from 2-footed legs to a single fin to a splay of glorious tentacles with her quim at the center. Tori used that word. For Charybda, it was her little clamshell, or her rune. Sometimes, to be nasty, she thought of it as her rooney. Charybda ignored all the stares and looked for Ymir. He was tall. She was tall. She should be able to find him, but she couldn't. She did see Lily Nehenna dancing with Jenny Bell and Tori, the three trying to make a quadrille work by clapping out the beat where the 4th person should have danced. The blue-haired mermaid had studied up on dancing. This was her chance. She didn't know where Ymir or Gatha had gone to, but she could be their 4th. Would they want her? She should demand that they take her, because it made sense. However, being brusque had not worked with the land people. By the dark blue depths, she hated being so weak. She stormed over and nodded at Tori. The mermaid felt herself frowning. She couldn't help it. "I want to dance with you three. You'd be stupid to say no, because this is a dance from the Age of Withering. It's meant to be danced with 4 people. I don't need to be the man. One of you can be the man." Jenny Bell laughed. That girl was always laughing, or being mean, or being too pretty for everyone. She was such a princess, and she knew it. "I was acting the part of the man, Ribby, but you can join us. Sure, we do need a 4th. Lily's face was flushed. She was dancing, though she had her Essus on. Charybda knew exactly what that cuff did. It made her curious. If she plucked it off, would Lily become a sex maniac? That would be something to see. Lily was so beautiful. What kind of games could the 2 of them play? The mermaid princess twirled when it was her turn. She moved between their bodies as she got used to the loud music. The dancing was nice, almost like swimming in its own way. Being closer to the musicians, the elves on the stage, she could feel the drum beats, or the squeal of the violin, or the tweeting of the flute. Her ears felt it all, and her heart matched the beat, and she found herself having fun. More fun than she'd had in months, if not years. Those long years at Old Ironbound, hating. Tori stood back, blinking, her feet stuck. "Ribby, you're the best dancer. I can't goshing believe how gosh dang good you're dancing." Charybda found a smile for her only friend. Dancing, fighting, you had to be light on your feet, and you had to have control of every muscle. Lily flashed her a smile, and Charybda returned it. Could she be friends with these women? Could she be more? That was the plan, though a part of her thought it wouldn't be possible. Hope bloomed in her heart, however, and it made her dance harder. Then it was time to dance with Jenny Bell, and the Swamp Coast witch took her in her arms. Yes, a witch, because everyone knew that those Blackwater women were all witches. Jenny Bell was shorter than Charybda, clumsier on her feet, but the mermaid was deft enough to keep the beat. And when the bottom of her scant breasts touched the big titties of the witch, a little thrill went through the mermaid's rune. Oh, it was exciting to be pushed up against this sweaty creature. Sweat was weird. Even stranger, to have sweaty sex outside the water. How would that even work? Jenny Bell thrust Charybda aside, and for a moment, a fury made the mermaid want to scream. However, Jenny didn't mean anything by it. It was just time to switch partners, as Tori took up the dance with the swamp woman. That left Lily and Charybda circling them, and each other, as the music grew to a crescendo. For a second, Charybda found herself caught up in Lily's green eyes, so bright compared to her own. Her glowing smile was shy, yet still somehow brazen. Again, Charybda felt the lightning between her legs. These women were full of life and strange smells, however sweet, and their sweat would make them slippery, since there would be no water to wash it away. How strange, how enchanting. And Charybda swore she would be nicer to them. She could be nice. She hadn't always been so prickly. Then Jenny Bell threw Tori aside and took up with Lily, and the pair danced. By how the pair moved and swayed, the gentle touches, the long gazes, it was clear the 2 were so very much in love. There was real passion in their movements. Such romance. There were 100 other quartets spinning on the floor, but for that moment, the world was reduced to Charybda and the other 3 ladies. And really, it was only Jenny Bell and Lily, lost in the music and in each other's eyes. The mermaid wanted to cut in, to push Jenny Bell away, to do something rash because she wanted that love, that connection. Perhaps before the Flow Courtyard battle, she would have cut in. But not now. She was learning restraint. The mermaid turned to Tori. The little dwarf was breathless and laughing, and trying to keep up, though her legs were so short and her body so wiggly and wide. Then it was time for all four of them to join hands and spin and spin and spin. The music grew faster and faster, too fast for Tori, who soon fell back. Too fast for Jenny Bell, who nearly tripped, but caught herself at the last second. And soon it was too fast for even Lily, who had the grace and dexterity of an Illyrian princess. Charybda was the final girl, dancing and spinning, keeping to the beat, and even going fast enough to add flourishes to her movements, until she leapt up, spinning, and landed with the last drumbeat, the last call of the fiddle, the last piping of the flute. The entire room paused, and it took a moment for Charybda to realize she was the last person to match the rhythms of the band. Everyone was staring. She went to pout, or scream at them, or to call them names. That moment of silence was interminable. She was breathing hard with her dumb lungs. Her muscles burned. She couldn't gasp in enough air, and so she couldn't pout or scream or shriek. Then the applause filled the room. Clapping for her. Whistles, shouts of encouragement, and Charybda felt something. Maybe not love, but appreciation. She looked at all the faces of her classmates, humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, even some fairies spinning about, laughing and clapping. There were other merfolk, yes, but not many. Most were from other lesser families. Even the ones from Delfino seemed beneath her. Yet all were clapping for her. She'd done what no one else could. It was too much. She couldn't meet anyone's eyes as she hurried through the people and right out into the librarium. She didn't stop. She was running by the time she hit the sea-stair market. Most of the shops were dark, but the taverns were open, hoping to lure scholars away from the summer night festival. Once the music stopped, many would come drifting down to keep drinking. Charybda ran down the covered walkway at the bottom of the sea-stair and out onto the hidden docks. Stripping out of her fancy dress, she dove naked into the water. She couldn't see anything at first, but then her eyes changed, and she could see even in the darkest of depths. Her teeth changed as well, becoming fangs that could rip through fish, and she chose a fin for her legs. Swimming hard with her transformed body, she went streaking through the sea, naked in the cold, comfortable water, even while she breathed that cold, comfortable water. She was home, and yet she was lonely. Tori would be there in the zoo to talk with her, to comfort her like always. But would Jenny Bell speak of her? Would she appreciate her dancing? Would Lily think of her when she removed her forearm cuff? Could she be friends with those women? Perhaps. But Gatha would never take her in, and Ymir didn't need her. Charybda felt like weeping. Instead, she swam as fast as she could, as deep as she could, until the speed, the effort, the black water, the cold depths, washed away all of her doubts and fears. Chapter 8. Sunday morning, Ymir woke alone in the master bedroom of Jenny Bell's suite. This was new. He'd come in late after drinking with Garum, who insisted they go get Brodor from the Throne Auditorium. The three of them had stumbled down to the Unicorn's Ut for more whiskey. While the two had gone inside, Ymir had gone to the door of the Paradise Tree to say hello to Ziziva. The fairy wasn't anywhere to be found. The shop was closed up tight. For a brief moment, he was worried Ziziva might have escaped Vemper's Cape altogether, taking the possibility of more profits with her. But there were lights on in the back, so she was home, and besides, Ziziva was making too much money to leave. And there had been a great deal of flirting. Would the fairy want to repeat the hot encounter they'd had in the shower with Jenny Bell? He hoped so. Lily was fascinated by the fairy. When the elf got frisky, she'd ask him to tell the story again to her, how the fairy was afraid to get pregnant, and so she had a creative solution for sex. It always ended with him pounding Lily until she came all over the place. Garum and Brodor called Ymir over, and they bustled into the tavern to drink and to hear about Brodor's divorce again. Garum bought the drinks, getting louder until the two women who ran the place had to tell the professor to shut the hell up. Garum wasn't about to get kicked out of their favorite local tavern, and so he talked in a relatively hushed voice about the Kurzig Durga. Brodor was angry he'd not been asked to join their team, though Ymir thought it was more bluster than anything else. Brodor was old, a bit fatter than he needed to be, and comfortable in his lab with his potions, powders, and alchemical compounds. Then Ymir went back to Jenny Bell's apartment. Both Jenny and Lily were already asleep. They were curled up in each other's arms, so Ymir left to go sleep outside. The chair was comfortable, and he liked being outside, smelling the ocean. Then, when Lily got up to draw, he moved inside and went to sleep on the bed. Jenny Bell, though, had other ideas. He opened his eyes to her sucking on his cock, which any man would agree was the ideal way to wake up. He growled, wanting her warm slit rather than her mouth. He pounded her, which brought in Lily. Once the swamp woman came, he turned his attention to Lily. Then, while watching the elf girl kiss Jenny, he came, pumping his seed into Lily as she whimpered into Jenny's mouth. That Sunday morning, with nothing to do, nowhere to go, nothing to study, Ymir had fallen back asleep. Hence, when he woke up, he was a little baffled as to where the women had gone. He had vague memories of them talking about Rib-Rib. Something about dancing? He didn't know. However, he was hungry, and he'd gotten into the habit of kaif in the morning. The stuff was as seductive as Caro. He took it black, dark, and bitter. He'd learned to make it in their apartment early on, and he'd moved into the main room, naked and scratching his stomach. He'd wanted to talk to Jenny and Lily about the Kurzig Durga, and about Gatha, who had given up trying to sleep in the suite. She had her room in the Sunfire housing on the east side of campus. The she-orc was wrestling with the enormity of their situation, though Ymir knew she was more worried about facing her father than the death match. There was also the Gather Breath Ring business to attend to, which wasn't a business, but most likely an unhealthy obsession. Lastly, they had their new products to finalize with Ziziva. That had been Tori's department, and now that the school year had ended, the Dwab could cook her little heart out. The Zoka puffcorn still needed some work, as it hardened into inedible balls. Her Zoka kaif was excellent, if too sweet for Ymir, but the product they were really excited about was the sweet cream, a frozen milk dish. Getting the flow magic right had turned into a real challenge. Also, they had to keep it frozen. They had flow cupboards for that, but they were too small to store any great quantity. At this stage, they were pondering selling it by the spoonful, a silver sheck for just a taste. It would all have to wait. His women weren't around. If only they had a big space to all live together. That was another thing he wanted to talk with Toriah Welldeep about. He started a fire using a sunfire cantrip and got the wood burning and the water boiling. He then poured the kaif and the boiling water into a special glass tube, which looked like something out of his alchemy class. He pressed down a flanged plunger, which drove the grounds to the bottom, while bringing the kaif to the surface. He poured it into a mug and padded out onto the balcony. The sun was up, the day was warm, and it would soon be hot. He figured it would be a good day to swim in the cooling waters of the weeping sea. He could swim and then relax in the sunshine. It brought back memories of summers up north. when they'd escaped the cold and work of winter to enjoy a few afternoons of pleasure in the Hell Sea after cheating the Summertown merchants. That made him remember the night bear hunt, the same hunt that had taken him down into the southern regions of the Crack. That would be the same ravine where he would face the Lonely Man 10 years later. The night bear had killed a family in late autumn, and Grandfather Bear and some other elders of the Black Wolf clan had taken some warriors, including Ymir and a few of his battle brothers, out to kill the fiend. It was well known that night bears didn't simply eat flesh and drink blood. The beasts also ripped through souls. It was important the bear die so the Black Wolf clan family could go on to paradise, to run across the sky as wolves, along with the great wolf himself, away from the troubles of the world. Across the heavens, you didn't have the worries of humans, only the play of wolves. Not all clans believed that, of course, but Ymir liked the idea. He'd seen the life of dogs, and if those animals weren't starving or sick, they were far happier than any of the people he'd ever met in his life. Ymir had barely been a man, had barely been able to wield his battle axe when he'd gone with Grandfather Bear and the other men across the tundra where the wind could turn chill at any minute, and a snowstorm would either wipe them out or keep them in their elk-hide tents for days on end. Either way, they'd hurried, riding their otelkir, huge animals like the horses of the south, only the otelkir had antlers and were smarter. You didn't eat an otelkir unless you had to. There were plenty of elk for that, and they tasted better and were far dumber. Maybe Ymir had seen 13 summers, possibly 14. It was hard to remember. Either way, it was more than 10 years ago, and he'd been so determined to be the hero of the day. He wanted to be the one to kill the night bear. He wanted the older men to look on him with envy. Grandfather Bear said it didn't matter who did the actual slaying. The demon needed to die, to free its victims and to stop it from killing again. Warm southern winds blew upon them the evening they left. They didn't want to let another night pass because the tracks were fresh on the wet ground. It wasn't long until the freezing winds of the north froze the tracks of the bear. They reached the Crack, and at first Ymir had been glad to get out of the wind. But it was getting dark, and the bottom of the ravine would be darker still. Even in daytime, there were certain regions that would be lost in shadows. They'd gone down. Ymir, his friend Yukor, his friend Reynan, and the youngest, Bior, who was equally ambitious to be the one to strike down the demon. Yukor told them he had the best chance since he had his bow, the weapon he preferred. They would have made fun of him more, but they'd seen how deadly he was with the weapon. Reynan preferred hatchets, and Bior had a family heirloom, a claymore too big for him. Yenyo, newly married and seeming old even then, teased them all, saying that they were more apt to kill each other with their weapons than the night bear. Grandfather Bear told them to stay back and out of the way. Ymir's own father hadn't gone. The king claimed he had other clan duties to take care of. That had seemed hollow to the youthful clansman. What was more important than a monster killing? Even now, better than 10 years later, Ymir thought there was no excuse. The oldest man agreed to stay out of the Crack, tie up their otelkir, and wait. Ymir felt sorrow for him. The rest had gathered bunches of grasses for torches, which would burn fast and smoky. It would be light enough. There was wood down in the ravine, actual trees, though these trees were so very odd, and they didn't like to burn. It was easier not to even try. Besides, some said the smoke was poisonous. Others said burning the strange trees would bring even more demons descending down. Ymir had come to learn that the trees in the Crack were actually sanctum trees, holy to the Therans. Sanctum sap tea helped southern women get pregnant. Ymir and the men of his tribe went down into the darkness. The older men were scared, but not Bior and his ridiculous sword. Beor was hungry for battle, as were Ymir and all their battle brothers. Poor Beor. He wouldn't make it out of the crack. Many would die, but his death hurt them all the most. He'd been the youngest. The northern winds had been cold, but the air at the bottom of the ravine felt colder. The darkness ate away at their burning brands. Grandfather Bear had stopped suddenly and said something that froze them all, froze the blood in their veins. "Maybe we're not chasing the night bear," the grizzled old warrior had said. "Maybe the night bear is chasing us." The ravine narrowed in front of them, and to get out, Ymir and the 12 other men would have to climb through snow and ice that had survived not just the previous summer, but all summers. It was treacherous going. Yenyo had laughed. "Trying to scare us, Grandfather?" Grandfather Bear had grown to the age where all men called him Grandfather, though Bear still had enough grit and muscle and skill to be a warrior in his own right. Grandfather Bear wouldn't die in that blasted ravine. Others would. Many others. They carefully followed the tracks through the snow, through the ravine. It opened up into a grove of frozen trees, which shouldn't be possible. There wasn't light down there for the trees to grow. It was too cold. It was impossible. They started through the grove, silent except for the burning brands, which were growing smaller and smaller. All was quiet except for the growls of the night bear behind them. From the north. But there hadn't been tracks to the north, and yet it was behind them. Ymir was lost in the past when Tori called out to him from inside. "Ymir? Jenny? Lil? Where is everyone?" The clansman exhaled. He welcomed the distraction. He would have to tell someone the story of the night bear hunt to be free of it. But it wouldn't be that day. It was Sunday. He deserved a day off. Chapter 9. "Ymir!" the friendly freckled dwarf yelled again. He heard the door slam close. "Out here," he called. He was sipping the last of his caf as Tori came charging out onto the balcony. She was in a green dress with a green vest that brought out the green in her eyes. Her curly red hair was combed back from her face to show her happy freckles. She grinned. "You want to have some fun with me? I was going to take our little sweet cream problem to the fairy herself. I have samples of the Zoka cave as well, though that's easier. We have the powder, though the love charm doesn't work so well with the powder. If only the sweet cream could stay frozen without a flow cupboard. I still don't know how we're going to make that work." Ymir wasn't sure he wanted to deal with Ziziva on such a fine, warm day, but he didn't want Tori going alone either. The Fae had powerful magic, and while he was sure their memory-wiping magic didn't work on him, he wasn't so certain about the dwab. Tori saw his concern. She patted a little leather pouch on her belt. "Don't worry. I have this little trinket, so she can't undo my memories. And I have more alchemical biscuits for Fluffy. Problem is, he's eating them quicker and quicker." "I don't think we'll need the veiled tear ring for this," Ymir said. "The contract is fair, and Ziziva knows not to cross us. I'll go with you. Why not?" Tori brightened. "Yeah, why not? It should be fun, though that Ziziva can embarrass me like nobody's business. She's just such a—" the dwarf wrinkled her nose. "Such a nasty fairy." They locked the apartment behind them and made their way down the sea stair market. Most shops were closing for summer, and even the unicorn's ut would have shorter hours. The paradise tree was open, but there were no customers inside. He and Tori pushed their way inside. The bell on the door tinkled. From the back room, an old woman's voice called to them. "Ziziva, we have a customer, sweetie. A sweet customer looking for a sweetie." The sing-song voice came from a mechanical woman, full of gears. This wasn't common knowledge. Only Ymir and his princesses knew about the golem.
No customers at all, Ziziva sighed. No customers at all have come to call. A bad old barbarian and a dwab is all.
She was on her perch, a bronze pedestal on the front counter, sitting at a little desk with a tiny pair of spectacles perched on her nose. Ymir had never seen spectacles before, not even when dealing with the Summertown merchants. He'd read about such things in books, however. Tori had brought her big leather case, and she hurried forward, a wide little woman, so different from Ymir's hulking form. The paradise tree was cool, since Ziziva's Zoka sculptures had to be kept cold or else they'd melt. On the left were wooden shelves of candies, a variety of colors and textures. On the right was the Zokalati on stone shelves and in stone cubbies, kept cold by flow magic. Ziziva took off her little spectacles, and she danced up, rising high and flying about the room, soaring here and there.
Well, and here we are. A little sweetness in a dwabby little package. A little meanness in a great big Ymiri.
Tori's smile was goofy.
Yes, the rhyming, the near-rhyming, the sing-songing and all that. I kinda like it.
I enjoy it as well, Ymir agreed, as long as I'm not being ensorcelled, and what protects me also protects Toriah here. Ziziva landed on Ymir's shoulder, grabbed his ear, and whispered inside.
Her name is Tori is what I hear, and she's a special one. A little dwarf girl with some undwarfly appetites, I fear.
Ymir went to grab the fairy, and she went spinning away. She zoomed behind the counter. He couldn't see her, but her voice filled the shop.
Can I trust you with a secret, Toriah Welldeep? Such a name. Well, are you deep?
Tori colored.
I've been teased like that before, and, well, gosh me underground, but it does give me a blush. How about we get down to business?
A sing-song voice answered them.
Didn't answer my question, Toriah Welldeep. Can I trust you?
Tori gulped.
Right. Gosh, I think so. I mean, I've heard stories about your sex. Or not your sex. You know, the thing that Ymir did to you. Gosh.
Ymir had to grin at the little woman. When she wasn't lost in her inconvenience, she could get so embarrassed. Right now, she was pink, and her freckles were all but gone. A light flashed from behind the desk. Slowly, the fairy girl rose as a human-sized woman, naked, with short blonde hair and tight breasts, pointing at the ceiling. Tori immediately turned on her heel to face the door. She elbowed Ymir.
Give her your shirt. She's naked. And by the holy bedrock, I'm not sure if anyone has ever been as naked as she is now.
Ziziva walked out from behind the desk. She was a slender thing, her gossamer wings fluttering a bit, filling the air with glittering gold dust. Her sweet smell was almost overpowering. Ymir's eyes dropped to the triangle of golden fur between her legs. She caught him.
Yes, my honeypot is the same, Ymiri dearie, my sweet little clansmany. My honeypot is off limits, but I have other sweetness that misses you, and misses you a lot.
Ymir felt his cock harden. He took off his shirt and threw it to her. Go ahead and put this on, Ziziva. We don't want to embarrass my friend.
Your friend and lover, the fairy said, blinking her very blue eyes.
Holding the elk leather shirt, Ziziva's eyes went to Tori's back. The fairy's grin turned evil.
Calum Calarum! Just to test her, to see if I can best her, to see if I can trick her, to get her to lick me sweetly.
Ymir felt the love magic strike him. He remembered what had happened to Jenny Bell in the shower when she'd inhaled the gold fairy dust. Jenny had grown dizzy and lost her memories as well as her inhibitions. Tori did not. The Dwab sighed.
Come on, Miss Zizava. We're here to do business, not rub noses. Rub noses? Zizava giggled. I want to rub quims, to tribby thee, or so the playwright would write. And quim is the word you like, I think. Quim not pussy, pussy not cunt.
She giggled again. Tori pinched the bridge of her nose.
Come on. This is embarrassing. You saying all those words makes me think I should come back when you're not so, aroused or flirty or horny or what have you.
That brought more giggles out of the fairy.
I'm Faye, and we're always horny, and we don't have stupid rules about us rubbing noses. Not like Ymir dearie and his 3 questions. Yes, I can get pregnant, but we have a dirty way around that, we do. Fucking you both would honor my family, and my coming would honor me. It would so honor me.
Ymir let his anger show. Zizava, this is not helping us. Or are you trying to get out of the contract? Enough. This is business. Put on my shirt. Quit sneezing your fairy dust, and let's get on with it. Zizava whirled around, and the fairy dust vanished, as did her wings. She let his shirt drop over her head. It reached down to her knees, but the collar showed her smooth but scant cleavage.
Fine, you two, fine.
Like before, she could turn off the silliness and rhyming in a second.
I wanted a little nose rubbing before we talked candy, because when your business is candy, it's always so sweet.
Nan Honeywell laughed from the back office.
You're always so clever, Zizava.
The fairy rolled her eyes.
The golem is designed to say something to me every so often. It can be fairly annoying, it can. Now, let's talk about the cave first. Then we can talk about the sweet cream.
Tori turned, her blush receding a bit.
Well, that's a bit better, Miss Zizava. I appreciate you showing a bit less skin.
The fairy tugged the shirt down and shrugged her back muscles.
No wings feels so weird. Is this how you inglorious and undivine creatures feel all the time? Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh.
Ymir thought there was something sinister about the fact that the fairies could appear as human. No pointed ears, no wings. And yes, Zizava was short and she had pixie-ish features, but if Ymir hadn't known better, he'd assume she was human. That meant the Fae could have spies everywhere.
No wings,
Tori said good-naturedly. She went to the cave bar, where Zizava made her morning brews. There was a little sunfire stove there which heated water, and then there was a pouring contraption that filtered the hot water through the ground-up cave beans. Zizava watched, her eyes bright, while Tori chattered.
Now, Miss Z, as we know, a lot of people here like their cave with a little milk and beet sprinkles. But what if you added in a little sweetness to it in other ways? And not just sweet, but a little creamy as well. And we all know that people like zocolati for the complex taste. Sweet, bitter, and creamy. Gives people the shivers.
Ymir knew Tori was talking so much because she was nervous. He wasn't sure why. Could it be from the fairies flirting? Only to call what Zizava did flirting would be like calling the weeping sea a puddle. There were a lot of sides to Zizava, but most of them were just plain perverted. And yet she was watching the little woman carefully as the Dwab brewed cave, then spooned their zocolati powder into a ceramic mug. A second later, she was stirring up the zoka cave. She gave it to Zizava. The fairy looked into the mug a little suspiciously.
Is this the Amora Zoka? No, the love charm doesn't work when we reduce the Zoka to powder, which was harder than I would have thought.
Tori threw Ymir a secret little look.
Actually, it was our basic alchemy class that helped us. We could get the Zoka powder by removing a lot of the Zoka butter, but then it didn't mix well in water. We had to add a little alkalina powder, some beet sprinkles, and some magically reduced milk solids. This is going to work better than our Zoka puffcorn, I promise.
Ziziva took the mug and sipped it. Her eyelids fluttered.
Delicious! And I mean this, delicious! It's like sex in my mouth, and I love it so. We're going to quadruple our sales. We'll need to expand. This means so many more sheks. We'll see about the price point, but we can charge twice as much for this since no one else has the recipe. No one else is as brilliant as you, Tariah Welldeep.
Tori patted her tummy.
Well, as brilliant or as fat. I have to say, I've been drinking 3 or 4 Zoka caves a day. And the sweet cream is evil, I tell you. Just evil.
Ziziva furrowed her brow. Then she sipped her mug, and that furrow became a smooth sigh.
So very delicious! We thought about expanding our Zokalati products, but the Zoka beans themselves were so hard to get, and the prices too high. Besides, most were simply happy to get the candy itself. It was such a treat in and of itself.
The giggly, flirty, hyperactive Fae had changed into a completely different person. Ymir noted the change, and again had to wonder about the secret history of fairies. Ziziva wasn't done talking.
Now, for sweet cream, the Fae have known about it for decades. It's the cold storage that is the real challenge. The larger the flow cupboards, the less they keep things cold. So we could only have sweet cream in small amounts, which wasn't worth the trouble.
Tori went to her case and removed a little stone box. Ymir nodded. Yes, that is the challenge here. The gruel in their arenas serve the sweet cream, but like you said, only in small amounts. They have any number of small chests stacked together, and we've thought about doing that. However, creating the flow cupboard would be expensive. The orcs can afford it because of the revenue the pits pull in. The fighting pits. The tournament of death. He recalled his conversation with the princept the night before. There would never be a better time to perfect new foods in the sea stair market. There wouldn't be many students over the summer, but there would be crowds of spectators, retinues of officials, and ambassadors from all over Thera. Garum and Brodor both thought there might even be people from other continents pulled in to see this spectacle. The scourge of the blood steppes would be there, and the future of the orcs would be decided, if not all of Thera. A unified orc nation, with an ambitious conqueror as chieftain, might cause all sorts of issues. Tori set the rock box on the counter. She then slid the top open. She took out a spoonful of the Zoka cream, which was what they were calling the Zokalati-flavored sweet cream. She offered it to Ziziva, who again eyed the spoon.
Is this a more Zoka?
It was like she was afraid of the aphrodisiac candy. It is, Ymir said. But again, processing the Zoka powder in with the sweet cream changes the properties. It's not as powerful.
But it's in there? The fairy asked, frowning.
Tori laughed anxiously.
Well, yes, but it should be safe. But we've had issues. It's powerful magic, so I'll understand if you don't want to try it. We're still experimenting.
Ymir couldn't help but grin at the fairy. Are you scared, Ziziva?
No, the fairy harumphed. Just being cautious. I've done things on the Amora that shocked even me. I want to keep my head.
Tori was far more understanding.
As far as we know, Miss Z, the sweet cream is safe. But we can't say for sure. Then we'll risk it together.
The fairy took the spoon, put it in her mouth, and closed her eyes.
Yes, this is wonderful. I've had a spoonful of sweet cream before, and it was heavenly. But with the Zokalati, this is beyond heavenly. This strikes me as the perfect sweet. But why give it to me if we can't make it in great quantities?
That's what we wanted to talk to you about, Ymir said. Tori took another spoon and dipped it into the stone box. She took it out and slid it into her mouth.
This sweet cream is extra nubby tummy rubby. Such a treat.
She handed the spoon to Ymir, who scraped it against the stone to get another spoonful of the sweet cream. On his tongue it tasted cold, but then the sweetness and bitterness filled his senses. His tongue found the ice crystals, and he was reminded for a second of eating snow. But no snow had tasted like this. Both Tori and Ziziva were gazing at him closely. They wanted another bite. Ymir liked how each looked, both far shorter than he was, one thin and golden, the other shorter and redder. Both women had a gleam in their eye. He'd have thought it was lust if they weren't looking longingly at the stone box. He spooned up another bit and slipped it into Tori's mouth.
"No fair,"
the fairy girl pouted. Ymir smiled and gave her a spoon. Ziziva, being Ziziva, made a show of licking the spoon clean. He'd felt her mouth on his cock. He knew her skills. The last bite of Zoka cream was for him, and then it was gone. So, Ziziva, Tori and I were considering our options. What if instead of working on storage for the sweet cream, we tried to alter the sweet cream itself? What if we used flow magic to solidify the ice crystals? Then we could get away with smaller containers.
"Change the sweet cream itself."
Ziziva nodded.
"I have sisters in the Undergem Guild, who have been considering this."
She held up a hand.
"I have said too much. It was the sweet cream, yummy Ymir. It has made me crazy. I've been magicked."
She threw up her hands and went running back behind the counter, laughing all the way until she came around. She stopped suddenly.
"Wait, the Amorazoka. Your experiments. I think this experiment has failed."
She blinked.
"Or succeeded. Have you poisoned me?"
"Not poisoned," Tori said quickly.
"But the love magic is volatile. I took a spoonful of the original mix to see if it was safe, but it might have settled differently."
The little woman was pale, but color was blooming on her chest and cheeks. The Fae swallowed hard. She was behind the counter. She swept off Ymir's shirt, and seconds later her wings burst forth.
Tori, T. This recipe was the Amorazoka, all right. I can feel it happening. Oh, you don't know what it does to me. You don't know."
She was nearly sobbing, and her nipples had become hard little knots on her upturned tits. Tori's mouth dropped open. She looked at Ymir.
"No, she's right. We have to go. My inconvenience. I can't."
Ymir wasn't about to suggest he and Tori have sex with Ziziva, since the Fae couldn't very well be trusted. However, it seemed too late. His own lust had taken over his good sense. Justifying an erotic encounter was easy. He'd had sex with both women before. Ziziva flung out a hand.
"Lutum lutarum!"
Her form magic locked the door. The shades went clattering down, and the sign on the door flipped. It was dark now in the shop. Dark and a bit cold. An instant later, the fairy cleared the top of the display counter at the front, removing the money box and the pedestal.
Tori, Missy T. I can't make you fuck me, but I have a need, I do. My honey pot is all drippy, so I need a dick, quick. The door I'll unlock if you don't take away the cock."
Tori's eyes were closed. Ymir wasn't sure what the little woman would decide to do. That damn Amorazoka was dangerous stuff, all right. It had gotten them into a delicious situation. Either way, Ymir was going to pound one of the women. May the Shield Maiden have mercy on him, because the Axeman didn't care. But Ymir hoped he'd get to fuck them both. Chapter 10. Tori's eyes flipped open wide. The minute she did, Ymir saw that she wasn't going to try to get out the door. No, she was too far gone for that. She started undoing her vest with busy fingers.
My inconvenience is bad right now. Too bad. And I'm thinking of Ymir's questions. I am. But it's all so hard to think. And, gosh, I shouldn't be talking about my inconvenience. It's a secret among us dwarves.
Ziziva threw a soft, fuzzy blanket across the top of the display counter. Because of the special shelves that kept the Zocolati sculptures cold, the room wasn't hot by any means. Outside it was warming up, a nice, warm day with a blue sky, and a nice day to go to the beach. Maybe after they all had sex, they could wash off in the sea. The fairy came around to the front of the counter. She stood staring at Ymir and Tori, a strange look of fright on her face. She had not planned on sex. Not at all. Ymir so wanted to drop his pants and march over, grab the fairy, and fuck her hard. He kept control of himself. He'd have to, because Tori wasn't thinking. Her fingers were shaking as she tried to undo the many buttons on her vest.
"Fuck me, Rocky," she cursed.
It was up to Ymir to try to use logic. "We don't have to do this. I can take Tori out of here. Ziziva, we didn't mean to ensorcel you." The Fae blinked.
"It's fine. I want to. None of your silly questions, none of our silly secrets, and no spells to steal memories, yummy Ymir. She knows about us anyway. It's just that you can't come in my quim. I don't want glowies just yet. No babies just yet. And yet, I'm so wet."
Her hand drifted down to touch her sex underneath her golden pelt. Tori got her vest undone.
"I can't get pregnant, not without some special morbuscore magic I can't talk about. As for dishonoring my family, well, that copper mine collapsed long ago. As for dishonoring myself, Ymir is here. He knows me, and he's told us of what you did with Jenny, Miss Z." "Miss Z?" the Fae hissed. "I love it when you call me Miss Z, Tori, TT. Am I going to see your titties? I've been thinking about the rest of Ymir's hotties. I've been with Jenny, and now I get tea. And maybe, just maybe, Gatha and Lily. Fucked one of you, might as well fuck you all."
Tori stopped undressing to blink.
"She makes sense. By the bedrock, she does. Is she making sense, Ymir?"
Ymir had his hands on his belt. He had to be the voice of reason. Yet, staring at the fairy girl touching her clit, pulling on a nipple, wasn't helping him think straight. And then there was Tori, who had her tits almost pulled out of her dress, though they were still covered by a sheer undershirt that scooped down. All that freckled skin was driving him to be rash. He wasn't the only one.
"Such big titties!" the fairy girl screamed.
Tori blushed.
"I know. They're too big if you ask me. But you all like them so much. Who am I to argue? I'm not arguing."
The little woman was breathing hard. Her big pink nipples had hardened into long, rubbery nubbins, pushing against her shirt.
"Oh, the way you look at me, Miss Z, has me breathless. You're so pretty and sexy and crazy. Oh, gosh, yes, crazy. I hear what you like. It's a shocker, but I'm curious to see it. I think I have to see you and Ymir do it."
The dwab's mouth hung open for a minute, her eyes blank with lust, and she rushed forward. She took hold of the fairy girl, who was very slender compared to the wide body of the dwarf. Then Tori was pulling down Ziziva's head to kiss her. It wasn't chaste by any means, but a kiss full of tongues that left both women gasping. Ziziva's wings went into a flurry, which sprayed out more of the golden dust that filled the room. It was heating up. Despite the cold shelves, Ymir was sweating. Who was he to say no to sex? He dropped his pants and strode forward, letting his hard ut lead the way. Ziziva broke the kiss long enough to gasp.
"Look at him, T. Look at that big old barbarian dick right there. You can't let him fuck me. You can't let him fill me up with his baby juicy, or it'll be bad for me. Promise, T. Promise you won't let him put a baby in me.
Tori pulled her dress off. She had on frilly white undergarments, but they didn't keep her big freckled tits up. They lay on her little belly, and her panty were already clearly soaked through at the crotch. This little woman being the only one dressed made the situation hotter somehow. She licked her full lips, swollen and wet from the fairy's kiss.
Don't worry, Missy. I won't. You can watch him fuck me silly. He does, you know. He fucks me silly, and I end up saying things I shouldn't, and doing things I shouldn't. And I want to kiss your Quim, even though I shouldn't. Shouldn't, the fairy giggled. Shouldn't doesn't mean don't. And we're going to do it all and everything. I might not get this again.
Ziziva sobered just a bit.
I might not ever get this again. Have to make it count, Miss Tori T. Gotta make it count.
The fairy fell down onto her knees in front of Ymir.
Hello again. Tori wants to kiss my Quim, and I want to kiss this boy's cock.
The fairy kissed the tip, then grabbed Ymir's shaft in a firm hand. She licked the pre-cum off the tip before sucking on him like her life depended on it. Hard, fast, and lusty, she sucked and worked his shaft until she backed off a bit. Spit drooled down her chin. Her eyes were glassy. Tori watched, spellbound. Her nipples were hard in her white chemise. She stuck a hand between her legs, watching the spectacle, mouth agape. She's so pretty. Watching her work on you, Ymir. That fairy girl is so pretty. Ziziva giggled. So nice of you to say, Miss T. Do you want a turn while I taste you? The dwab blinked. Ymir wasn't sure if he'd ever seen Tori so turned on. What was in that Amorazoka cream? She seemed almost paralyzed with lust. Ziziva shook Ymir's cock at her.
Come on, sweetness, 'cause this dick won't suck itself, though I have heard stories of one elf lord who could do just that.
Tori came over in a daze, taking off the last of her clothes. Her breasts bounced as she flung away the chemise. They were all naked now, in the shop, during the day, which made it seem even more illicit than it already was. Ziziva rushed over and grabbed a hold of Tori's tits.
Big boobies,
the fairy yelled gleefully. She then kissed Tori, licking the dwab's tongue and sucking on her lip. It left Tori dizzy and visibly shaking. The fairy knelt and sucked on one big nipple, then the other. She filled her little fairy hands with the dwab's overflowing chest.
Such fucking sexy tits,
the fairy gasped. She then hurried over and retrieved a chair from behind the counter. She set it near the wall and let Ymir sit. Tori got on her knees and took over sucking on his straining oot. Her big white ass jiggled, as did her freckled breasts. The fairy got behind her, a look of horny delight on her pixie face. Seconds later, Tori quit sucking on his dick. She gazed up at him, the shock in her eyes fading into pure lust. She's not licking my Quim, Ymir. She has her tongue on I can't believe how good it feels. Then Tori was back pleasuring Ymir, who couldn't help but pump his hips up, holding the soft curls of the redhead as she took him deep into her soft mouth. Behind her, Ziziva was pumping her fingers in and out of the little woman, her golden arm working and her little breasts dangling. Your fingers feel good, Tori wept. But I want Ymir in me. I want him to fuck my Quim, but good. Then I want to see him do that thing to you, what you both did before. The fairy girl giggled and helped Tori get up onto Ymir, but her legs would be too short. Ymir wasn't about to wait, and that counter looked like it was about the right size. He swept up the dwab, muscles straining, and laid her down on the countertop. Her legs fell open to show her leaking sex, lined with red hair, her big pussy lips spread open. He slipped his cock up into her. The heat, the tightness, her big nippled tits wobbling on her chest, and the pleasure on her face nearly made Ymir erupt immediately. No, he was going to save that for the fairy. As Ziziva had said, this might be their last chance. Business partners shouldn't fuck each other, not unless a contract was involved. He pulled back and slammed forward, making Tori yelp. Her big tits bounced up on her chest. He backed out and slammed into her again, her tight hole sucking on his cock. She was getting them both messy with her grease. Ziziva watched, then shouted,
"Jealous! So jealous! I want him like that, doing that to me, but we can't. You won't let him fuck me, right, T?"
Tori turned, gasping.
"No, but I know your secret. You take it in your dirt box, in your butterhole. He's so thick and big. You're so small. It can't fit. It can't."
And then the dwab couldn't talk because the fairy was kissing her, sucking on her tits before licking her way down the dwab's freckled body until she rested her cheek on Tori's red curls. Ziziva opened her pink-lipped mouth. Ymir knew what she wanted. He pulled out of Tori and let the horny fairy taste their combined sex. Her mouth wasn't as tight or as warm as Tori's tunnel, so it felt doubly good when he went back to fucking the dwab. Ziziva wiped her chin.
"I want him, Miss T. That cock is for both of us. Can I have a turn?"
Ymir thought for sure the dwab would agree, since she was normally so polite. Not this time. But the horny little woman had other ideas.
"Not yet, Miss Z. Not yet. I haven't come yet, and I want my cum. And like I said, I wanted to taste you. Come, get on my face. Come sit on my face, and I mean now."
Ziziva didn't waste time, clambering up onto the counter and lowering her sex onto Tori's mouth. She knelt facing away from him, at the very edge of the counter. Ziziva had her ass in the air, and Ymir could see it all. He was tall enough, long enough, to reach out and spread the fairy girl open with a hand. Now he could see her pink asshole and her wet ohizi, dripping honey onto Tori's face as the dwab sucked on her ohi. Fairies got so wet. Their juices were thick, and Ymir knew what he wanted to do. Once both women orgasmed, he'd get to feel her dirt box wrapped around his cock again. He'd thought that would never happen again, but life at Old Ironbound had a way of surprising you. Ymir stuck a thumb inside the fairy's slit, got it all gooey, and painted her pucker with her spend. He did that again and again, until he worked his thumb into a rosebud. That was what did it. Ziziva's wings whirred and then went still. The fairy wasn't giggling now, but weeping, or nearly weeping, as she walked to the edge of her orgasm.
"Dwab licking me, Barbarian fucking my little boxy, and oh, fucking her pussy. Ymir's big cock and her big red pussy."
The fairy let out a final gasp, and she was pushed over the edge. Her back hole squeezed his thumb over and over as the pleasure swept through her. She leapt up, letting her wings take her into the air. She turned around and came down, resting her sex on Tori's face, even as she gazed upon Tori's quim. They were in the Congress of the Crow position, also known as the 6 and the 9. Ziziva licked Tori's button, and Ymir had to pull back a little. He was long enough to keep himself inside her heat. Tori let out a shriek. "Oh, yes, see? Yes, like that. Just like that." Then Ymir felt the dwarf's hole clutch him as she came. Ymir gritted his teeth, knowing that if he didn't pull out, there was a good chance he'd fall into his own orgasm. At the same time, he knew Tori liked to come with him inside her. He would have to control himself, but the very idea almost forced him into an orgasm. The fairy's cute face, glowing with sweat and fuck-lust, didn't help him, and he had to close his eyes. Only for a second. He opened them, and Ziziva had her tongue lolling out.
"Our little friend, this horny little friend has her tongue up in me. I can feel her breath on my butthole. I can feel her licking me, eating me. Should I come on her face, Ymir? Should I come on her cute face?"
Ymir grabbed the fairy by the back of her head. "Yes, you should, Ziziva. Come if you can." Her face went slack. Her eyes lost focus. Her mouth hung open.
"Yes! She's eating my honey pot. My honey is drippy, and you know I'll want it, Ymir, but not in my dirt box. I want it in my honey pot. Please? I don't care about babies or glowies or any of that. I want it in me deep. I want your cock in me deep."
The fairy's wings whirred again, and she made little grunting noises, which, from the fairy, were new. She grunted through her orgasm. Ymir had to pull out of Tori or come. Even then, the waves of pleasure crept into his mind. He was riding the edge. He pushed his hands on the table, waiting it out, creeping back from an orgasm. The two women had filled the room with their heat and sex, and both had lost all inhibition. Ymir stood back as the fairy lifted herself off the naked dwarf, who was rubbing herself, even as the fairy stood beside the counter. The fairy kissed Tori and squeezed one big freckled breast. Ziziva stood with her legs spread, her ass cheeks open, and Ymir moved forward. The dwarf's hand covered her other tit, while she rubbed her ohi and sucked on the fairy's tongue. Ymir saw both of the fairy's holes, and he knew he could easily slide his ut into what Ziziva called her honey pot. It would mean babies. Her slit was calling to him, and before he knew it, he was rubbing the head of his sex up and down her pussy, getting himself wet and smearing her juices across her pucker. Maybe he could just put it in a little.
"Yes!"
the fairy girl mewled.
"Stick it in my honey pot. You fuck Tori, and you can fuck me. I won't get pregnant, maybe."
Tori heard the desperation in Ziziva's voice. She slid off the counter and came around. "Don't you dare, mister," the dwarf said sternly. She took hold of his cock just as he was about to spear it into the slim girl's dripping hole. Her thighs were bright with her girl cum. The fairy sobbed with relief.
"Thank you, Taraya. Thank you. I wanted him to. But now you can see him fuck my dirt box."
Ziziva widened her stance, and her ass cheeks came apart to show him her puckered back hole. Tori took hold of him, slid his cock through the messy fairy girl's juices, and placed his helmet up against her pucker.
"Go ahead, Ymir. She's been so nice to us. We can be nice to her now. I'd imagine you should go slow. You're so big."
Ymir forced his ut forward, and her rosebud opened to take his head in. It was slippery, soft, warm, and so strange, so different from Tori's quim, and yet so tight and so dirty. Ymir eased himself in, and he knew he wasn't going to last long. Tori's face was right there, watching, and from the look of it, she was masturbating herself as she watched him sodomize the fairy, who took every inch with breathless ecstasy. He was deep in her, deeper, until he pushed up against her plump ass cheeks. She clung to every inch of him.
"Can you see him, Miss T?" Ziziva asked. "Can you see him in my dirt box?"
"I can see him," Tori gasped. "I can see.
Oh, it's tight. It's so tight around him. But can he go in and out? Won't it hurt? Out is better. The out is better, but I love it all."
The fairy girl wept.
"I love it all."
Ymir withdrew, and he watched as the ring of crinkled flesh pulled along with him. And then he was back up in her. Tori let out a bark, coming again. Sweat dripped off her face and onto the fairy's back. The dwab's curly red hair was frizzed and wild. She got down, though, underneath them, and Ymir wondered what she was doing. He soon learned.
"She's rubbing me, Yummy Ymir. Little Miss T is rubbing me on my special spot. And oh, it's good. Oh, it's happening. Oh, I know you'll be there with me when it happens. In me when it happens. On me when it happens. Happening. Happening. Happening."
The wings, the orgasm, the clutching ring around his shaft. It was too much. Ymir pushed forward and let out a choking cry. He'd been holding back for a long time now, riding the edge. When he allowed himself to erupt, it seemed to last forever. The pleasure, the spasms, as he filled the dirt box of the horny fairy. Again and again, over and over, that indescribable pleasure wiped away all thought. It was only sensation. It was only lust and bliss and pleasure. He stumbled back, found the chair, and sat down. Sweat dripped off him. He watched as Tori sat her wide ass on the floor. The fairy dripped her quim onto the dwab's face. Tori licked her while she rubbed her own clit at the top of her red sex. Watching them gave Ymir's ut new life. They might not leave the shop that day. Hell, they might never leave again. Tori was back on the counter, lying on her back, while the fairy climbed over her until they were in the Congress of the Crow position again. The fairy threw Ymir a happy look.
"I'm ready for you again, big yummy Ymir. Now little Miss T can see the view from a different angle. Bring the chair, 'cause you're tall, but not that tall."
The clansman got up, smiling, laughing a little. In a way, getting cursed by the lonely man was the best thing that had ever happened to him. It had exiled him to Old Ironbound, and it had given him the gift of all these women. Before he went to take Ziziva from behind, he kissed the sweet fairy. There wasn't just lust in her eyes. No, they shone with a different emotion now. Was it love? He thought so. Chapter 11. That evening, Ymir took his women to the beach, going through the grate at the end of the sea stair alley and climbing down to the beach below. In the distance glimmered the Stormlight Lighthouse, a shining light on the weather-beaten Angel Teeth Islands out in Angel Bay. The waves crashed and the sun crept to the horizon, but they had a big fire on the beach, snapping and sending sparks into the sky. Tori had provided some thick steaks that Ymir grilled on hot rocks he'd pulled out of the ocean. Jenny Bell brought beer. It was the normal weak stuff, but it tasted fine with the seared meat. Lily had wanted some vegetables, and he grilled those as well. Tori provided the marinade. They ate with their fingers, pulling the vegetables apart, chewing on the meat, and getting their wooden cups greasy when they drank their beer. Gatha wasn't there. Ymir knew why. She didn't want a celebration. The she-orc wanted to be alone, knowing her family would be coming for the Kurzig Durga. It seemed she wouldn't be the only one to have family coming in. After their meal, they sat around the fire, and Ymir told them about the sex they'd had with Zizva. He also went into detail about their plans to sell not only the Amora Zoka at the Paradise Tree, but also the Zoka Cafe, and the fact that the fairy was looking into mixing up self-cooling sweet cream. It would be powerful magic, and if they were the first ones to do it, the profits would make them all rich. Most of the exiled princesses needed the money. Tori, though, was already magnificently rich. "And where were you this morning?" Ymir asked Jenny and Lily.
"Why?" Jenny Bell smiled. "Did you get lonely?"
He shrugged. "A little. Tori and Zizva kept me company." Lily adjusted her cuff.
"Now I'm the only one here who hasn't been with the fairy. Is she as wild as I think?"
Tori let out a sigh.
"More than I about could handle. It was the Amora Zolka and the sweet cream, and my inconvenience. And I'm going to be sore for a week. Zizva is going to be sitting funny for about as long, I bet."
Ymir had been impressed by how unrestrained the fairy girl had been. However, once they were done, they all agreed they couldn't add love to their business affairs. Violent passions generally didn't mix well with more entrepreneurial pursuits.
"Perhaps someday," Lily whispered. "I'm curious now. I also miss Gatha. Do we know why she isn't here with us? It seems strange now, since we've been getting along so well."
Ymir told them about the Kurzig Durga, the Gungar, and the event that would be happening on the shy night of summer, 6 weeks away. The silence that fell was deafening. Lily broke it.
"My father will come. He'll have to."
She'd grown pale, and her voice cracked. Jenny Bell had a pained look on her face, as if her beer had been poisoned with blood cross mushrooms.
"Looks like we'll all be dealing with family. My Auntie Gia won't miss this, so she'll be here. My stupidly cruel sister won't be coming. Lucky us." "All you overtoppers will have your families," Tori said. "But not us Morbascore. I would think you might see a few people come from the Undergem Guild, but I don't expect my Uber and Ymir to come. They don't really need to. But they might."
She stopped talking and stared into the fire, her smile gone.
"Why are you fighting, Ymir?"
Lily asked, with fear in her eyes. Ymir threw another piece of driftwood into the fire. Her question was a good one. "You don't think I should fight?" he asked.
"If you died, it would hurt us. All 3 of us."
Her voice died away, strangled by her fear. Ymir remembered for some time the elf girl had trouble thinking about the mortality of her lovers. "I won't die," he said. "I'll have the rings. I'll finish the Gather Breath ring in that time. Yes, if I use them, Della will know. But perhaps she won't care if I bury my axe in the betrayer's skull."
"Why do they call him the Betrayer?" Jenny Bell asked absently. She waved away the question. "Just orc nonsense, I'll bet. It doesn't matter. Ymir has to fight." "Gosh, how do you figure?" Tori frowned. "Because Della asked him to." A flirty smile curved Jenny Bell's lips. "And he's always had a crush on the Princept."
"I have not," Ymir protested. Then he laughed. "I think she'd kill me 5 minutes after I slept with her."
"Or you'd kill her," Jenny Bell smirked. "But it's more than that. Gatha has to fight because of her experience in the fighting pits of Sunash. She's never lost. And you, Ymir, won't let her fight alone. That's the real reason." "That poor girl," Tori said in a thick voice. "When I used the Veil Tear Ring, I saw her last fight. She killed her own sister. And her boyfriend got killed. It was all a bunch of blood after being raised bloody by an evil mother. Some women shouldn't have children, shouldn't even think of it."
"It's not just that." Lily's voice was barely a whisper. The idea that Lily's father was coming had weakened her. He wouldn't approve of her lifestyle, and his judgment just might undo all the progress the Sullied Princess had made.
"What else is it?"
Tori asked. "Ymir misses the song of battle," Lily said softly. "He misses the blood and chaos, and he misses using his body rather than his mind. He'll need spells as well as his sword, though, because Gulnash will have magic. He will insist on it. I've heard stories that he isn't just a warrior, but a mage as well. The Betrayer. It's a horrible title to have. I'm frightened by it."
"Is she right?" Jenny Bell asked Ymir. "Do you miss fighting?"
He let the fire pop while he considered how to answer. "The song of battle. Once you sing it, you are changed. I've sneaked around, I've been an assassin, and I've fought against demons from the pit and creatures from the sea. But mostly I've used fucking magic. To swing my axe? To put to use my new swordsmanship skills? Yes, I want this. But, Jenny, you were right the first time. I'm doing this for Gatha. Perhaps I can help her in this." He wasn't sure if he could. He still wasn't sure what the rules of the Kurzig Durga were. Garum tried to explain them, but it was a complex ritual, and he'd been far too drunk. When the women didn't say anything, Ymir turned the conversation to the Gather Breath ring, already forged but not functional yet. They didn't even know what the damn thing would do. "Gatha and I are studying the Theranos passages from the Circulum tome, but we've gotten stuck. I was going to see if Professor Albatross can help us." Jenny Bell grimaced.
"Ugh, Linny is so creepy. And from what Tori said, she's been obsessed with demons since she saw that one dark thing in her garden. That sounds dirty. I bet you Linny fucked that demon. Isn't that a thing? I mean, I've heard stories my whole life about demons seducing women."
Tori stood up.
"I don't know about all that, but I do know I'm bushed. I've had, quite a day. Before I go, I want to know where you two were this morning. I think I know."
"How do you know?" Jenny asked.
"Spies in the kitchen. Well, to call them spies is a little overdramatic," the little woman admitted. "It's gossip. You two were around looking for a place to live because the suite in the flow housing is too expensive. I've offered 1,000,000 times to pay for it."
"And we appreciate it," Lily said, smiling. "We love you."
"Love you too, Lil," the dwarf answered. "Which is why I want us all to live together, in the zoo. Some of the girls have left. Others I've suggested to move out, and I used Rib as the excuse."
Jenny Bell grunted her disgust.
"Precisely. Why would we want to live with her? I'm pretty sure Ribby isn't going to be at Old Ironbound much longer."
Tori brushed the sand off her dress.
"I think she's changing, and I like her, but I know you people don't."
"She danced so wonderfully," Lily said quietly. "She kept her feet moving to the tune, even when it was so fast, and she was so pretty. But even I have trouble with her, Tori. She can be so brusque."
Tori shrugged. "At least you know what she's thinking."
Lily sighed. "I know, but sometimes I have these thoughts of doing things to her. Then I know she'd get bossy, and I want to boss her back."
Tori colored. "Well, now, I'm not sure I want to hear about this."
Jenny Bell squealed.
"I do, Lil. What kind of thoughts do you have about Rib? Please, do tell."
The elf girl squinted her eyes closed, obviously embarrassed. "You know how I can get a little cruel in bed?"
"Do you mean dominant?"
Jenny asked. Lily glanced at Ymir. Normally, Ymir is the one who takes control. I like that. Sometimes, though, I think that I want to try being more aggressive sometimes. Not with Ymir, he's too strong. But maybe with Charybda. She can be so haughty. I have fantasies of taming her. That made Ymir inhale. Just the thought got him hard. The Illyrian princess broke. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. And we really don't know her. She might not like that. Who can say? Jenny laughed. We all walk around pretending to be things we're not. It could be that the mermaid would enjoy a little taming. Tori yelped. Gosh me underground, but we can't always be talking about rubbing noses. And especially not about Rib-Rib, 'cause we don't know much about her. Not really. The women packed up, putting cups and other dinner supplies into the baskets they'd lugged down. They were ready to leave, but Ymir wasn't done. You girls go on. I'll stay here and watch the fire go out. I might sleep out here. I'm liking the night. The swamp woman yawned and stretched. I'm wanting my bed, in my suite, for just a little while longer. What do you think of us moving into the zoo, Lily? The elf girl put her head against Jenny's head. As long as we're together, I don't care where we live. I think it might be fun to live in the zoo. The kitchen is better, and we'd have so much room. And the views of Angel Bay would be different. There are some nice rooms there. Tori threw a nod at Ymir. What about you, big man? The clansmen would be fine with the move. However, living with Ribby? They'd have to do something with both her snoring and her attitude. He was weary of talking, and so he smiled. We shall discuss it in the coming days. Tori rolled her eyes. That means he's not on board. We'll work on him, girls. The three started across the beach, and he watched them go. The small dwarf, the pretty round swamp woman, and the tall, willowy blonde elf. They'd be fine. All of them were third-year sorceresses. Ymir sat in the sand and watched the fire devour the wood. This felt right, being alone, with fire, out in the night. The shape came out of the ocean, a tall woman, and he knew who it was by her arrogant strut. Charybda Delphino herself walked up, seaweed in her blue hair with the purple stripe. She smoothed her hair back and flung away the kelp. She was naked, her skin smooth in some places and scaled in others. Her hands and feet were webbed, and she had the bone spikes sticking up from the backs of her legs. Those spurs made him wonder. If she could transform her legs into a human's legs, why did she have the spurs? He could have asked her, but he wasn't much interested in having that conversation. He'd been enjoying his time alone. And yet, being alone would always be strange for him. Growing up in the Black Wolf clan, he'd always had his battle brothers around him, or the elder men, or any number of people. Grandmother Rabbit had warned him about eating alone. People who ate alone went insane. However, being constantly around women did make the time alone more precious. Yet there stood Ribby, arms crossed over her chest to hide her tiny nipples on her little breasts. Her ohizi didn't have any hair on it. She looked like an ancient creature right then, strong and defiant, and he thought about Lily wanting to tame her. Could you tame the sea? Perhaps not, but there would be some enjoyment in the attempt. Ymir gave her a nod and stared into the fire. The mermaid put out a hand. Fire. It feels so strange. We had magical light in the blue dark, and we had our bed nets, but we were never cold. Only the elderly freeze in the depths, not the young, not me. Ymir found that hard to believe. You were never cold? Charybda shook her head. Never. At least not until I came to this fucking school and had to be human all the time.
Now I shiver in my bed if I don't have a pile of blankets on me. When I am my true aquaterib form, the cold can't touch me."
The clansman had to pause to consider every word she'd just said. He'd grown up in a constant war for warmth, and it was only in the summer that he could relax from the fight. To think of her in the frigid depths, away from the light of the sun, but comfortable? It was a wonder. "When did you come to the surface?" he asked.
"Why come to the surface at all?" the woman said meditatively. "Everyone I loved was in the blue dark, or the undersea, or blue home. I went years not breathing this thin stuff. Years and years, happily."
"Then tragedy touched you. You knew cold then, only it was a different kind of cold that nothing could warm." Ymir smiled at his own poetry. "I know of such cold." For a moment, he thought of telling her about the night bear hunt down in the crack, what happened, and the terrible price they'd paid to win their awful victory. They could bond over their pain, like he and Jennybell had. Both the swamp woman and Ymir had lost family members, and such death could cement people together. Instead, Rib ruined the moment. Anger flashed through her dark eyes.
"Of course you do. You're a barbarian from the north. You grew up fucking snow."
"Never snow," he grinned. "But good barbarian O'Heasy kept my ut warm at least. What is this anger? Why suddenly throw hate at me?"
"You were making fun of me," the mermaid insisted, "saying the Red Tide massacre made me cold, or the cold touched me, or whatever you said."
He wasn't going to fight with her. He sighed at her instead. He didn't have the patience for this troublesome sea girl. She softened.
"I'm sorry. Let's start over. I want to be your friend, really. I want to be lovers with you and your sharab."
"My sharab?"
"Your harem," the mermaid explained. She bit her bottom lip. "I mean, I want access to you. For the sex. I have needs, and I've been lonely. My mother wants me to stay at this school until I graduate. She says it's a matter of diplomacy at this point, since my uncle tried to start a war with you She stopped herself.
Ymir flung another piece of wood into the fire. "Dirt worms. Yes, I know. And yet you want to fuck us all. And I said that you'd have to win over the hearts of the women first."
"Where should I start?" the mermaid asked. "I mean, I'm friends with Tori, but to take it a step further? I'm not sure how to do that. What if I win her and fail with the others? I might destroy the only friendship I have at this school. Even among the aquaterib, the power of sex is known to complicate things."
"That's why the Black Wolf clan has the 3 questions. We talk about pregnancy, about dishonoring oneself, and dishonoring one's family."
Charybdis smirked. "My mother wants nothing more for me than to find a sharab among you land people, so my family is pressuring me. As for myself, I've liked sex before. I want sex now. It just has to be with more than one person. In my language, sex with one person and masturbation are the same."
"What's the word?" Ymir asked.
"Chitub," the mermaid answered.
That made him laugh. More anger.
"What? I'm sure you barbarians are always jerking off."
"When we're not fucking snow," he agreed. "That's a new one, Ribby. Normally, we're accused of fucking elk, though I have to tell people an elk's cunt is too high. You'd need a stepping stool." Her mouth fell open. Ymir saw her standing there, conflicted. Part of her wanted to fall into fury. The other wanted to laugh. It took a few minutes, her standing near the fire, until she started chuckling.
"A stepping stool?" The proud mermaid actually snorted. "That's funny."
You don't really fuck elk, do you?" He shrugged. "Winters are long. Some of those elk are cute. We certainly don't fuck the ugly ones." That made her snort again. "We have a joke about that, about a man who didn't have a sharab, and he got himself a whale to screw, but it was ugly, so people laughed at him." Ymir was seeing another side to the mermaid princess, a softer side that was eager to make friends. She sighed, relaxed now. "I think I'll start with Lily. She's kind, and without her cuff, she's sure to be horny. I'll try to tub with her, though I'd rather have her and Tori together. Maybe your Amora Zoka can help. I've heard stories about its power." "No scheming," Ymir said firmly. "It's best to ask them, and you might have the opportunity sooner than you think. Tori wants us to move into the zoo." All emotion vanished from the tall woman's face. Then she got mad. "Without talking to me? She should have talked to me first. You say no scheming, but that Tori has been scheming behind my back. Oh, this will never work. I'll never be able to trust any of you." The mermaid turned on her heel and stormed away. Ymir watched her go. When she hit the surf, her legs transformed into tentacles, and she swam off. Back to the dark, cold depths. He wasn't worried about Tori or any of his women dealing with the mermaid. In the end, Charybda had shown her hand. It was like a game of 7 devils, the card game that Ymir had learned early to make his fortune. In that game, you had to hide your emotions so the players couldn't guess what you held in your hand while the 5 cards were flipped up in the center of the table. The minute you showed excitement or disappointment, the other players had the advantage. Twice now, the mermaid princess had shown her desperation. She was lonely, and she'd either change to become nicer, or she'd remain alone. Ymir found himself wanting her to win the battle she was fighting against herself. He wanted her to rein in her outbursts and haughty indignation. For one, he liked the strength he saw behind the facade. To live in hate took courage, and she'd left her people to live in a strange place with strange people. Ymir knew how difficult that was. The other reason? He wanted to see what special sex power the mermaid had. She'd mentioned it, and of course Ymir was curious. Yes, moving into the zoo would be troublesome, but Ymir didn't mind trouble. He'd get a bellyful the next day. Chapter 12. That Monday morning, Ymir walked out onto the Sunfire field for his first day of training with the Gungar. The sun barely broke the eastern horizon. The morning fog clung to everything. Garum, Gatha, and Della Penez were there, as well as another man, a tall, scarred warrior in fighting leathers, dark hair, and a long mustache. Ymir didn't like him, and he wasn't sure why. Perhaps it was because most of the strangers that had come to the school had tried to kill him. Or perhaps the clansman was simply grumpy. It had been a late night talking with Charybda, then watching the fire go out, and finally falling asleep. He'd woken in the early morning chill, hating the mermaid a little for growing up in the blue dark, not knowing cold. Ymir had kicked sand on the coals and made the long walk to Jenny Bell's suite. It hadn't been the most restful of nights, so now Ymir was on the Sunfire field, feeling hungover. That was laughable. They'd drunk the weak piss from the feasting hall. He'd need 100 gallons to even feel it. Garum, Gatha, and the newcomer all wore armor, while Ymir was in his leather shirt and pants, barefoot. Della wore sleek, tight-fitting clothing. She stood near a rack of wooden swords, only these were different from their normal practice blades. These new swords were made from a darker wood, with runes burned into their hilts. Ymir had brought his battle axe and the curved gruel sword, the gift. He nodded at Della. "No armor for you, Princept?" She gave him a smile. "No armor for you, clansman? Why don't you come and try me?" He'd never crossed swords before with the Princept. He'd seen her fight. She was fast and deadly, and he'd be hard-pressed to come out with his skin intact. He nodded. Soon enough, Princept. Tell me about our Gungar's 5th member. The Princept waved for the man to come forward. Introduce yourself. The man came forward with his hand on his weapon, a straight blade, a hand-and-a-half sword. Sturm Valorenza, of the Bloody Dawn Guild. I'm a friend of the honored Princept. Grandson of my friend, actually, Della said, but friend enough. The man's smile was odd, part sneer, part appreciation. My grandfather said Della Penez was the wind. You shouldn't fight her because you can't kill the wind. I like a challenge, Ymir said. Garum and Gatha approached. Gatha was silent, which meant she was equal parts furious and afraid. Garum was as boisterous as ever. He towered over them, twice as wide, a big beast with great tusks splitting his lips. He slurped back spit. He's not just some mercenary from the Bloody Dawn. In some Gruul cities, he's a hero. He's killed his fair number of rogue orcs, and it's known that Gulnash loathes him above all. Tell me the story, Ymir said. It's nothing, Valorenza insisted. Della cleared her throat. He was a knight that served the Holy Theranos Empire on the Vemper's Guard. So it's Sir Sturm? Ymir asked. Just Valorenza is fine, the man said. Della went on. He got tired of the merchant caravans being attacked, and so he left the Vemper's Guard and started collecting bounties on rogue orcs. He killed 3 of Gulnash's wives. Valorenza pulled his gauntlets tight. Wasn't just the bounties. I got money from the Undergem Guild. As for the wives, the Betrayer has a dozen in his patour, so I figured he wouldn't miss the 3. Gatha hissed. I knew one of them. I fought Ugda in Sunash. You were lucky she didn't skin you alive. Valorenza pulled down his breastplate to show an ugly scar on his upper chest and neck. Ugda tried. It was a good fight. Gruul women fight as savagely as their men. Some would say more so, Garum rumbled. For when they fight in the pits, they fight for their future. They fight to get their pick of men. Or they get to choose something else, Valorenza said. It's an honor to be fighting with the Princess of the Pits, Death's bride. War's wet, Della cut him off. We've had enough pleasantries. Cunt, Gatha finished. I was called War's wet cunt when I fought. I'm not ashamed. Ymir laughed at the she-orc's fierceness. She was a worthy mate, all right. Valorenza's eyes sparkled as he took in the savage beauty of the Gruul woman. Gatha stepped forward, took Ymir's shirt in her fist, and kissed him. Hard. It was to show the newcomer that she was spoken for, so there would be no misunderstandings. By the Axeman, Ymir would pity anyone who went for Gatha if she didn't want them to. Della motioned to the rack. I had Brodor fashion us some proctoblades. They look like wood, but I assure you, when you pick one up, you will feel the difference. Use a form cantrip to trigger the magic. She lifted a proctosword and said, Lutum lutarum. Immediately, the wood changed into what looked like metal surrounded by a black mist. It was as if she held a blade made of black smoke. The procta swords will have the weight of steel, and they will pierce armor in the same way. But when they hit flesh, they will do damage, not to your skin, but to your duja. A killing blow will drop you. I figured we'd start today with a tournament of our own. Sturm and Gatha will fight. Ymir and Garum will fight. The winners will fight. Then they will fight me. Is that how the Kurzig Durga will work? Ymir asked. The death tournament is far more complicated than that, Garum growled. Didn't you listen to a word I said on Saturday night? You were far too drunk to make much sense."
Della hushed them. Then she went through the sacred litany of the pits in a harsh Gruul dialect. She ended with, "Our lives are short, but the war is forever. Fight and die." Garum, Gatha, and Valorenza knew to echo her. "Fight and die!" their shouts echoed across the field. It was interesting it wasn't fight or die. Ymir would have to study up on the sacred litany. Gatha and Valorenza faced off first, holding their spectral swords. When each grabbed the strange weapons, they murmured, "Lutum lutarum," and wood turned into metal, covered in smoky magic. Gatha cast magic to add fire to her armor, while Sturm used moons to make lightning spark off his cuirass. It looked similar to the electricity on the coruscation shelves. You had to wait to strike when his armor wasn't sparking. When they cast their magic, their focus rings glowed, and the spells swept up their left arms. Gatha smiled grimly. She liked the game. The pair fought, striking and dancing on the field, almost lost in the thick fog covering the grass. Garum stood with his arms crossed. "Look there, how she doesn't commit her weight, but is always fainting. Only when he commits does she move." The Gruul professor nodded. "She is the best of the best." Valorenza's sword came within inches of Gatha's fiery armor, but she was already getting behind him. She would have struck, but the electricity arced up his back. He spun and caught her blade, flinging out a hand and shouting, "Calum prolium!" Lightning crackled through the air. Gatha snarled, "Ignis inanis!" and dispelled the moon's attack. She had moon's magic of her own. Casting a spell, not shouting, but murmuring, her focus ring blazed with a fiery light that swept down to her legs, speeding up her movements. She moved so fast her fire armor nearly went out. With a flourish, she cut into the mercenary's legs and brought her sword sweeping around into his neck. If this had been a real fight, she would have beheaded the man. As it was, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he fell. Gatha was fast enough to catch him. She laid him onto the grass. She then stood, raised her sword and her arm, and dropped the sword, shouting in Gruul, "Izag Kruda! Ignakas Utzuga!" Saying those words brought tears to her face. "What do those words mean?" Ymir asked. Della went to speak, but then gestured to Garum. The orc's voice was gruff. "It means, I have won this fight, but death will be victorious in the end. For all of us. It is special for the Kurzig Durga. You better get used to saying it." Ymir didn't like the sentiment. It seemed to cheapen the fight. Della moved forward, bent, and murmured, "Jelu Cura." It was flow magic, a healing spell, a derivation of Devocho magic, the fifth magic of the Categoria Magica. Valorenza opened his eyes and climbed to his feet. "And so I have been laid low by the Princess of the Pits. I saw the attack. I just wasn't fast enough to defend it." "Because of moon speed," Gatha grumbled. The mercenary shrugged. "No, even before that. I knew you were casting the spell, and you telegraphed the attack, but I wasn't quick enough to stop you." "Because I am war's wet cunt." Gatha nodded at Ymir and Garum. "Now it's you two. And, Garum, when Ymir beats you, you can't pout." The professor boomed thunderous laughter. "You have too much faith in your Patorig, Gatha of Sunash. He bested me in the Sunfire Tower that blasted night, and I've waited to give him a beating again." Patorig? Ymir recognized the word. "Yes, indeed. The man of the Pator. I am that, if I'm nothing else." "And Gatha is your Patari." Garum grabbed his Procta blade, as did Ymir.
You'd best study up on your gruel. It is a lovely language."
Ymir wasn't about to argue. He held the procta and felt the magic connect to his duja. Chill fingers raced up his spine. He then concentrated on his focus ring and spoke the form cantrip.
Lutum lutarum.
The weapon went from wood to well-crafted steel, the same weight, the same feel as a normal sword. Della shouted the sacred litany. "Our lives are short, but the war is forever. Fight and die." Both Ymir and Garum shouted the 3 final words. "Fight and die."
Jelu armatus.
Ymir's ring froze to his finger as white mist raced up his left arm to cover him in ice armor, each plate moving in perfect unison, though he liked Valorenza's lightning armor a bit better. Maybe he'd practice that spell. Garum went with Sunfire, and Ymir felt the heat hit him in a wave. The Gruul professor hurled a fistful of fire, howling, "Ignis ignarum!" Then Garum rushed him, the curved sword sweeping down to cut him in 2. Ymir deflected the attack, then threw ice spikes, which Garum caught on a swirling shield of flame. The orc waded forward, and Ymir danced back, letting the big orc stay on the offensive, because Garum clearly wanted to win. They exchanged blows and some spells, but Ymir kept himself alive and well. Garum stopped, winded, and grinned at Ymir through his fire armor.
"You trying to tire me out? I see what you're doing. Perhaps it's time you attacked."
Ymir wished he could put on the winter flame ring or the yellow scorch ring, and he could do all sorts of things to the Sunfire professor. Yet there was a good chance Della would recognize them. He didn't want to expose himself like that just yet. Ymir flung ice and followed it up with a charge. He cast a spell to fill his left hand with an ice dagger, figuring he could stab Garum and hit him with a procta blade. Garum saw the knife, and he brought up a wall of flame. Ymir barreled through the wall, his armor dripping off him as it melted. He ducked one blow and parried another, but Garum was fast and cagey. The big orc stabbed him in the shoulder, but Ymir didn't feel the steel cut his flesh. No, he felt the attack in his duja, and then pain reverberated out to his shoulder. He dropped the ice blade. His left arm was useless, and he was slowed. The procta blade certainly was powerful magic. Ymir went all in, bringing himself into striking distance. Garum reached for him. Ymir fell back and brought his sword down on the orc's arm. With a real sword, he would have chopped it off at the elbow. In this case, Garum simply couldn't use his left arm. Now they were both wounded. Their blades rang like bells, striking and sparking, and Ymir lunged forward, only slightly faster than the orc. The heat of the fire armor struck his face, but he gritted his teeth to withstand the pain. If not for his half-melted ice armor, he would have been burned badly. Even so, Ymir stabbed the sword upward, angling it so he could get the tip through the orc's armor and into Garum's heart. The orc's eyelids fluttered, and he fell onto his face. The fire faded away. Ymir wiped water over his smoldering hair and soothed his face with a handful of ice. Then he rubbed at his wounded shoulder. "Fucking magic. I'm assuming you'll fix me, Della, so I can fight Gatha." The princept scowled at him. "It's princept, clansman. And yes, I'll heal you. But first, let's bring Garum back." She knelt and healed him. The Gruul professor woke up, yelling,
"Fucking barbarian asshole! That's twice now! It was a good blow. I expected a slash, not a thrust. Damn you and your axeman, barbarian."
Garum rose and was soon laughing.
"You're a fine warrior. The Black Wolf clan did well with you."
Ymir nodded. His people were strong, powerful, fast. Yet Ymir had known defeat before. The hunt for the Night Bear had been disastrous indeed. He winced when Della healed him, not from the magic, but the memories. Gatha put her procta blade on the rack.
"I forfeit. If this were the Kurzig Durga, I would be executed. But it's not the tournament of death."
Garum tisked her.
"Come now, Gatha. I know Ymir is your Patorig, but if I can be humble enough to take a beating, you can too."
Ymir saw the doubt and pain in the she-orc's eyes. Della saw it too. "No, Gatha, I understand." Ymir did as well. For Gatha, each defeat broke something in her. She truly was the finest warrior Ymir had ever fought. She was so strong, but she was brittle. For her to defeat Ymir, she might lose respect for him, even a single victory. The opposite hurt her as well. Better not to fight her Patorig at all than to risk such torture. Ymir turned and grinned at the princept. "This is our first time, honored princept. I would imagine you are very nervous." Della didn't hide her annoyance. "I hope your woman doesn't mind if I defeat you, Ymir, son of Yamak. I've wanted to beat your ass since you first walked into my school." Ymir grinned. "I've thought of your ass as well, honored princept." Ymir eyed the older woman, her white hair, the stormy gray eyes, and her muscled arms. She would be fast. She'd be sneaky. She'd trained not to fight in arenas or battlefields, but in back alleys, where the only honor that mattered was another day alive. She wasn't a warrior, but an assassin. He'd caught a glimpse of her past through his various visions. Take a master assassin, give them centuries of studying magic, and you had a diabolical force of savage destruction. It was Gatha that called the match, raising her voice across the sunfire field. The mist swirled around them, the sun fighting to reach the dew-heavy grass. "Fight and die!" the orc shouted. "Fight and die!" was the answer. Ymir and the princept faced off against each other, circling around and around. Ymir wasn't at full strength, but he'd resummoned his ice armor. "Afraid to strike at me first?" she asked. "You have the reach. You are fast, even encumbered with your armor, which, I'm afraid, isn't going to protect you as much as you think." Ymir grinned at the woman, still pretty after her many centuries. Or was she pretty because of them? She had the confidence of experience, and that was always attractive. She struck like a viper, and he was sent back, deflecting the blade away from him by sheer luck alone. She lunged, he parried, and when he thought that she'd opened herself up to an attack, she was there to defend that opening. And always she slashed back at him with a faster countermaneuver. That was the wizarding riposte. Ymir had learned it earlier that year. She liked the attack. Finding your enemy's preferences was just one more tool you could use against them. Ymir wouldn't be able to strike her very well if he didn't adjust his own strategy. She attacked again with that deadly speed. He managed to stop her blade. The black ice ring on his finger turned cold as Ymir shouted, "Jelu Anonis," dispelling both the moon's cantrip that was giving her the magical quickness, as well as his own ice armor. Frozen chunks fell to the field. "Caelum Calarum." Della flew off the ground and soared above him. Ymir threw ice spikes at her, and she smacked them away with her blade. Flipping over, she came down behind him, and he spun just in time to catch her blade. Ymir cast moon's magic of his own, increasing his speed. She flew over him again, and he slashed at her belly, but she hammered the blow away, coming down and throwing lightning. Ymir fell backward onto his ass, barely avoiding the crackling blue arcs. He was on the ground, and if he didn't get back up, he'd lose. He didn't want the princept to be able to hold that over him. She was on the ground, at least. Ymir slammed his palm onto the grass. "Jelu Jalarum." There was enough moisture for him to freeze the grass, and Della along with it. She was stuck just long enough for him to get to his feet. Fire armor burst around her. Ymir froze the air in front of him, trying to wall her off, but she dashed through it. She called out,
lutum lutarum,
and opened a pit under Ymir. That was form magic, manipulating the earth itself. He leapt backward instead of falling in, but it was a close thing. Della had mastered all 4 schools of the Studiae Magica, while maintaining her perfect fencing skills. She was a woman to be feared and respected. Ymir wasn't going to beat her in a straight-up fight. Gatha wouldn't be able to beat her either. There was a good chance Della Penez would be the best warrior taking the field for the Kurzig Dorga. If anyone would be slaying Gulnash the Betrayer, it very well might be the honored princept. Ymir did have an idea, which would be stretching the rules of the engagement. He took a couple of steps back, and then leapt over the pit and landed on solid ground. He didn't pause because it was clear that she hadn't thought he'd make the jump. Good thing he did. If he'd wound up in the bottom on his back, she could have flown down and impaled him on her spectral sword. Ymir dove forward, knowing she'd end the fight by ramming her sword into his heart. Stabbing with the curved sword wasn't ideal. They were meant to slash, but with the right technique, the points were certainly sharp enough. He'd proven that in his fight against Garum. All Ymir had to do was move her blade a few inches to keep her from piercing his vitals. Their swords sparked off one another as she slid her shadow sword into Ymir's chest. It felt like a real sword slipped between his ribs. For an instant, between fluttering heartbeats, Ymir thought he heard the wolf laughing at him. But now he was closer to her than she'd ever intended. The pain was exquisite. It brought everything into sharp focus. Her dilating pupils, the fear on her face, the pain, her smell from the exertion, the sweat and salt on her temple and jaw, the wrinkles around her eyes, the lines on her mouth. That mouth. He felt his cock harden. He felt the need to kiss her, but he was already in motion. He wrapped his left arm around her sword arm and lifted, making her elbow crack. Then he punched the hilt of the sword into her delicate face. She didn't bleed, and there would be no bruise, because the magic in Procta swords extended to the hilt itself. Her Duja, however, had taken a pummeling. Della stumbled back without a visible weapon. However, he couldn't forget that she had a vast array of spells to use against him. She went to speak, to cast a high-powered moon spell, but Ymir slashed at her face, making her trip backward and spoiling the spell. He was weakening, though, because her sword thrust had been a mortal wound. His body might not know it, but his Duja did. She lashed out with gouts of flame, and kicked missiles of stone at him, ripping divots out of the field, which he dodged, deflected, or wove through. His heartbeat was slowing, hollow in his ears, while his body moved faster than ever before, as if he were in a trance. She sent sheets of lightning his way, and Ymir caught the magic with his sword, slinging it out to the side like blood from a real blade, and ramming his shoulder into the princept. For the first time in the fight, Della was knocked off balance. He had one chance. He leapt on her, knocking her down and driving his sword into her belly, even as she pressed an ice dagger to his throat. She'd summoned it during the fight. It was more than sharp enough to pierce his windpipe. He'd die gurgling in his own blood. She smiled up at him, despite the pain she'd be feeling. She had a fucking sword in her guts, and yet she could shrug off that pain to gaze into his eyes. Again, Ymir felt his cock stiffen. This woman, even trying to kill him, was sexy beyond belief. She must have felt his hard sex pressing against her. Some men would fuck even on the eve of their own death. As would some women, Ymir said thickly. She relaxed, closed her eyes, and lost consciousness. Ymir collapsed onto the grass next to her. Parts of the field were frozen, others scorched, and there was the pit that Della had summoned in the middle. They'd certainly left their mark. Ymir rolled onto his back, the wound in his chest throbbing. He, too, shut his eyes. Garum was cursing. Valorenza was laughing, caught up in the spectacle of the battle. It was Gatha who growled, "By the bloody roots of the tree of life! That man! He refuses to lose and doesn't mind dying to win." Ymir knew that was the truth of it. Yes, he'd managed to defeat Della, but in a real fight, he would have died as well. Would he sacrifice himself to save a land he hardly cared for? No, but he would lay down his life for his family, for Gatha, his beloved Patari, his wife. Chapter 13. That Friday, Charybda Delfino watched as Tori hefted a big table up the stairs. She was going to be moving into one of the rooms off the kitchen, one that was smaller than the main room, which, much to Charybda's annoyance and discomfort, was going to be used by the Barbarian. She was still kicking herself for not being nicer to the Barbarian on the beach. They could have had a moment. They might have even had sex, if she hadn't lost her temper when he'd mentioned moving into the zoo. And here it was, 5 days later, and the mermaid's life was upside down, with old roommates moving out and new roommates moving in. Charybda wouldn't miss Belicina, the caif-addicted church girl who was at the chapel of the tree most of the time anyway. She would, however, miss Zorinda Gold, a Fae girl who kept the place smelling sweet with her fairy scent. As for the others, she barely remembered their names. Some moved out, some moved on, some graduated. The zoo was located on the southern part of the campus, in the Moon's housing. There were 8 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen. The collection of rambling rooms, connected by both staircases and ladders, hung down the side of the cliffs. The windows showed amazing views of Stormcry, the Angel Teeth Islands, and the Stormlight Lighthouse. Charybda lived in the suite at the bottom, the best room and the biggest, with the most privacy. She would have moved out, but she loved the views of the ocean. No other apartment on campus could compare. Also, the bathroom was just above her, which made it very convenient. The mermaid hated the change, but there were certain advantages. For one thing, Charybda wouldn't miss listening to Fryla Walker, a big girl from the Farmington Collective, get fucked by one of the Flow orc students, Erig Blug. But would Ymir be any less quiet? Charybda didn't think so. Lugging the big table, Tori flashed a sweaty smile. "Come on, Ribby. If you're going to follow me around pouting, you might as well help out. You wanted to become friends with us. This is perfect." It should have been. And yet, Charybda was having trouble imagining a life where she'd fit in anywhere outside the blue dark. She'd have to change, but she wasn't sure if she could. And after years of pushing people away, how could she draw them in? Tori set the table down in her new room, which was a collection of furniture, gears, compounds, potions, and a half-built alchemy rack. She'd also taken the room across the way, which she'd filled with her various projects. Tori always had so many projects. Outside in the kitchen, Charybda heard Lily whispering something, and Jennybell laughed loudly. Then there was Gatha's big booming footsteps as she came in through the front door, stomped through the kitchen, and then marched down the steps to her room. Charybda was afraid to go out and face them. They would laugh at her, and she would respond inappropriately. Ymir came in, grunting, and the mermaid could smell his sweat. It got her heart pumping faster. Something about him was so strange, yet intoxicating. This sex outside of water would be so very weird. It would take her a long time to get used to even the idea of it. It wouldn't be all dry, though, and she felt a tingle go through her. Tori turned. "Ribby, where'd you go? You're 1,000,000 miles away. You okay?" The mermaid pulled up the shimmering material of her gown to twist her hands through the cloth. She did that sometimes. "I'm mad that you didn't talk to me. Or you did, but I didn't listen.
So I guess I should be mad at myself. Tori, how can you be so friendly all the time? What's your secret?
Tori wiped sweat from her forehead. Her hair was a little wild.
Well, I like people, Rib. I like to hear their stories. I like to get to know them, and I like how they can surprise you. Like you, for instance. I had no idea you could dance like you did at the Summer Night Festival.
Charybda made sure to keep her voice even.
Thank you. I loved the dancing. It feels so different on land. We were close to the musicians, so I could feel the music better, and that helped.
Tori went to her friend and held the mermaid's hand.
Look, Rib, you're trying. We appreciate that. Let me give you a couple pieces of advice, which you can ignore, sure, but I've found they've helped me make friends. And as you know, I'm basically friends with everyone, even the other Morbuscore who can hardly stand to look at me. Why? The mermaid asked. You're so pretty. Not to them, Tori said darkly. But this helped me even with the other dwarves. Always try to be helpful. People like a helpful girl. I'll tell you what, work has kept me sane in this life, and people appreciate it because most folks have so much to do. The other thing? Listen more than you talk. Most people are dying for someone to hear them, really hear them. If you can do those two things, you'll do all right.
Charybda couldn't help but sputter.
But I'm royalty. I shouldn't have to do much work, and I certainly shouldn't be serving anyone. They should be serving me. They should be listening to me.
Tori chuckled.
Oh, Ribby, you crack me up. If folks around you had a better opinion of mermaids, you being royalty might matter more. As it is, you're reinforcing their prejudice.
Charybda took a deep breath.
I will try this scheme of yours. Listen to other people's blather. Offer to help. It feels like it will fail, but I will try.
She left Tori's room, which was just off the kitchen, and ran into Lily.
Can I help you, Lily Nahanna? I am trying to be helpful. I don't like to carry things, and I am not good at decorating since we aren't underwater. I will try to listen to you while you talk, and I'll try not to lose my temper.
Gatha came marching up through the kitchen. She gave Charybda a grunt and kept moving. There was no way she and Gatha would ever get along. They might as well have come from two different worlds. In truth, they had.
How come Gatha can be such a bitch and get away with it? Charybda asked under her breath.
Lily heard it.
Gatha loves us, and she knows we love her in return. She can be brusque. We had trouble at first, but we've grown closer over the past months. That could happen with you, Charybda.
The mermaid felt suddenly shy. She glanced down.
You can call me Ribby. I'm growing accustomed to the moniker. Just don't call me Rib. Not to my face, at least.
Ribby it is, Lily said. I took the rooms above yours. Charybda knew it.
Yes. I forced Tori to tell me where everyone would be. Tori has 2 rooms up here off the kitchen. Gatha is in the second-floor room to the right, and Jenny Bell has the other room on the left with the bathroom in between them. And then there's you, above me, with your bedroom to the right and your art room to the left, again separated by the bathroom.
The mermaid paused. She could ask the elf girl a question and listen to the answer.
I didn't know you do art. Do you like to do this art?
Lily nodded, blushing.
While Charybda had little time for dirtworms and the things they did, she did enjoy their more creative endeavors. Under the water, there was sculpture, certainly, but sketching was all but unknown, as was painting. Can I see your work? Ribby asked.
Lily's smile was so beautiful, it took away the mermaid's breath. It was like her soul was shining through her skin. Those green eyes positively sparkled. Then Jenny Bell came in, carrying part of their bed and obviously having trouble. Lily leapt to help. Charybda felt the urge to shout at the swamp woman. The mermaid and the elf girl were becoming friends, and Jenny was ruining everything with her insipid need to move furniture into their house. Instead, the mermaid swallowed her anger. She asked, "Can I help?" "Yes, please," Jenny Bell gasped. Between the three women, they managed to carry the headboard. That was what they called the top of the bed in this world. An aquaterra bed net was far lighter and easier to carry, and so comfortable. It kept you safe and steady as the ocean currents rocked you back and forth, in the dark, in the depths, warmed by your own inner fire. Ymir saw them struggling, and he grabbed the headboard, single-handedly, and put it in Tori's old room. Gatha then came down with an even bigger piece of the bed, her green muscles straining, her face glowing with perspiration. Charybda found the she-orc both intimidating and intriguing. What would it be like to be involved in a sex knot with her? What would it be like to be with a she-orc, wild, free, and uninhibited? The mermaid had heard stories that it was an almost violent experience, and that with the pleasure came a certain amount of pain. She was fascinated with such power exchanges during sex. Gatha noticed the mermaid staring. She slammed the bed down.
"What are you looking at?"
Charybda could not suffer such a bestial woman being rude to her. "I can look wherever I want. My eyes happened to linger on you. Perhaps because I couldn't tell if you were pretty or not, with how big and smelly you are." Gatha burst out laughing, showing those tusks. Did that mean she was about to attack? Charybda readied herself, shifting her balance because on the land you had to lower your center of gravity. She fisted her hands. The she-orc sniffed her own armpits.
"I smell like fucking roses. As far as pretty, Ymir likes fucking me, so I can't be too ugly."
Charybda had a choice. She could storm away, she could lash out, but the she-orc had given her a chance to change. Instead of violence, Gatha had joked. Charybda didn't have a very good sense of humor, but she could try. "You are pretty, Gatha, but not because Ymir thinks so. He's a clansman. He fucks elk. He has a special stool he uses." There was a moment of silence. The mermaid was breathing hard, and she was about to go storming away. Instead, Jenny Bell laughed first, then Tori, and finally Lily. Gatha didn't laugh, but she did retract her tusks and smile at the aquaterra princess.
"You made a joke. I thought it was impossible, and I saw you prepare yourself for a fight. Perhaps there is more to you than snoring and being an unlikable cunt."
Gatha turned and stomped up the steps to get more of her things, which, from what the mermaid could tell, were mostly weapons. She slept on a rough mattress stuffed with straw. The sheets were rough-spun cotton, little more than sacking material. She was a hard woman, but Charybda had taken a step to winning her over. "I can show you my sketches," Lily said to the mermaid. Jenny Bell raised her eyebrows. "We got a lot of work, Lil. Maybe later." Tori nodded at Charybda. "Can I help you all move in?" The mermaid said each word carefully, as if she were speaking pidgin for the first time. Ymir nodded at her and walked up the steps. Tori sighed. "Yes, Ribby, you can help us. There's so much work to do, and I still have to get over to the feasting hall to help with dinner. Good thing I'm a girl who likes to work." Charybda wasn't such a girl, but if she was going to make a life for herself at Old Ironbound, if she wanted to end her lonely nights, she would help these women move in. She would listen to their boring stories and pretend to laugh at their sometimes terrible jokes. Oddly enough, helping her new roommates move in proved to be the best day she'd had in years. Maybe ever. They ended the moving day in the feasting hall, eating cheesy bread and drinking beer. Charybdis kept quiet and listened as Jenny Bell and Gatha sparred, and Ymir added the odd joke, while Lily kept glancing at the mermaid. Charybdis smiled at the elf girl, who smiled back. The mermaid felt like it was only the two of them, until Tori came over, and it was the three of them. The dwarf was taking a break from the kitchen. Hope filled the mermaid. This could really be the start of something. That night she lay in her bed, an actual bed and not a net, and it was comfortable enough, warm enough, with several big blankets. Even in the summer, it was cool at night when the fog came in. She liked how this upper world had defined seasons that were similar to the blue dark, but different. Summer, autumn, winter, and spring weren't so different than the warm current season, the cold current season, the storm season, and the peaceful season. Each came like clockwork, giving their life a rhythm. Only it wasn't just the water, but the animals that migrated through as well. Lights flickered out in Angel Bay, some fisherman hurriedly bringing his boat in. Then the Stormlight Lighthouse would send its rays across the dark water. The lighthouse gave her some comfort, and Charybdis wasn't sure why. She'd hired a few scholars to help decorate her room. Distorted mirrors gave their reflections waves, making it seem like any light was underwater. Curtains hung to the floor in pools, not unlike kelp. She had her desk where she did her studying, and there were books there. Of course the Aquaterib could read, though books weren't as popular. Again, the limits of water. She had grown up reading the histories of her people on fire scrolls, which burned in the darkness of the depths. Lying in bed, she heard someone cry out in ecstasy. She couldn't tell which of Ymir's women was so vocal with her orgasm. The bed frame squeaked rhythmically. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It wasn't as bad as her former roommates, when Eric Blug had ravished Fryla Walker. That had been so annoying. Charybdis had laid awake, praying for the orc to come already. But Ymir and his Sharab? She longed to be a part of them. She considered going up there, naked, and getting on the bed with them. From their day together, Lily would be receptive. Tori? Charybdis wasn't sure about the dwab. The mermaid was certain that neither Gatha nor Jenny Bell would welcome her. Ymir hadn't immediately wanted her, and he might not want her at all. Listening to the cries, to the thumping bed, Charybdis closed her eyes. Tears leaked down her face. Perhaps she should leave the school. Perhaps she should beg her mother for some clemency. She could never be the ambassador her mother wanted her to be. Someone screamed something. Then there was grunting, deep-throated, and that had to be Ymir. He was on top of one of the women, surely. He had to be. And he was coming in them. They didn't need to worry about getting pregnant. Pregnancy was a rarity, for the land people, for the Aquaterib, for everyone except for the dwarves. Charybdis was naked. Of course she was. She always slept naked. She thought about trying this chitub business. She held her breasts, but they were her breasts, and not something that turned her on. Perhaps her ohi. That was what the elves called her special spot at the top of her womanly shell. Some called it their clam, but Charybdis had never liked that. Clams weren't all that attractive, and she'd always found ohizis pretty in their own way. Again, the elven word. The elves were obsessed with sex. Everyone knew it. That was why they wore their forearm cuffs. Charybdis didn't have pubic hair, not like the land people, so it was easy to find her clit, right between her lips. Listening to Ymir fucking his Sharab had made her wet. Even under the water, her sex would moisten, getting her ready for a thick oot to fill her up. Ymir had a big cock. She'd heard the women talk about him. How big? She tried picturing it, tried picturing him with her in bed. But he wasn't in bed. She was alone, touching herself. She wanted someone else to touch her. She'd tried Chitub before, and it never worked. She could never let go of this idea that she was a princess, and that hundreds of women and men wanted to service her. In the past, she'd had sex with 12 people at the same time, 11 women and the 1 man, who had swum through the knot of fucking mermaids to get to her, because she was Charybda Delphino. She was special. Charybda finally gave up. She slipped out of bed, naked and frustrated, and found the bottle of wine she kept in her desk. She poured a glass, pulled a chair to the wide window of her suite, and watched as the fisherman rowed his little boat to Stormcry's docks. Then she heard a creaking above her. That would be Lily, having left Ymir's bed. But for what reason? Charybda felt both miserable and alone. She needed to reach out. Lily was awake. She was singing softly. From the sound of it, the elf girl wasn't in her bedroom, but in her art room. The mermaid spent 15 seconds deciding what to do. Then she got up, retrieved her dressing gown, and climbed the ladder up to the trapdoor. She knocked. She heard a shocked gasp, and the door was opened for her. Charybda prayed to the watery roots of the tree of life, to the tree's moss hanging into the ocean, to the endless rains sweeping across the world, that Lily would meet her with kindness. The mermaid needed kindness, yes, but she also needed something else, and she felt that need keenly. Chapter 14. Lily smiled warmly.
Ribby, this is such a sweet surprise. I didn't even know there was a trapdoor there.
Charybda's first inclination was to tease the elf girl. She bit back her initial response because there was a good chance it would come out as an attack.
The zoo has all sorts of ladders and staircases. I heard you up here singing. I know it's late and you had a long day, but would you mind me coming up?
Not at all. Lily stepped back. The mermaid princess climbed the rest of the way into the room. Sunfire candles flickered on holders fixed to the elf girl's art table. A variety of sketches were already pinned to the plaster walls. Ymir and his harem had just moved in, but Lily had been busy. Each drawing was so perfect, so delicately sketched, that Charybda found herself spellbound. Lily herself seemed like a work of art. Her gown was as sheer as Charybda's, and her hard nipples were visible. But the elf girl had her forearm cuff on, so she couldn't be feeling sexual. Besides, it was just the one girl. It would be Chitub, and Charybda had already tried that. Perhaps, though, things would be different with a new person, depending on how wild and free that person could be. Charybda stopped. She was looking at a wonderful picture of her own mother, Beryl Delphino, the new ocean mother divine for the Delphino family. In the sketch, her mother was smiling, turned to the side, with such love on her face. The mermaid pointed. My mother. I didn't expect to see her. Who is she looking at? Lily blushed. I'd rather not say. I sometimes see visions, and I draw them, and this time it was your mother. She was looking at her lover. The princept, Charybda said softly. My mother told me. She said that it was the best Chitub of her life. Do you know what that word means? Lily nodded. Ymir told us. I find it fascinating. The mermaid felt awkward, but she smiled. Anyway, my mother said the Chitub was so satisfying because the princept had a passion she'd rarely seen in land people. You didn't say dirtworms. The elf girl's voice was soft. I like land people better. The princept is half elven, though she doesn't talk about it. That might be why. The mermaid turned. Yes, and she doesn't wear the cuff, or at least I've not seen her wear it. But you are wearing yours tonight. I don't mean to. I'm surprised. Charybda forced herself to stop talking. She didn't want to ruin this new friendship. In fact, she wanted to turn it into something more, but she didn't know how to take the next step. Lily touched the gold coil circling her left arm. "You heard us with Ymir. I tried to be quiet, but it's hard for me. I get so caught up in the moment, in the sensations, and I like to talk while I make love. I like to say certain things." She inhaled and closed her eyes. "You can stop me. You didn't ask about that. Sometimes I like to wear my Essus when I draw because it helps me focus. If I take it off, most of the time my thoughts are more sexual in nature. I get distracted. Other times, when I want to draw something erotic or feel that energy in me, I'll set it aside." That was a long answer. I'm sorry. "You shouldn't be. I find all of this interesting. I'd like to get to know you better. I can only do that by talking." Charybdis gathered up her courage and told this lovely blonde woman what she wanted. "Or there is another way for us to become better friends. It would involve you taking off your Essus. Did I say that word right?" Lily took off her cuff and set it on her drawing table. There wasn't much furniture, just the table, a chair, and a little cushioned divan near one wall. The two stood there in the silence and the flickering light of the candles. Charybdis had no idea what to expect. She swallowed. "Do we kiss right away? Will you go insane if you don't have sex right away?" She blanched. That couldn't have been the right thing to say. Lily took it in stride. "No, it doesn't work like that. The Essus stops me from feeling sexual, but when I take it off, I don't become a sex maniac." Her smile was a little embarrassed, a little brazen, but mostly it was laughing at what she'd just said. "We can sit. We can chat. You know, you have all of us curious about this special sex power you have." "It works in groups," Charybdis said. "For the Aquaterib, we have sex in groups, bitribibs or sex knots, sometimes just knots. That's where I really shine. If we were to be intimate, I'm not sure I would be at all impressive. After what you did with Ymir, it might be boring. Was Tori there?" "Tori wasn't, nor was Gatha. It was just Ymir, Jenny, and me." Lily pulled the divan over in front of her art table. There were so many windows, some showing the bay, others showing the other parts of the moon housing. There were other apartments, but none dangled off the side of the cliff like the zoo. Charybdis sat on the divan, while Lily perched on her chair in front of her art table. The mermaid noticed a thick collection of sketches, prose, and some songs, written down on a wild array of paper. "What is that you're working on? Or if I shouldn't ask, I shouldn't ask. I'm sorry." Lily plucked a sketch from out of the chaos. She showed it to Charybdis. It was of a little girl with a withered leg, propping herself up on crutches. The drawing somehow managed to convey that the girl was tragic, but brave, and that her inner strength more than made up for her deformity. Immediately, tears filled the mermaid's eyes. "She's beautiful. She's been hurt, but you can tell she's strong. How can you draw so well?" Lily regarded the picture. "I draw what I see, what I want to see, what I dream. This is Azrael. She's the main character in this project I've been working on for such a long time now. The crippled cicada. I've written songs, pages upon pages of poetry, sketched her and her family and friends, and of course her enemies. A good story has to have enemies. In my story, this little girl will one day rule the world. She's not a grand vamper. She's not a powerful sorceress. She's just herself." Charybdis gazed at the Illyrian princess and felt guilty. She'd gossiped about the fallen daughter of Greenhome. She'd laughed at the sullied elf. She'd been cruel because back then she'd hated the land people. Now, she wanted their friendship. And from Lily, she wanted more. "I want to be just myself," Charybdis said abruptly. And I want you to be yourself. We can be together, tonight. Ourselves." Lily turned, the sketch still in her hand, her mouth opened, a perfect pink bow. And her eyes, so green, so gentle and inquisitive. Yet she wasn't innocent. A bloom rose both on her chest and in her cheeks. Charybda was meeting the elf girl's gaze. She didn't feel self-conscious or afraid. She felt safe, accepted, and yes, she felt a tension between them, a longing. Then the mermaid said the bravest words of her life. "Can I kiss you, Lily?" Lily didn't respond, but she slid off the chair, and, on her knees, she faced Charybda. The elf was tall, but so was the mermaid, and it wouldn't work unless both of them were on their knees. So Charybda joined her on the floor. Now Charybda only had to bend a little to press her lips against the elf girl's and to take in her scent, which was sweet with the day's perfume and musky from the day's work. Then there was Ymir's smell, and Jenny Belle's, and sex. This artistic woman had spent the evening fucking, and she smelled like it. Charybda lost her breath. Already, breathing the thin air was hard, but the lust in her belly made it all but impossible. Lily was also having trouble breathing, so this might be normal. This madness, this passion. Charybda felt like she was suffocating, yet she didn't want to breathe. She wanted to kiss Lily more, and to taste her mouth, with her lips and with her tongue. Her hands were on Lily's back, but then they were on her ass, feeling the pliant flesh there. Their gowns had opened, and the mermaid felt the elf girl's skin on hers, their breasts pressed together. Charybda had touched her nipples earlier and hadn't felt much, but now the tingles in her tiny nips were delicious. And Lily was moaning softly. Even more exciting, she couldn't stop herself from moaning. This elf girl, without her cuff, was a horny little thing, even after a night of lovemaking. The mermaid felt the energy between them. Normally, just one body wouldn't have been exciting, but Charybda hadn't been with anyone for months on end. Lily sucked on Charybda's tongue while entangling her fingers in her blue hair. Charybda felt the power shift. The elf girl was pulling her head back, looking into her eyes. "I want this. Do you want this?" There was an aggressive shift in the shy girl's demeanor. It was sudden, violent, and hot. The mermaid could only nod. She felt herself losing control of the situation, and normally that might have made her want to fight harder to keep things in her grasp. She didn't want control right then. She found herself nodding. Lily's gaze didn't waver. "What do you want? Tell me." It was an order. In all the days of her life, it had been Charybda who'd given the orders, who had demanded things from others, from her servants to her friends. She'd grown up royalty. But now this one-time shy girl had taken control of her. Charybda couldn't believe how wet this was making her. She was so squishy now between her legs. Shouldn't she be the dominant one? Especially since she was dealing with Lily Nehenna, who barely said a word on most days. That was with her cuff on. With it off, Lily became a different person. "I want," Charybda swallowed. "I want to suck on your tits. I want to lick your pussy. I want to taste you." Lily's stare smoldered more. "I want that too. What about what I do to you? Do you want me to lick you?" The mermaid nodded. It wasn't good enough for Lily. She yanked Charybda's hair back. "Use your words, dirty girl, because I think you're a dirty girl, and I think you need to be tamed. I want to tame you. Would you be willing to play this little game with me?" The very word tame made Charybda tremble. She'd come to know Lily, not just on that day, but watching her, listening to her, studying her. Lily had been Charybda's first choice in trying to find a place in Ymir's Sharab. To play such a game would require trust, not just that night, but afterwards, when they weren't in bed. Would Lily try to hold this sex play against her? Would she try to dominate her outside the bedroom? Would she tell her friends? Charybda knew the answer to every one of those questions. No. She could trust Lily, and this new game would definitely make the chitub more enjoyable, if not mind-breakingly exciting. "I'll play the game," Charybda whispered. "I'll be tamed." Lily nodded and let go of her hair. She sat back. Her gown was open, showing her muscled body, her little belly, the golden triangle between her legs. "If you have doubts about the game, you can tell me to stop by using a special word. Lavender. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." The mermaid was having trouble talking. She was having trouble swallowing. "Very good," Lily said indulgently. "Ymir has 3 questions. Can we get pregnant? Will this dishonor ourselves? Will this dishonor our family? For me, these questions are easy. I want this. We can't get pregnant, and Ymir, my family, wouldn't mind that we're having sex. How would you answer the questions?" Charybda wanted to scoff at the idea of 2 females getting each other pregnant. She didn't. She was playing a role now, a role that felt oddly comfortable. "My family wants me to be with the land people. They would want this for me." The mermaid had to think about the last question, about dishonoring herself. She was being subservient. What did that mean? Would that change her? "And what about dishonoring yourself?" Lily asked. I've never—" Charybda was at a loss for words. She couldn't lie. "I've never played a game like this before. If I play the servant, would that be dishonoring myself? It doesn't feel like it. It feels like play. I'm trusting you, Lily. I want to try this. I don't think I'll be dishonoring myself. It feels like I'll be revealing a secret part of myself I've never known before." Lily leaned forward and licked the mermaid's mouth. "Salty. Your mouth is salty. I bet your slit is just as salty, but juicier. I've heard stories that mermaids get juicy. I'm curious, but I need to come first." The elf licked Charybda's lips again. "I'm going to get you on the floor. I'm going to sit on your face, and I'm going to use this salty mouth of yours to make myself come. But first, I want you to beg me to do it." Charybda had never begged for anything in her entire life, but she wanted to please this elf girl, and not just to get into Ymir's good graces, but for Lily herself. This was obviously turning the sullied princess on like nothing else. She was breathing hard. Her body was unbelievably hot, and both women were sweating. Again, this land sex was very different. "Beg me," Lily repeated. "Please?" the mermaid squeaked. "Please, use my mouth. Use me to make yourself come." "Good girl," Lily murmured. "Dirty girl." She pulled Charybda's hair back, and it hurt, but it also felt good. Then Lily licked down her throat, down to her nipples, her tiny, sensitive nipples. The elf sucked on both, first one, then the other. But that wasn't the agreement. "Please, mistress," the mermaid whimpered. "Please, let me suck on your ohizi. Let me lick your ohi." Lily shoved her back, turning the divan upside down. Charybda lay on the wood floor, no carpet, with her robe open, her tits out, and her legs spread. She felt her juices dribble down her ass from her overheating sex. She was juicy, just like the elf girl had accused. The elf girl shrugged off her robe and straddled the mermaid's face. Charybda got a chance to gaze up at the pretty face, the thick nipples on her little titties, and the golden curls of the elf girl's swollen sex. Her fragrant aroma washed down, and it wasn't just her. It was the smell of the sex she'd had earlier with Ymir and Jenny Bell. Would Ymir's seed still be inside her? Charybda couldn't believe this was happening. She'd never been with a woman who had so much hair down there. For just a second, she wondered if she could really do this, and Lily seemed to feel her reticence. "Beg for it again," Lily ordered. Then, softer, "Or tell me to stop." The idea of stopping now felt like it would kill her. "No, Lily, please. I want to taste your pussy." Lily slid 2 fingers into her hole, got them juicy, and slid them into Charybda's mouth. The taste was so different than what she was used to, and at the same time, so similar. She didn't taste any trace of Ymir, just Lily Nehenna's own sweetness. "There, you tasted me, and I think I liked you calling me mistress. Is that enough for you? Do you just want to taste me?" "No," the mermaid said quickly, a bit frantically. "I want you to use my mouth, mistress, to make yourself come." Sweat dripped off the side of Lily's face and onto her chest, sliding down toward a hard nipple. "Then I'll give my little slave what she wants, this time." Then she lowered her hairy pussy onto Charybda's face. The mermaid was overwhelmed by the scent, the taste, the hair tickling her face, and she knew what to do. She'd done this before, but usually there would be another friend between her legs, licking her as well. Maybe several other women altogether, while their merman stroked himself, getting himself hard to fuck one of the women. Which would have been Charybda, because she was the princess. She was mistress. Now Lily was the mistress, and Charybda wanted to please her. This felt new. This felt freeing. This felt perfect. She did her best, tonguing the woman's tight tunnel, sucking on her meaty lips, and then sucking on her straining little ohi. So big, so different than Charybda's own magic pearl. Again, she thought of Ymir filling the elf. The idea made Charybda's entire body tremble. While Lily rode her face, the elf girl pulled on her nipples, making herself come, and Charybda felt every spasm and contraction. The mermaid rejoiced in every one of Lily's gasps, and celebrated every one of her mistress's sighs. Lily slipped down to kiss Charybda, which meant she was tasting her own juices on the mermaid's face. "Good little slave. Good little Ribby," the elf girl cooed. "I think my dirty girl gets a present. But you can't come without my permission. Understood?" Charybda blinked. She'd heard of sex games like this, but never in her life had she ever considered that she'd be playing them. And with an O'Learan? This was intoxicating. "Yes, mistress. I understand." Lily whirled herself around and got on top of Charybda in the Congress of the Crow, or that's what the land people called it. In Aquaterib, it was known as the Between, as in each person's face was between their lover's legs. Charybda had her tongue up inside the elf girl from a completely different angle. Both were tall, but still Lily was shorter, and so she had to lean forward to lick the mermaid's sensitive ohi. The second Charybda felt Lily's tongue on her pearl, the mermaid came dangerously close to coming. She felt more of her juices dripping out of her, and that seemed to thrill the elf girl. So juicy, so salty, and so open. I can tell you want to fuck, Ribby. If Ymir were here, he'd fuck your naughty little pussy while I fucked your face. He'd come in you. I'd love to watch him fill your juicy hole. Lily returned to sucking on Charybdis' sex. The mermaid again almost came. She needed permission. If she didn't get it, she might make her mistress angry. A deep part of Charybdis didn't want that. She wanted to please this elven goddess ravishing her. The mermaid freed her mouth. Neither woman could be hotter or sweatier. This was land sex, which didn't have any water to wash away their sweat or their smells. The sex felt dirtier than ever, more visceral, and all of Charybdis' senses were alive. Other Aquaterib women had talked about land sex being better than water sex, and Charybdis had always scoffed at them. Now, she was dangerously close to loving it more than anything else in the entire world. And this was only a chitub, and not a sex knot. How hot would this be with Ymir and all his women? The idea brought fresh sensations to the mermaid. "Please, mistress, please, can I come?" Charybdis wailed. She didn't care if anyone heard her. It didn't matter. All that mattered was the orgasm that was dangerously close to consuming her. The elf girl sank back onto the mermaid's face. Such a greedy girl. "No, I'm going to come again. Then I might give you some relief." Charybdis was desperate to make Lily orgasm again. If the elf girl came, then she could too. Lily didn't take long, and after the spasms left, the elf girl laughed. "Now, sweet Charybdis, now I'll let you come." It took 3 licks, 3 sucks, and then Charybdis lost her mind with pleasure. The waves of bliss swept through her, through every hole, across her sweaty tummy, hardening her tiny nipples, making every part of her body sing. She let out a surprised gasp at the sheer wonder of the ecstasy. The build-up, being denied, then given permission, all of it had felt so perfect, and the mermaid loved giving her mistress control of her orgasm, her body, her life. This was divine servitude. This was heavenly. With every blissful spasm, Charybdis felt more juice drip from her sex. She'd leave a puddle. She was making a mess. Would her mistress be mad? Would Lily punish her slave? A part of the mermaid, a deep part of her, hoped she would be punished. It was an eternity of coming, and when the final convulsion swept through her, Charybdis couldn't hold back the emotion. She started crying, and she cried harder when the elf girl shifted to hold her, cradling her, kissing her, telling her she was a good girl, that it was all okay, that this wasn't just about power and sex, this was also about a gentle love, afterwards, after the games, after the dirty talk, after the sex. Lily took care of her. She cleaned Charybdis up, found her a new gown, and gave her wine, which the mermaid sipped in trembling hands. The pair ended up in Charybdis' bed, in her suite. Lily continued to whisper kindness and love. She had her cuff on because she wouldn't sleep if she didn't have it on. Charybdis felt the love, but she was also afraid. Laying on the elf girl's chest as both of them drifted off, the mermaid whispered, "You must think I'm weak. You must hate me now for letting you do those things to me." "No," Lily said softly. "I think you're strong for showing me that side of you. I'm afraid of what you think of me. I've never done that to someone before." Charybdis raised her head. "No, Lily, I think I'm falling in love with you. You were stern, yes, and somewhat cruel, But it was a game. I'm not a slave. You're not my mistress, not in real life. We're just us in real life. Lily kissed her. Both had tears in their eyes. Charybdis knew that something was shifting inside of her. She was afraid of the change, even as she welcomed a new life on this strange land, so far away from the blue dark. Chapter 15. Saturday night, the day after they moved into the zoo, Ymir stood in Jenny Bell's empty suite for a long time. All the furniture was gone. It had all been Jenny's, and they'd moved every stick over to the zoo. He walked into the bedroom, which was also empty, the window bare, showing the sunset. It had taken all day, and that was after his morning training with Della, which left both his body and Duja bruised. Garum had started throwing punches in frustration. Ymir had dodged many, but not all. The old professor was getting his edge back, because teaching combat wasn't the same as battling to the death. Ymir had learned more, though, about the Kurzig Durga. Not every round was a death match. It was a holy ritual with all manner of ceremony and rules, and the river deck was involved, though it was called the Fate Blood deck. Same number of cards, same suits, but it was considered holy. The Gruul had a vast amount of lore on what each card meant. Ymir wasn't surprised. Even his own people had their beliefs surrounding the different symbols. As for the fifth member of their Gungar, Sturm Valorenza, his first day hadn't been too impressive, but he'd been holding back. Valorenza was a welcome addition to their team. His moon's magic was powerful, and his sword almost as fast as his lightning. So far, he'd not tried to kill Ymir or fuck the princept, and so he was fitting in well. Ymir stalked out of the suite's bedroom and back out into the main room, past the cold stove. He walked out onto the balcony. The zoo didn't have a balcony yet. He'd been considering form magic, which would help them shape some of the more troubling aspects of their new home. Form magic was how Della was creating an arena on the grounds of the campus. They were going to take the flow field and create an orcish fighting pit there. Professor Issa Leal, the elven Studia Dukes of Flow, had given her approval. She liked the Flow courtyard better for outside activities. Thinking of the O'Learan professor made Ymir smile. Issa Leal had saved the school from the merfolk's ocean attack. That old elven woman had surprised Ymir with how much of a warrior's heart she had. They still didn't like each other, but there was respect between them. Issa's flow magic was powerful, and he could still remember how cold it had been on that fateful day. Ymir knew about cold, and it had been cold in the crack. Memories of the night bear, the hunt, and the lonely man came back to him. And his curse. At the same time, he had to consider something sobering. If he hadn't had magic, would he have been able to stand up against Della during their sparring? The answer was easy. No. She would have beaten him in seconds with her magic. No. The magic, or fucking magic as he referred to it, made him more powerful. It was why Della had chosen him to be part of Old Ironbound's Gungar. Yes, he was cursed, but that curse had somehow become a blessing. He wasn't out to turn away from acquiring more power, and more power meant crafting more of the Akkiric rings. He had a special plan for the yellow scourge ring, one that shouldn't raise the princept's suspicions. He had to keep the rings a secret for now, but he also needed help. He'd had Tori deliver a message to the Studia Dukes of the Moon's College, Linny Lynn Albatross, who was also a member of something called the White Rose Society. They were going to meet in the library, and Jenny Bell would be there with them. Ymir closed the door behind him. A chapter of his life was over. His book, however, still had pages upon pages left for him to fill. Walking through the flow courtyard brought back memories of cleaning with Lily, of walking down to the sea stair alley cells, which they no longer needed. All of their Zocolati supplies had found a new home in the Amora Annex. It was mostly used as a warehouse for their Zoka business, but it also housed some of Gatha's special erotica collection. Ymir was fairly certain that the she-orc also had shelves in the scrollery for what she called her dirty books. Every so often he'd catch her coming up from the scrollery, a little disheveled, a little sweaty, but very relaxed. He could appreciate that girl's appetites. However, he had to agree with the Aquaterib when it came to the chitubbing. Or was it simply the chitub? More and more, it was rare for him to have sex with only one woman, unless it was with Tori, who still sometimes liked having him all to herself. Walking into the Librarium Citadel, he saw Jenny Bell talking with Professor Albatross, or Linny as they called her. They were co-conspirators, so there didn't need to be so many formalities. Ymir was in his flow robes, with the leather customizations, and he had his school satchel. Inside, he had the 3 rings as well as the circulum, the text Linny had given him. Gatha came up from the scrollery, saw them, and waved them forward. Ymir nodded at her. It was good that they not talk at their usual place on the 2nd floor. They couldn't be seen talking. Ymir, Gatha, and Jenny Bell would talk to the professor. Tori had gone to bed early, and Lily was spending time with the mermaid. From the sounds of it, those games included a great deal of talking and screams of pleasure. Maybe some spanking. Ymir had to admire Charybda. She'd won the elf girl's heart. In short order, Ymir sat at the central long table in the scrollery, which at one point had been a torture chamber for the Vemper. Then Serena Sia, their friend and spirit, had turned it into a chamber of pleasure, where she had feasts and orgies, and such debauchery that strained the imagination. Ymir's, not Gatha's. There were dungeon cells lining each wall, and inside were scrolls and tomes of a semi-forbidden nature. The real evil grimoires were up above Della's apartment in the Illuminate Spire. Sunfire lanterns gave them light, and lit up the art and Baroque decor of the library basement. Glass windows showed the moat where the laughing eels wriggled by. Jenny Bell had smuggled in a bottle of wine and 3 cups in her satchel. When Gatha withdrew to collect some books, the swamp woman poured them each a glass. "If green stuff catches us, blame me." Ymir wouldn't want to be at the center of that fight, but he wasn't about to turn down wine. Linny took hers and gulped it.
"Yes, it's good. I was thirsty."
The professor's manners were awkward, however pretty she might be. And she was pretty, with a round face, a round nose, and dusky skin. Her angelic face was framed with tight curls the color of ink. Jenny Bell frowned. "You've got to excuse me, Professor, but I'm gonna be blunt. Never heard of the White Rose Society, and this is from someone who's been tracking the Midnight Guild since they sent people to kill Ymir. Do your White Rose people have similar designs?" Linny's mouth turned into a surprised "oh." "Never. The thought is shocking. We'd never think of hurting anyone. The Midnight Guild doesn't want anything to change. The White Rose Society knows all life is a constant flow of change. We seek to increase our knowledge, and we aren't frightened by what others might call evil or demonic. For instance, the Akkiric Rings. We know they are powerful, but we trust that Ymir will use them wisely. We believe in beings like Ymir, chosen by otherworldly forces to usher in a new era." Ymir watched Jenny Bell. He thought most of what Linny said was indecipherable claptrap, so he said nothing. His Jenny, so good at the game, affirmed the claptrap and followed up with a question. "Yes, we all trust in Ymir. So, your interest in the Akkiric Rings is merely academic?" "Yes," the professor nodded enthusiastically. "Only academic. We don't want to summon demons. We don't want to end the world. We just want to learn. For instance, I know that's the Black Ice Ring, and I've been looking for texts on what it might do. You don't know, do you?" Ymir shrugged and showed it off. Part gold, part dark ice full of shadows. "I'm hoping once we master the Gather Breath, the secrets of the Black Ice Ring will be revealed. The 2 are tied together, which is why we had to finish the Gather Breath ring before our 4th exam. For now, I use the Black Ice Ring as my focus ring. When I crafted it, I felt the power it had, and I could have used it to destroy my Duja.
That was Sativ Kin's plan for me.
Linny frowned.
And when that failed, my friend Halesia Heen came here to kill you. Actually, Haley came to kill me and seduce the princept.
Jenny Bell rolled her eyes.
You yourself know how the Swamp Coast families can be. My Aunt Gia wanted me dead. We've since come to an understanding.
An understanding? Linny looked mystified.
I don't kill her, she doesn't kill me. And we both pretend I'm dead as far as the Swamp Coast queendoms are concerned. Which is the truth.
Jenny sipped her wine.
But we're not here to discuss that. We need your help with the Gather Breath ring. We've run into some academic issues.
Gatha's footsteps rang out. She came with a stack of dictionaries in her arms. She saw the wine and scowled.
By the tree's bloody roots, Jenny Bell Chosen, how many times have I told you? We do not allow food nor drink anywhere near my books.
Do you mean the library's books, sweetie?
Jenny asked innocently. Gatha growled at her.
If I weren't so interested in the circulum text, I would drink all that wine myself and break that bottle over your head.
Would that be before or after you kiss me?
The swamp woman blinked her eyes seductively. That stunned Gatha for a minute. The she-orc's gaze dropped to Jenny Bell's generous cleavage. Gatha had a strong attraction for breasts. The bigger, the better. The she-orc let out a harumph and sat. Already, Linny Lynn had the book open. She reached out a hand.
Yes, some of this is familiar. I can translate some of the text because, while the book is old, it uses some verbiage preferred by the priests of the Vemper. The priests used a strange ancient dialect of Theranos when they inscribed their more peculiar notions.
Priests of the Vemper? Ymir asked. Let me guess. There were 7 of them. 7 wives, 7 royal guards, 7 governors. What did the 7 priests of the Vemper worship?
The Vemper Egil Acridor himself, the professor answered. There was a cult who venerated him as an all-powerful god, a man who defeated death and held an empire together for 1,000 years. They wrote about him in ancient Theranos, and I learned it because they described a world beyond ours, a place that reverberated with a dark power.
And this world can be found on the stair? Ymir asked.
The stair connects all worlds everywhere together, Linny replied. All possible worlds, where anything is possible. Where there are demons, sure, but angels as well. Angels who want to protect us and love us.
Ymir thought that Linny would rather have the demon she'd seen in her youth. Tori had relayed the entire story, and Ymir had seen it for himself when he wore the Veil-Tear ring. Linny had been a young girl when her obsession for other worlds started, in the garden of her parents' estate in Wilhelminaville, one of the Scatter Islands. Tori had tried to use the Veil-Tear ring to learn more, but the professor herself had noticed Tori's spirit and had stopped all such investigations. She was powerful, strange, and seemingly harmless.
Can I see the Gather Breath for myself?
The Wilhelminaville professor asked. Ymir fished it out of the satchel and laid the ring on the table. The emerald seaweed strands held together the 3 hoops of precious metals. We crafted it following the instructions from the book, but it's not active yet. Jenny Bell shivered and started twirling her dark hair around a delicate finger.
I still have nightmares about those skeletons.
Ymir took her hand from her head. Jenny hated her nervous habit of playing with her hair. It was very frightening. For her, it had been. For Ymir, he couldn't be afraid of such weak enemies. They hadn't hurt him. They'd merely been dull bone. Serena Sia's specter was more troubling, but she hadn't attacked them either. But would that change? Spirits who weren't at rest could become dangerous, fickle things. The clansman continued. To activate the ring, we need certain breaths, and that is where we are having trouble, because the language is so difficult. Linny let out a long sigh.
See, this is the problem with superstitious people. There should be consistent, relevant information about the rings, but much of it was destroyed, along with other more questionable texts, when the Vemper was killed on the Night of Fire. Even that event is shrouded in mystery because people believe that some truths are better kept secret. All truths should be celebrated, and Gatha cut in. She wasn't about to let the professor ramble.
I've been able to discern 3 of the breaths. The breath of a righteous woman, the breath of an angry man, the breath of sadness. What does that mean?
Linny's brow furrowed.
From this, it seems you have to summon the breath with a verbal command, and the person must breathe on the ring. You will need 8 black candles, and you will need form magic, a simple Fashionara spell.
Tori, Jenny Bell said. She can do form magic better than any of us.
I'll try my hand at it first.
Ymir took out his grimoire, taking notes as to the nature of the form Fashionara spell. He was still working on that branch of the Studia Magica. However, while working on the Akkiric Rings, he'd discovered a rogue Morbascore alchemist who might advance his knowledge. Linny squinted at the open book.
There are 5 more. You need a unique person for each, and not the wearer of the ring. It repeats that over and over. The breath of the righteous woman, but not the wearer. The breath of sadness, but not the wearer.
They compiled the list. There were the 3 Gatha had figured out, and 5 more. The breath of the artist, the breath of the warrior, the breath of an orphan girl with sweetness still, the breath of ultimate cold, the final breath of the Storm King's daughter, forever changing and forever changed. Ymir frowned at the last one. Does that mean this Storm King's daughter must die? The life's breath?
It could very well be, Linny said, though I don't think so. The language is more metaphorical. We won't be sure until we find that person. I'm not sure who the Storm King's daughter might be. I can do my own research, though.
Jenny Bell laughed.
It's rather on the nose, ain't it? The Gather Breath ring has us gathering breath. And what will it do when we're finished?
Linny brightened.
I don't know. Doesn't that make this all the more exciting?
Not the word I would use, Jenny Bell sobered. I'm an orphan. The question is, am I still sweet?
You better be, the Wilhelminaville professor said, for there is a warning. If any of the breaths are untrue, then the wearer will suffer, sicken, and die. His duja will be as ash in his chest.
Ymir laughed at the warning. Movement drew his eye. He thought he saw a woman standing near the steps, leading down into the catacombs and lower chambers of the library. Supposedly, if you went deep enough, you'd find the stair, which would then lead you to any number of worlds. A lantern near the gated steps flickered. When it grew brighter, the woman was gone. Had that been Serena Sia? He thought so, and he felt a chill trace icy fingers down his spine. It wasn't the ghost, it was his magic tickling him. They finished drinking the wine while talking about the next steps to craft the ring. They moved on to language and history and Egil Acrador. Ymir would be taking a class on the most famous of the Vempers next year. Then he would delve into the mystery of these 7 servants of the Vemper. There seemed to be a definite connection between Egil Acrador and the Akkiric Rings. They left the scrollery. Ymir was padding back to the Flow courtyard when Jenny Bell stopped him.
No, Ymir, we live in the zoo now.
He grinned sheepishly. It's going to take me a bit to remember.
You and me both, Jenny said, exhaling. I loved that apartment. I'm going to miss that balcony. Care to walk me back to our new zoo?
Gatha let out a rare chuckle.
The zoo might be a good place for me. Supposedly I smell bad, and I've been called a beast before.
Ymir took the she-orc in his arms. He kissed her lips. You never smell bad, and I like it that you're a beast. I like to get you on all 4s like an animal, and take you like a dog. Jenny Bell pushed her way in and kissed Gatha, then Ymir.
We ain't had sex with Gatha in our new house yet. I think tonight is the perfect night for such a christening."
Ymir had thought to do some research on the Kurzig Durga, or talk to Gatha about their strategy in the coming tournament. He had definite ideas on what they should do. However, those plans went out the window. Gatha's eyes dropped to Jenny's tits. Then there was no stopping the she-orc. Chapter 16. A week passed in a blur. They only had 4 weeks left before the Kurzig Durga. In that time, much had happened. For one, Ymir and his harem had grown comfortable in the zoo. Now, with so much space, Jenny Bell had become obsessed with decorating every inch with flowing fabric, flickering candles, and bookcases full of books, which seemed like a waste since they were literally steps away from the greatest library on Thera, if not all of Raxid. Though to be fair, there were stories of vast archives across the Weeping Sea in the strange lands of Ethra to the west. Jenny Bell's decorating was only fueled by their growing wealth, made worse by Tori's fortunes. The freckled Dwab had access to untold riches as the daughter of the Thane of the Ruby Stonehold. When Jenny Bell mentioned some trinket, Tori bought it the next day. Then there were endless discussions of where to put the useless junk. Even without Tori, they had plenty of money now thanks to the Paradise Tree, which was the only place where people could buy the Amora Zoka or a cup of Zoka Cafe. The Zokalati Cafe mixture had taken the entire Cape by storm. Some rich women in Stormcry sent their servants up to the Seastair market to get a cup, and so the hidden docks traffic had increased 7-fold, especially in the mornings. Stories of the Amora Zoka still drifted about. The poor winged girl, her tragic story on the southern continent of Reta. This was the poor girl's gift to the world, spreading both delicious candy and love. Tori laughed every time someone in the kitchen mentioned the poor girl with the broken wings, named after a little-known hero that Ymir had read about. It was all fiction, but stories sold goods. They'd have to come up with a good story when they finally released the sweet cream, both the original flavor and the Zokalati-flavored frozen treat. Both Ziziva and Zorinda Gold now lived at the Paradise Tree, and there were other fairies who helped with the flow of customers. Rumor had it, both Ziziva and Zorinda were going to drop out of school to run the shop, which had started taking orders from other towns. Ziziva and Ymir had talked about opening other shops along the Sorrow Coast, all the way down to Kreen. Ymir would get a cut of all profits. That was in his very carefully crafted contract. It was summer at the school, yet Ymir and his women were busier than ever. Lily worked constantly on her epic story, The Crippled Cicada, finding new inspiration from her unlikely love affair with Charybda. Those two were as loud as tundra panthers when they mated, and Ymir was curious about what went on. Both were very quiet about the nature of their lovemaking. The mermaid had turned into a very courteous roommate, though her snoring wasn't any better. Tori said she was working on a spell. The Dwab had little time for it, though, since she spent countless hours in the Amora Annex, keeping up with manufacturing, along with Jenny Bell, who complained about the work constantly. Something was wrong with the Swamp Woman, but like always, she didn't want to talk about her troubled heart. Growing up with witches, spies, and assassins, Jenny Bell Josen had learned that secrets were power, and the wrong secret whispered could get you killed. Tori must have gotten tired of Jenny's complaining because the Dwab started looking to hire on scholars. In the end, however, if they were going to keep up with demand, they would have to open up additional kitchens down south. Ymir didn't like giving up quality control, but he'd deal with that situation as it unfolded. For now, finding anyone would be a challenge. It was summer. Most scholars had gone back to their homes until the fall. Not all students left. Many had stayed. Della had announced the Kurzig Durga and invited all of Thera to attend. The arena they were crafting could hold 10,000, and they were setting up tents around the cape of varying comfort to accommodate the crowds. That meant even more traffic for the Paradise Tree. The Theron elite would all be in attendance, from the holy Theronus Vemper Arcadius to King Velis Neor IX of the Sorrow Coast Kingdom. Then you had Giabel Josen, with any number of Josentown girls, Jenny's relatives. The swamp woman swore she was fine and would ignore her evil Auntie Gia. And yet, Jenny would twirl her dark hair in her fingers, a look of worry painting her face. Lily was also terrified of facing her father again, because Sabor Nehenna, king of Greenhome, would be coming, but he would be coming alone. None of Sabor's wives would be in attendance. That added hurt to the elf girl's fear. And Gatha was the worst. She seethed with rage at her family, which she'd escaped the minute she'd killed her sister in another Kurzig Durga years before. Gatha was never in the zoo. She was either working in the librarium, off with her dirty books, or training. She'd become savage to be around, quick to curse, quick to storm off. Ymir figured she had the right to be so outraged, but he needed to talk to her and get more of her story. At the same time, Gatha would understand about his own tragic history and the hunt for the Night Bear, and what happened to his friend Bior. Ymir, too, was rarely in their new home. He spent time in the Amora Annex, working on the Zocolati business, and he fought every morning on the Sunfire Field with Garum, Gatha, Della, and Sturm Valorenza. Of course, he had his second home on the second floor of the Librarium's Citadel, studying any number of subjects. Friday evening, after dinner, Ymir was reading from the tome of a famous Morbuscorian alchemist, Fifun Rendlem. The dwarven scholar had revolted against the secretive nature of his people and chose to publish his works in 4 roads. He didn't just write about alchemy, but other unsavory things, including shortcuts to the 4th category of magic, Fashionara, which Ymir would use to alter the Gather Breath Ring. Tori was already so busy that Ymir decided to take on the project himself. He reviewed the diagrams that showed the complex relationship between a sorcerer's duja, his focus ring, and the item he wished to enchant. It was interesting to note that he'd not used the advanced magic to make any of the other rings. Some scholars believed that was to encourage even novices to craft the rings. For Ymir, it seemed somehow dubious. Would more advanced scholars reject the rings as being too dangerous? Perhaps, but he was too far along not to continue. Ymir glanced out the windows to watch the wisps of fog floating in with the night. Being in the librarium alone on a Friday night brought back memories of his first weeks at the Magistrial Collegium Universitas, when he'd been new and on work study. He remembered Gurla being a bitch to Kaki and Gluck, the she-orcs who were earthy, funny, and always outrageous. Kaki and Gluck didn't think too much of Gatha, because the she-orc had chosen to be Igpatur. To those 2 she-orcs, having the opportunity to join any Gruul family anywhere on the Blood Steppes was completely foreign to them. Kaki and Gluck never had that opportunity. They'd come to Old Ironbound to find husbands and paturs of their own. Ymir's eyes shifted from the mist in the window to the Princept's mezzanine office. It was empty, which was unusual. Both of them worked together on most nights, casting the other occasional glances. At first, Ymir thought they were keeping a suspicious eye on one another. Now it was like they were comrades, working for a common purpose. Each glance felt more reassuring than distrustful. Gatha came marching up the steps. She sank down into a seat and put out a hand.
"Give me it! I know what you are thinking, Ymir of the Black Wolf clan. I would take it. I would use it. And if the Princept learns of it, and if she gives us any trouble, then I say she can go fuck herself."
Ymir chuckled. "You are not being clear with me, Gatha of the Sunash Pits. What do you mean when you say it?"
"It? The yellow scorch ring. I am of the Sunfire school, and it will make my flames burn hotter. Not just that, I can manipulate the amwabs around us. Fill them with fire. I won't be able to use it when we spar, not so aggressively, but I should practice with it."
She scowled. Then she looked him in the eye. He saw doubt there. He saw hurt.
"Or perhaps you don't trust me. Perhaps you don't think I can win. I've lost before."
2 battles out of countless, Ymir said. "You expect a perfection you cannot attain, that you could never have maintained. You are very strong, Gatha of the Pits, and yet you have a lot to learn."
"Do you have things to learn?"
the she-orc shot back. Ymir motioned to the books. "Doubtless. We only stop learning when we die. There is still so much I don't know. However, I do know more about the Kurzig Durga, the Battle Royale, the Rule of Will, the cards of the blooding, the maiming, and the slaying. The tournament master, called the Durga Kdanska, turns over cards from the deck to decide who fights and the nature of that fight, either first blood, a maiming, or to the death. The cards decide." Ymir paused to consider what that meant, to have the cards decide the fate of the combatants. It was elegant and showed the reality of life, a combination of luck and skill. Thusly, destinies were forged. He continued, "The tournament starts with a single battle that includes all 25 participants. If a slaying card is drawn, the battle won't end until a single team is the clear winner. You could flee such a battle, but oftentimes those who flee are killed by the crowd." Gatha listened hard to what she already knew, her rose-colored eyes far away. She had her white hair pulled back in a ponytail, with a wisp here and there pulled free. She looked disheveled, but that made her more beautiful. All the training had turned her into a lean machine of destruction. Their sex had never been wilder. Yes, her tits had gotten smaller, as had her hips, but he liked watching her flex while he pounded her. Ymir pulled himself back to the moment. Gatha was troubled. He couldn't think about sex. He had to listen to her and help her. They would fuck later. "What is it, Gatha?" he asked.
"You're describing the Kurzig Durga in pidgin," she murmured. "I've never heard a human speak those sacred words in pidgin. Part of me feels how wrong it is, how all of this is wrong. My father orchestrated this entire tournament, here, for this purpose, and he didn't contact me. Neither did my mother, for obvious reasons."
"I could use the gruel words," Ymir said softly. Gatha shut her eyes.
"It will be better when this is over. I will either be dead, or I will walk through victory in the blood of my enemies."
Her eyes opened.
"If you die, I will slaughter this continent. I will burn the corpses as an offering to your spirit. The smoke from the funeral pyres will blot out the sun. Everywhere there will be cemeteries in your honor. Your name will be spoken in awe for 1,000 years, just as others will whisper my name in fear."
"I would imagine some already do whisper your name in fear." Ymir set the yellow scourge ring on the table. "We will train with it in secret. When your father arrives, we will use it in our training, so Della will see. If she asks, you'll say your father's retinue gave it to you in secret." A rare smile lit up Gatha's face.
"You've been corrupted by Jenny Beljosen. You have become adept in your lies."
"It's the nature of the southern lands," Ymir agreed. He grinned at her. "Tell me your heart, Gatha, and I will tell you mine, for I too am troubled."
"Because of the fucking magic."
Gatha left the ring on the table. She knelt in front of him and looked him in the eye. The Farg pang. Their souls met, and then she kissed him.
Soon we will talk. I am not ready. You will wait, will you not?"
"I will wait," he said. That was when they both turned to see Charybdis standing at the top of the steps. Her face couldn't be blacker. She strutted forward, and Ymir was ready with a spell. Gatha was in no mood to deal with the mermaid's attitude. The she-orc stood, fists at her side. "What?" Charybda lifted her chin. Ymir winced. Gatha would destroy the mermaid. The she-orc was shorter but wider with muscle, and trained to kill. The mermaid princess had probably grown up in softness and comfort, with her every whim catered to. "I want to fight in the Kurzig Durga. I want to clear the name of the Aquaterab. I want to put the name of the Delfino family on everyone's lips. You won't fucking deny me this." Gatha blinked, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. A single laugh burst out. Then more laughter. She finally sat down because she was having trouble standing, breathing, and laughing that hard. The mermaid grabbed her dress, lifting it above her thighs, and Ymir got a glimpse of her ohizi. That was short-lived, but it was enough to distract him for one critical moment. Charybda's legs grew indistinct, like water flowing. Where there had been only 2 legs with their bone spikes jutting from her heels, there were now 8 tentacles. She rolled forward on those roiling tendrils. One swept around Gatha's neck, circling like a snake. The she-orc let out a gasp, trying to breathe, but the mermaid caught the she-orc's arms, her legs. In seconds, she was caught. Charybda threw coils around the railing to anchor herself, while the she-orc fought. Gatha managed to tear an arm loose, and she used it to batter away the coils holding her legs. Books slid off the table, chairs were scattered, and Ymir stood, raising his left hand, his focus ring smoking. There was moisture in the air. He could use it to freeze the mermaid. He went to utter a spell, and another tentacle struck his face, spoiling the magic. He felt the dull pain of his nose being squashed, and the blood flowed down his lips. He caught the tentacle to rip the woman from the railing and to free the she-orc, but Charybda hit him again. Another tentacle circled his leg and tried to flip him. He managed to stagger back and away from her. He spat out a spell. "Jelu Jalarum!" Ice crackled around her coils, freezing too and making her wince. However, Gatha was struggling to breathe. Her face was a dangerous purple color. "Jelu Inanis!" Charybda spat, and the ice holding her was gone. Ymir summoned ice knives. He'd cut the coils off this mermaid bitch if she thought to kill Gatha. He didn't need to. The mermaid let Gatha drop, and in seconds the tentacles were gone, and she stood on 2 legs. "Ignis Prolium!" The she-orc flashed forward with knives of fire. She held a flame blade to Charybda's throat. "I should kill you!" The she-orc's roar echoed through the citadel. A voice called up from below. "Ho there, Gatha! Is there something wrong?" It was one of the Gruul guards, Agnieszka. Charybda again lifted her chin. "Cut my throat, orc bitch, but I could have killed you. I made your man bleed. I can fight, and I demand that you allow me to join your Gungar." Gatha stared into the mermaid's eyes. For a heart-stopping moment, Ymir thought the princess of the pits would kill the troublesome mermaid right before his eyes. That wouldn't make his life any less complicated. For one thing, Tori would never forgive Gatha. For another, Lily would be heartbroken. Ymir, though, wasn't about to say a word. The she-orc needed to learn how to take defeat, and if things turned out a certain way, there was a good chance Charybda Delfino would join them as part of their family. The mermaid had won 2 out of the 4 hearts needed to win Ymir's challenge. Again, Agnieszka called up. "Gatha!" Her fire dagger winked off. "It's fine, Agnieszka. All is fine." The security guard's boots echoed below them as she walked out of the citadel. Gatha studied Charybda. "Who are you really, sea girl? How can you fight so well?" The mermaid's voice came out deadly. "I am the daughter of Borisib Delfino, the daughter of Beryl Delfino, and I have spent my life defending the territory of the Delfino family against usurpers, rogues, and bloodthirsty bitches who want to destroy us. And it wasn't just the civil wars that honed my skills. My single obsession has been to prepare for a war to destroy dirtworms like you." Gatha snapped out her tusks. Charybda leaned in. Gatha's long, dagger-like tusk pressed into the mermaid's throat. The pair were kissing close, but the mermaid had more important business. "But now I want to defend the land people from this great threat. We all know about Gulnash the Betrayer and the villages he's burned, the men he's killed, and the women he's raped, and the children he's enslaved to keep his horde fed. He must be stopped. I want to do my part."
"For the Aquaterib," Gatha whispered, "to win back favor, to prove yourself to us and to this school. I understand you, sea girl. Don't think I don't." The she-orc backed up. "We have our Gungar. You didn't defeat me. Don't think you did. You used your strange body to ambush me. On the battlefield, I would be ready. I would win."
"Perhaps," Charybda said. "Perhaps we should try each other." Ymir found himself proud of the mermaid. She'd come here to prove herself, and she had done so. It hadn't been fair, but in war, fairness was a commodity no one could afford. It was kill or be killed by any means necessary. To think otherwise was naive. Just like survival on the tundra, the weather didn't care if you lived or died, and neither did war. Gatha barked laughter.
"Try you? Your tits are too small, and besides, you said I stink. I wouldn't smell any better if I decided to let you between my legs."
Inane rage lit the mermaid's dark green eyes. "That's not what I meant, and you know it. What's wrong, orc bitch? Angry I beat you in a fight?" The laughter died on the she-orc's lips. Gatha stormed off. That was a shame. He would need her for the night's business. He was ready to gather some breaths for the ring. He turned to Charybda. "You did well right up until the end." The mermaid's face collapsed in tears. I know. I'm sorry." She rushed into Ymir's arms, and he wound up holding her as she trembled and sobbed. Normally, the mermaid would have screeched something and fled. She hadn't. The mermaid was changing, however slowly, and showing sides of her that Ymir hadn't expected. He wondered how much Gulnash knew about the merfolk. The Blood Steppes were far from any of the merfolk. Could they use Charybda in the Kurzig-Dorga? Perhaps. But Gatha was right. They had their Gungar. Too bad. Seeing the mermaid fight would have been a spectacle, and her reasons for fighting were sound. If she landed the killing blow, she would go down in history, as would the Delfino family. Too bad it wasn't meant to be. However, Charybda had taken a big step on the road to joining Ymir's harem. Chapter 17. After crying her heart out, Charybda had eventually run from him, but he still thought her crying on him was a victory for her. The mermaid had probably run to the zoo, looking for Lily, but the Solidelph wouldn't be there. Lily was collecting Tori and Jenny Bell, and they'd all meet in the librarium at midnight. Then they'd make their way to the scrollery. Ymir cleaned up after the unexpected mermaid attack. He stacked and organized the books into piles to make it easier for Gatha to reshelve. He'd spent so much time in the librarium with Gatha, he could shelve most of them himself. If this tournament maimed him, he could also work in the library. He laughed. No, he felt he had a greater destiny than that. Perhaps conquering the Axe Tundra? Gathering the clans into a single kingdom with him at the lead? Then, perhaps, he could come down with the clans to conquer the south. If he won the Kurzig Durga, he could claim ownership of the Blood Steppes. He and his clans could crush any resistance, and then move on to unify the continent. He could give the New Gruul Empire to Gatha to rule. Lily could become the free queen of the eastern elven forests. Tori could become a thane of the dwarves, while Jenny ruled the humans. He would move the capital from Four Roads to Summertown in the north. He would be the new Vemper, and perhaps he too could live 1,000 years. Was he a conqueror? He could be. Part of him liked the idea. The Black Wolf clan would rue the day they exiled him. But these were dark thoughts. Life was long, and it was best to focus on the work at hand. That meant finishing this next ring. He took his grimoire and walked down to the ground floor. Della still wasn't at her mezzanine desk. It would be so unlike her to take the night off. That seemed to be the case, however. He was a bit worried about the Princept. Not only had she been training with them, but she was also organizing the tournament while the alumni consortium looked over her shoulder. Every day she received dozens of sand letters from all over Raxid, asking about attendance, logistics, etc. The Princept had recruited other professors to help her, and some scholars, but the enormity of the work still must be oppressive. Ymir went to the gate that led down to the scrollery. Gatha would be down there, and he wanted to talk to her before the others joined them. He brought up his focus ring, concentrating on the lock. This was form work. He might as well get a bit of practice. The form cantrips were far easier than the Fashionara spell he was hoping to use later that night. Lutum lutarum. The lock glowed, because of course it was magically sealed. He should have known. He inhaled and reached into the amwabs, because after wielding both the yellow scorch ring and the winter flame ring, he could feel the pieces of reality, and he could adjust them. Only a little, but it should be enough. Lutum inanus. Runes flashed, then faded. Another form cantrip unlocked the gate. Ymir closed the gate, locked it, and walked down the steps into the scrollery. The sunfire lanterns were on, but there was no sign of the she-orc, not immediately. He walked, not hiding his bootsteps, toward the back. She was in her favorite alcove, the same place where she, Lily, and Ymir had first been sexual together. She sat in her chair, but she didn't have a book, nor a scroll. She sat, head hanging. She spoke without looking up. "This humiliation destroys me. That mermaid cunt is a match for me. I'd be a fool to think anything less." "Choose humility," Ymir said softly. She chuckled softly. "Are you quoting your fucking sacred mysteries of the axe at me?" Ymir matched her chuckle. "Indeed I am. A man who doesn't know himself is a man who will die alone. The same for women. Humility is knowing oneself, knowing what we are good at and what we need to improve. You're a fool to think you will win every fight." Gatha looked up. "You keep saying that." Then her eyes widened. "How are you here? I locked the scrollery gate." "Fucking magic," Ymir spit. The she-orc stood and went to him. He held her. She was tall enough to rest her head on his shoulder. "I hate this humility you speak of, but I don't want to die alone. I'm no longer Igpatur. I want to end my life with you, my family, around me, as I lay dying from a grievous wound I received protecting our Putur." "My Patari," Ymir whispered. Gatha jerked back. Tears shone in her eyes. Those words had weight for orcs. It was the equivalent of telling Jennybell, "I love you." The she-orc answered with, "My Puturig." The kiss was inevitable, as was the sex after. He took her on the chair, watching her abdominal muscles writhe, her arms and thighs flexing, as he slid his cock in and out of her wet ohizi. It wasn't long before he was coming in her, with both of them gazing into each other's eyes. There was no shame, There was no fear. There was only their lust and their love and the farg pang of her people. At midnight they met the others and walked them down to the scrollery. Ymir set his grimoire, the ring, and 8 black candles on the main table that ran the length of the middle of the room. Lily sighed. Charybda was very upset. I didn't know if I could invite her, so I didn't. And she said she wanted to be alone. I'm not sure that was true.
I will talk with her,
Gatha said gruffly. They all turned to look at the she-orc. Jenny Bell put a hand to her ear. That didn't sound like I'm gonna fucking kill that bitch. Did I hear you right? Lily sighed. You curse so much. Tori agreed. Yeah, we should curse less. Jenny Bell wrinkled her nose. Fuck me. Fuck me so hard. Fuck me in my ass. You're not a fairy, Ymir said, then shushed them all. We're here to continue crafting the ring. Why down here, clansman? Jenny Bell asked. Can't get enough of your skeletons? Or are your affections for Serena Sia that strong? Ymir shot her an amused smile. Hardly. I like my women a bit livelier. Tori held up a hand. Wait, I want to hear why Gatha is going to talk to Charybda. We never heard. Gatha's forehead was wrinkled, but she met all their gazes.
She and I fought tonight. She is a skilled warrior. She might not be the cunt we think she is.
You sure do like that word, Tori said with a sigh.
The she-orc laughed and looked at the dwarf with real affection. No words were needed. Those two would be friends and lovers for life. Ymir liked the banter of his women. They were clever, funny, caring. He felt lucky to be surrounded by such a powerful harem. But he had to focus them. As I said, I'm going to use form fashionara magic to open the ring to each of your breaths. I think each of you meets one requirement. Tori crawled halfway up the table to read his grimoire. So I'll play. Let's see. Breath of the Artist. Well, that's our Lily, or I'm an orc.
You'd like to be so fortunate,
Gatha said.
Only if I could be you, Tori said. And you, green stuff, must have the warrior's breath. You are the princess of the pits.
And war's wet,
Tori cut Gatha off.
Yes, we know. You don't need to say it again. Okay, the easy ones are done. The next 2 are a bit harder. We need the breath of a righteous woman, and that's no one here, sorry to say. But I think I know someone we can use for that. We have the breath of an angry man. Ymir? No, he's not angry. And besides, he's the wearer. Breath of ultimate cold? We're all pretty hot-blooded. That leaves us 3 left.
The dwarf stopped talking for a moment. She swallowed. The breath of sadness. It worked before, didn't it? Ymir knew that while Tori appeared happy-go-lucky, there were shadows she felt. Deep shadows. She'd had to change her name when her parents disowned her, because, for the Morbiscore, she was ugly. She didn't have a beard, she didn't have small breasts, and she was taller than a normal dwarf. Yes, her parents still provided for her financially, but they'd exiled her to the surface in hopes she'd find a husband and a life. This was all done with a certain amount of kindness, but those scars ran deep. Tori grinned through her tears. Gosh me underground, but at some point I'd like to not be the sad one. Jenny Bell reached over and patted Tori's hand. There might be one for me, Tori. Jenny had tears in her eyes as well. I'm not sure. Lily saw it. The breath of an orphan girl with sweetness still. You do have a sweetness to you, Jenny. You love us, and you aren't always cynical. Jenny put her fingers under her eyes, trying not to let the tears smear her makeup. But I still can think the worst of people. Yeah, I'm more truthful with you all than I have ever been with anyone ever in my life, but I'm not sweet." Her lips trembled. Ymir saw the little girl Jenny had been, when her sister and father had been killed, then later when her mother died. She'd known so much bitterness in her life, but when it came down to it, she'd refused to use the lover's knot on him. She had joined with Ymir and Lily to start their family together. "No," Ymir said. "I'm betting my life on your sweetness, Jenny. If I'm wrong, when I go to use the ring, I'll die. It's a chance I'm willing to take." Tears tracked down Lily's face. "I'd make that bet as well, my love." Jenny Bell let loose her tears. Her makeup smeared, and she merely shrugged it away. "If I'm not sweet, you all are sweet enough for me. I'm the orphan. I'm sweet still, or I try to be at least, with you all." Ymir nodded, his eyes soft on her. Gatha didn't hide her annoyance with all the emotion.
Yes, it's all very touching. But what does this last mean, I wonder? The final breath of the Storm King's daughter, forever changing and forever changed. Who could that be?"
Ymir didn't know, but he thought he would start with the easier breaths to bring into the ring. Tori went over Ymir's technique and offered a few suggestions. Gatha doused all the sunfire lanterns, so only the 8 black candles burned. 8 candles for the 8 breaths they had to gather. They would take care of 4 of them that night. Ymir felt the fire in the candles, felt the gather breath ring on the table, and the bodies of the women he knew intimately. There was life in this cold room, as full of passion as when Serena Sia threw her debauches in that dungeon. The Vemper's torture chamber had been washed clean in the screams, sweat, and sweet bliss of the former princeps' orgiastic celebrations. This was the right place to start the finalizing process of this last ring. Ymir called out, "Lutum fashionara!" Smoke poured from his focus ring, circling his arm as he forced the magic in the 3 hoops, bound by the emerald seaweed, to open. "I call forth the breath of the artist." Lily leaned forward, careful of the candles, and exhaled. Her breath appeared as white smoke, and it swirled around the hoops. The emerald seaweed gleamed, and a thrumming sound filled the air. On the other side of the table, a figure appeared in the doorway of one of the cells. She was tall and slender, but her chest was big, barely held back by the fabric of her robes. There were signs on the robes, but Ymir couldn't see what they were. It was Serena Sia, though, and she was watching him. He remembered the Akkiric Ring's warning. What were the spectral princept's motivations? The elf girl leaned back as the thrumming faded and the emerald ties dimmed. One of the candles flared high and then was extinguished. 1 down, 7 to go. Ymir again concentrated on his focus ring, and more black mist came forth, enshrouding his left arm. "Lutum fashionara! I call forth the breath of the warrior." Gatha locked eyes with Ymir and exhaled. As with Lily, her breath was white mist, which made the ring glow and thrum. Another candle rose high before flickering out. 2 down. The first 2 were easy because, of course, Lily and Gatha matched the artist and the warrior. Very few had ever felt their calling as keenly as those 2. Tori was next. "Lutum fashionara! I call forth the breath of sadness." The freckled dwab didn't joke, didn't smile, and her tears coursed down her cheeks. It wasn't very often that Toriah Welldeep allowed herself to be that vulnerable. Welldeep was her mother's maiden name. She should have been Toriah Forgeholm, but she'd not been born with a beard. Tori closed her eyes, gathered her sorrow, and exhaled. The white mist went down, and the 3 hoops, silver, gold, and platinum, reacted the same way. Another candle went dark. Jenny Bell was visibly nervous. She nodded. Ymir knew Jenny was sweet, but she could be so salty at times. This one was a risk, but it was one he was willing to take. He would keep his eyes on the ring. Any abnormalities meant they would have to reevaluate their situation. Lutum fashionara. I call forth the breath of an orphan girl with sweetness still. Ymir was enshrouded in black smoke from his focus ring and from the 3 candles that had been put out by the magic. Jenny Bell leaned forward and winced. Her white breath swirled down into the hoops, which glowed and thrummed, and a 4th candle flashed before going out. In that flash, Ymir caught a glimpse of the spectral princept. Serena wore a black robe that had all 4 symbols of the Studiae Magica. Her robe was parted to show her cleavage and her belly, which was a little rounder than it probably had been when Serena was a maiden. Her breasts also weren't as round, but hanging a little, and yet her pubic hair was black. This elven woman was still beautiful, if old, even for an elf, and her dark eyes had a definite intelligence to them. She wore no Essus and didn't have the mark of the Sullied. Somehow, Serena Sia had lived free of the many cages her culture would have thrown her in. She'd been remarkable, and she was among them again. Serena smiled at him, and, just as quick, the ghost was gone. Ymir felt a tickle of a shiver. This fucking magic. Ghosts, demons, magic rings, things from the beyond. It certainly had given his life a definite spice, opening his horizons to all sorts of possibilities, and hence merely returning to the Axe Tundra to conquer the people he used to love seemed small somehow, as did forging an empire across the troublesome continent of Thera. He felt drawn to bigger things. What that was, he didn't know, but he was halfway done crafting the Gather Breath ring. He'd already done something that, if the many books on the Akkiric rings were true, no one had done since the first years of the Vimper Egil Acrador's rule. Jenny Bell had her eyes closed. Tell me Ymir isn't dead. Tell me that I'm sweet, or at least sweet enough to trick the dumb Akkiric whore or whatever. Yes, the Akkiric whore seemed dumb to warn him against Serena Sia. His women all laughed. Gatha went to turn up the sunfire lanterns. Lily leaned in and kissed Jenny Bell on the cheek. You are sweet, my love. You'll always be my sweet, sweet love. Ymir embraced both women. He agreed with Lily Nahanna, and he pushed his face against Jenny's fragrant hair to kiss her sweet head. Chapter 18. Della Penez stood at the edge of the flow courtyard on that Friday night, smoking one Caro stick after another. She was going to quit the next day. That would give her around a month before the Tournament of Death. She'd gotten some troubling news from a sandletter. The news set her on edge, and while she was horny, she had no one to fuck. She needed to indulge herself in at least one vice. The air was warm, but the incoming fog was cool. She liked the combination. She couldn't see the weeping sea, but she could see the lights of the sea-stair market and hear the shouts and songs from the Unicorn Zut. Yes, the honored princept needed at least one vice, since she couldn't fuck Sturm Valorenza. She knew this. She couldn't bed every visitor or new person who arrived on her doorstep. For one, Valorenza was used to women throwing themselves at him. In a world where there weren't many males left, thanks to the Age of Withering and the vile magic of the Acradorian Empire, some men swaggered around like they were owed any oheezy they fancied. For another, the princept was too busy to even begin to manage any kind of romantic relationship. She could go to him, demand he fuck her, and the minute she came, leave him in a puddle of sweat. He might be okay with that. Many, if not most men, would be. However, there was the chance that he would want more. He might claim ownership, or demand that she give him some of her precious time. and her time had never been more precious. Throwing a tournament of death that would alter the course of Thera forever brought on more details than she could track. She turned over most of the logistics to Issa Leal. The nice thing about the uptight flow professor? She never took off her Essus, so she was as dry as the Ashchema wastes in faraway Ethra to the west. Issa would help in other important ways when the time came. But for now, her ability to obsess about minutiae benefited them all. Della had to focus on her training. She had to sharpen her skills, because when the time came, she needed to end Gulnash and any orc foolish enough to join his Gungar. The problem the Princept faced wasn't limited to the betrayer, however. There was a good chance that one of the other chieftains, perhaps Schlack of Sunash himself, might murder the other orc leaders in hopes of becoming the chieftain of the entire Blood Steppes. Della didn't think that would happen. The chieftains of Rucklor and Goyot, and even Schlack of Sunash, wanted to end the Gulnash problem and return to normal. The peoples of the 3 city-states were comfortable, happy for the most part, and their fighting pits gave them a relatively harmless outlet for their aggressions. However, the Princept wasn't naive. The winner of the Kurzig Durga could claim their prize, and that prize was the Blood Steppes. Which brought up the sticky issue of someone in the host arena's Gungar winning. That might be Della, Ymir, or one of their other comrades. Della didn't want to rule over orcs, and besides, they wouldn't take to a round-eared half-elf ruling them. Ymir or Sturm would also cause a violent uprising. Garum would rather hang than rule. And Gatha? Gatha had made it clear she wanted nothing to do with her people. She'd chosen books over a Pator, any Pator, even the royalty of her people. Valorenza walked up the sea stair in his red cloak over a leather jerkin and leather pants. His boots had the big frill, which meant this wasn't his battle footwear. He'd brought an extra pair to dress up. She was surprised to see him coming up alone. The Princept was glad to see him, however, not because he was handsome. No, that mustache was not something she wanted on her Ohizi. She preferred clean-shaven men, like Ymir. There was another topic she needed to discuss with someone. It was news that had rocked her to her core. Valorenza swept off his hat. "Why, Princept, fancy meeting you here. To be honest, I'm glad. Those little girls wanted me, but I like an older woman." No woman likes to be referred to as older. Della stood in her sunfire robes, arms crossed, her caro smoldering. She softened her smirk by seeming more bored than offended. "I meant no offense. It was my way of flirting. You do flirt, I assume." "Why do you assume that?" "Because I've heard the rumors." He grinned. He was up at the top of the stairs now. He smelled good. No, she couldn't give in to her passions. Not this time. "First I'm older. Now you claim there are rumors that I'm a whore. You must work on your flirting, Sir Valorenza Sturm. Good thing you have a keen sword and tolerable magic, or else I would worry for your future." No, she didn't want this man. She'd been thinking with her Ohizi again. The fantasy of some men, and women for that matter, was far better than the reality. Except for maybe Ymir, and his harem. Sadly, they were off limits. The knight winced. "I'll not flirt because I'm afraid you seem better at it than I. And please, Sturm is fine. I left knighthood behind to stop Gulnash." The betrayer. Della took a puff of her caro, held it, and let it out slowly. He was offered Goyot. He won the seasonal fighting games there, won it soundly, and was given power, money, fame. Women fought to the death to enjoy his bed. But you know the story. Valorenza shrugged. "And I don't mind the retelling. I've been thinking a lot of the betrayer as well. Gulnash could have won the favor of the people. He could have been chieftain of Goyot, the city of the black hair, of Lake City. But instead, in secret, his followers, hiding on the steps, came into Goyot. While his horde put that city to the flame, Gulnash murdered the chieftain and swore that he would conquer the Blood Steps. He betrayed his chieftain. He murdered his own family and friends, people he'd known his entire life, because of his lust for power. He betrayed his host, and it was only by the courage of the chieftain's Pator that Gulnash was pushed out of Goyot and onto the plains. Those strong women chose a new chieftain, and now Urag is coming here. As is Gulnash, Della said. He will arrive Monday, nearly a month early. I'm supposed to find him a room, and I'm supposed to keep him safe. He'll be here without his Pator, but with his Gungar. Valorenza's face fell. His eyes widened. You can't be serious, and we aren't going to kill him where he stands? And risk murder ourselves? Della shook her head. He is protected by the Kurzig Durga itself. We can't touch him, or else the entire Blood Steps would want our blood. It does make me wonder if I could hire someone from the Silent Scream to take care of this problem. Valorenza laughed, and it was low, a little uncomfortable. We don't want to deal with the Silent Scream. They kill for money, and if you aren't the richer party, it might be you who eats the Blood Cross mushroom. I've heard stories. And I've lived those stories, Della thought. She could find a way. She could end Gulnash. No one would know. However, if one Gruul seer discovered the murder, it would bring chaos to not only the Blood Steps, but to Old Ironbound. It would be hard to explain to the Alumni Consortium why an army of orcs had crossed the continent to lay siege to the Majestrial. The consortium's main investigator, Yonk Winslow, would die of outrage on the spot. Speaking of which, the old crone was coming to Old Ironbound to make sure no one tried to kill the betrayer. And Yonk Winslow would have powerful flow magic, epically powerful magic, to make sure the villain lived to see the tournament. Just because the betrayer betrayed his people didn't mean they could betray him in return. And Gulnash knew it. He was purposefully coming into harm's way, daring them to break their traditions. He was a monster. He deserved a blade in the gut. And if Della did kill him and then gave herself to the orcs for justice, would her life be worth the lives of the countless that Gulnash might kill? No, it would tarnish Old Ironbound and Della's own legacy. She would keep the fucker alive and slaughter him in the orcs' blood games. Valorenza stood there, stunned. Yes, Della whispered. That was my reaction as well. Perhaps on Monday he'll slip in the feasting hall and break his wretched neck. I'll keep the floors wet. We can only hope. She patted Valorenza and excused herself. It was late. She'd been in Isaliel's flow tower office most of the night, going over details that drove the princept mad. Isaliel, however, found every detail endlessly fascinating. It had been too long since the Illyrian professor had some young man around to pound the details out of her. It was midnight, and Ymir wasn't at his table. He was probably at the zoo, enjoying his women, which, according to rumor, might include the Delfino girl. Rumors. Valorenza had heard rumors about Della. She couldn't have that. She dropped those thoughts and instead felt happy at the idea of Rib not being so alone. It wasn't often that a scholar took the princept's advice. The young and intelligent had no time for the wisdom of their elders, and so Della relished it when one of them did. She'd suggested Ribby befriend Tori, Ymir, and the rest of that tight group. It would be a good fit if the Delfino girl matured a little. No, she'd need to mature a lot. She imagined Ribby with her tentacles splayed, her sex showing in the middle of those coils, and Ymir finding that wet slit and driving his cock home into the mewling mermaid. It seemed everyone at Old Ironbound was having sex except Della. And Sturm Valorenza and his mustache. It still wasn't as bad as King Velis Neor the Ninth's, but it wasn't good. Della retired to her chamber, sipped wine, relaxed, and scrubbed the smell of the caro off her fingers and her face. She fell into bed, exhausted, but she'd be up at sunrise the next morning, on the Sunfire Field, training with her Gungar. She heard music far below her, haunting music, a slow drumbeat, a single flute, then a single violin. It was rhythmic, hypnotic, and in the background, she heard something else. Cries of pleasure. Della knew she was dreaming. She knew this wasn't really happening, but she couldn't stop herself. She drifted from her room, down the steps, out the door, and to the 6th-floor alcove, the lightning crackling across the coruscation shelves, giving her some light. What that light revealed in the alcove was impossible. Della saw herself there, on the cushioned couch, with her legs spread, masturbating. She was standing where the Phantom had stood, on the night of the Summer Night Festival, when she'd wanted to spice up her self-play. Was the music she was hearing coming from the throne auditorium? She didn't think so. It was more muffled than that. Deeper. The drumbeat was coming from the scrollery, as were the cries of pleasure. So loud, so full of ecstasy. The princept felt the tingles race from the tips of her tits to her sex. She wanted to rub herself, but a voice whispered in Illyrian, "Watch. Wait." And her eyes went back to herself, her robe open to show her breasts and their pink-capped nipples, 2 hard, throbbing nubbins, but only a little really. The training had thinned her belly, though she wasn't young enough to have her abdominal muscles exposed. Not like someone younger, like Charybda, for example. Della couldn't think about her. The princept shrugged away the forbidden thoughts and concentrated on the triangle of white pubic hair and her fingers rubbing her pink ohi, and she knew this other self was about to come. She wanted to see it. This was a strange combination of voyeurism and exhibitionism. She was both the watcher and the nasty woman, playing with herself in public. Della's other self had her eyes closed, mouth slack, both hands busy, pulling on a nipple and rubbing her pearl in big circles. She stiffened, muffling her moans. Della knew she was fighting back the urge to scream, to call out, to beg someone, anyone, to come taste her. The princept watched her other self pull together her robes and go darting off. She didn't want to get caught, not really. The music from the scrollery was too hypnotic to ignore. Della walked down the rest of the way, growing closer to the music, to the sounds of sex. The scrollery gate was open, and for a moment the princept was annoyed that Maisel, the head librarian, wasn't securing the sensitive parts of the librarium citadel. Getha must not have been working, because she would have remembered. The she-orc was one of the best and most competent people at the school. What would it be like to be taken by Getha? To be dominated by her? Or perhaps the strong warrior woman had a secret desire to be a slave to a stronger will. In her long life, Della had known such women, hard and strong on the outside, but aching to be controlled on the inside. The princeps started down the steps toward the scrollery. She was being drawn there, taken there, by a force she'd felt before, by an entity she'd been obsessed with at one time. Serena Sia. Her spirit still haunted Old Ironbound. Della was sure of it. Della had her sunfire robes on, pulled tight around herself. She wore the sunfire because it was her favorite, but she'd mastered all aspects of the Studia Magica. It was said that Serena Sia had special robes with each of the 4 magics embroidered on them. Della reached the bottom, and she knew to go on would be to see things she shouldn't see, to be invited down a path she shouldn't walk. Yes, this was a dream, but it felt like more. It felt like she was being given a choice. However, it was a choice she didn't have trouble making. She'd always been drawn to the forbidden, to the edge of her sanity, to find her limits. So far, she'd not found them. She'd kept safe from herself for a long time now because of the responsibility she felt toward Old Ironbound. She loved the school and took her duty seriously. She'd played when she could, like with Beryl Delfino, for example, and with Halesia Heen before that. The affair with Haley had been a mistake that had almost killed her. That was the price you paid if you explored the forbidden. It was a price Della usually didn't mind paying. She walked out into the scrollery itself. The normal shelves were gone, as was the long table in the middle. The cells were empty of scrolls. This was what the dungeon looked like before. This was from the time of Serena Sia and her orgies. Overstuffed chairs and cushioned sofas sat on thick rugs covering the hard stone. Tables held candles and wine bottles and piles of sweets. The women weren't eating or drinking. They were locked in embraces, kissing, sucking on each other's tits, riding each other's faces, and some were on all fours, being eaten from behind. It wasn't just tongues and fingers, but there were also glass phalluses fucking swollen pussies. It was a dizzying array of women, some students, some professors. Every race was there, humans, elves, orcs, and even some winged people. Not like Winkin, but women with dragonfly wings. And yes, there was even a couple of dwarves, short and thick. There was one man, however, fucking an O'Learan woman from behind. The woman had the biggest tits Della had ever seen on an elf, and she wasn't a young elf either. She was older, with more flesh and wrinkles around her eyes. Her ass was wider as well, perfect for the muscled man pounding her. This mysterious stranger wore a cloak, the hood covering his face, though something about the man's jawline looked familiar. O'Learan words whispered into Della's mind. "The mantle of leadership is heavy, my dearest princept. All eyes are upon you. But with power comes freedom. With victory comes the spoils. The fruits of the world are yours to enjoy, if you dare to pluck them from the tree of life." Della had dared all her life, and she'd known her fair share of victories. Two elven scholars, their cuffs long cast aside, walked from the multitudes of sweating bodies to come close to Della. They eased her robes off her. Both were smiling, comfortable in their nudity. One honey blonde and the other strawberry blonde. Both were so young, so beautiful, with little breasts and fuzzy little oheesies. Both had wet pink mouths that were soon kissing Della's skin. She wasn't going to fight them. It was wrong. They were scholars at the school, but most likely both were long dead now, centuries dead. Now, if Della could give them pleasure, why wouldn't she allow them access to her body? One caressed Della's ass, the other lightly scratched her nails up Della's leg, coming dangerously close to her sex. And that was what she wanted. She wanted these elf girls to make love to her. She wanted to taste all the women. The flame-haired she-orc forcing a thick human girl to tongue her engorged slit. A small-breasted professor with graying black hair eating another she-orc from behind. Two scholars, locked in the Congress of the Crow, their tongues licking their ohies while they fucked each other with glass phalluses. Della found herself kissing the honey blonde, sucking on her tongue. The strawberry blonde was kneeling in front of her face between the princept's legs. It wasn't long before the elf girls licked and kissed the princept into an orgasm. Dimly, Della was aware that she was naked in her bed, the sheets cast aside, and she was rubbing her clit. That was in her room, in reality. But here in the dream, she came in the strawberry blonde girl's face. The cloaked man stopped his thrusts, and the black-haired elf woman looked up. Her eyes were so dark brown they appeared black. Her mouth was red and wanton. She was gazing into Della's eyes from across the room. That was Serena Sia, being ravished by the cloaked man. It was Serena Sia's voice whispering into her mind. I found those who thought like I did, who accepted the wildest parts of themselves, and we made a pact to keep silent about our secret festivals of the flesh. We were successful. We grew the school. We grew in power. So no one could stop us. We ate the fruit from the tree. We ruled. You can rule, Della Penez. You can eat the sweetest of forbidden fruit. Della shuddered from her first orgasm, both in her bed and in the dream. A blink later, all the women had separated. Their hair was disheveled, and their faces were wet from kisses, from licking, from lust. Naked, they knelt in 2 lines with a clear aisle for Della to walk down. She recognized her 2 young elf lovers, the honey blonde and the strawberry blonde. Serena Sia was with the princept, behind her, with one hand on Della's hip. Like everyone else, they were naked. At the other end of the room, between the 2 lines of kneeling women, stood the cloaked man. He stood with his arms crossed, his face hidden, and his huge, hard cock jutting out from his body. Those arms were familiar. Della had seen them flexing on the sunfire field every morning. Those legs were strong and powerful. You can have him if you want him, Serena Sia whispered into her ear. He's not a scholar. He's a conqueror. He is a usurper. Go to him. Feel him inside you. Della walked the line and was startled to recognize faces. Faces, past and present, were there. Jenny Beljosen knelt there, raven-haired, eyes as bright as sapphires. Lily Nehenna was there, proudly showing off her thick nipples on her upturned breasts. One of the dwarves had red hair and freckles, and a cute face, eyelids heavy with lust. Those huge freckled breasts were so big, and her thick thighs were so tempting. That was Tariah Welldeep. And, yes, Gatha was there, her white hair wild, unkempt, and a look of lust in her rose-colored eyes. Charybda Delphino knelt, her blue hair with the purple stripe, her long, thin body, her breasts with the tiny nipples, and the thick clamshell of her sex between her thin, muscled thighs. Ribby nodded at her, a knowing smile on her wet face. Della shivered under the gaze of all the young women, and still she walked forward, until she knelt down in front of the cloaked man. Serena Sia knelt behind her, kissing her neck before licking the side of her face. The spectral princept gripped Della's tits and rubbed her own soft tits against Della's back. The man drew back the cloak. It was Ymir. His dirty blonde hair was held back with a leather thong. His eyes burned green like bright emeralds. When he fought, they were blue. When he studied, they were brown. Again, Serena whispered into Della's ear, You can have him if you want him. You are not a scholar, Della Penez. You are a conqueror. You are a usurper. You and Ymir will leave this world like a wanton whore, dripping and satisfied. You will be gods. From behind, Serena pushed 2 fingers down Della's dripping slit until she gently but firmly found Della's clit. She rubbed it before withdrawing and stuffing those 2 slippery fingers up into Della's aching hole. Something brushed Della's ohi, and it had to be Serena's other hand. Or was it a tentacle? On her bed, Della was fucking herself, and rubbing herself, and coming. In the dream, Della leaned forward to take Ymir's cock in her mouth. Feeling his hard sex fill her mouth, smelling him, tasting him, snapped her awake, just in time to see a shadowy figure standing above her bed, a naked Serena Sia, watching Della, masturbating. A second later, the specter was gone. Della, though, was beside herself with lust. She wanted to relive the dream 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, and she longed to be transported back in time to one of Serena Sia's orgies, and for Ymir to be there. She'd tasted his cock, but she wanted to feel it in her, filling her, fucking her. She reached over, opened a nightstand drawer, and fumbled for her newest, thickest glass phallus. Then, spread out on her bed, she slipped the fake cock into herself. She pumped it in and out of herself, grunting with lust. It was sweet. It was bitter. And then, after 3 more orgasms, she set the phallus back onto the night table. She lay there in her fuck sweat, sighing. Thank you, Serena. Della had been given a gift that night. A sweet dream. Yes, perhaps there was more to it than that, but even if there wasn't, it was gift enough. The princept didn't know exactly what the dream had prophesied. She could only assume that with the Kurzig Durga on the horizon, the fate of the world hung in the balance. If they were smart, strong, and daring, she and Ymir might usher in the 5th Age together. And if they did, Della would be damned if she'd die without having the barbarian with a magic soul fuck her silly. Chapter 19. That Sunday, Ymir spent the afternoon in a chair on the beach. He brought it from the Amora Annex, and it was comfortable, half buried in the sand, while the clouds gave him shade. Every so often, the sun would come out, getting him hot enough to go splashing into the surf as it rolled up onto the sand. They'd stowed much of their beach party supplies in the annex, so it was easy to bring them down. Wood for a fire, chairs, wine, beer, and food. Ymir planned to enjoy the fine summer weather before the autumn rains returned. Ymir had brought books. He was reading a bound volume of last year's Town Criers from 4 Roads. The Town Criers were sand letters sent out to anyone who had sand rooms to get the world news about 4 Roads. Most major cities had Town Criers, sometimes known as Sand Criers, and that was how information traveled. Issues were bound together. Ymir was paging through the thick volume looking for news on Gulnash. He learned the history of how Gulnash had murdered the chieftain of Goyot and had tried to sack the city, thus getting the name of Betrayer. Other than that grisly history, most of the Sand Criers was propaganda from the Holy Theranos Empire, promising that the rogue orc would be crushed. That hadn't happened. Quite the opposite. Gulnash had only increased his power, and now he was coming to Old Ironbound, set to walk onto campus around noon on Monday. Della had told Ymir, Gatha, Garum, and Valorenza the surprising news the previous day. The princept wanted to be clear that the rogue Gruul had to be kept safe until they killed him during the Kurzig Durga. It was like she was trying to convince herself not to assassinate the raider. After training, Ymir had stayed behind to talk with the princept. She seemed aloof and troubled, and they hadn't sparred like they usually did. It was like she was uncomfortable in his presence, or something was niggling at her. It was likely she just had her mind on coordinating the Kurzig Durga. And Gulnash coming early was just one more issue she'd have to deal with. Ymir didn't care if the Gruul butcher was assassinated or not. However, if Gulnash died, the Tournament of Death wouldn't be necessary, and so Gatha would be kept safe. It was tempting. More concerning? Why was Gulnash coming a month early? That was strange. And he wasn't coming with a large retinue. Most of his horde would arrive when the mass of spectators showed the week of the event. Ymir would get close to the rogue orc. He would use the Veil-Tear ring, and, while dodging Fluffy, he would see what Gulnash was really doing coming early. Tori had to take a break from using the ring, because the hellhound was getting closer and closer to ripping her to shreds. Ymir hadn't used the ring in months, and he wanted to see if he had better luck. From the reports in the town crier, it was clear that the betrayer was a wily villain, interested in not just butchery, but magic as well. Ymir knew that Old Ironbound was considered to be a nexus of power. That was why the Vemper Egil had chosen the spot to build his western fortress. Could Gulnash be coming for some sort of ritual? Or perhaps he thought he could storm the Illuminate Spire and use one of those forbidden magic items there. The merfolk had thought to get control of the fractal clock, so it wasn't unprecedented. Ymir closed the town crier and picked up Circulum, as well as an ancient Theranist dictionary. He had to keep the dictionary clean and sand-free, or else Gatha would cut his throat. He had 3 more breaths to collect. The breath of ultimate cold, the breath of an angry man, the final breath of the Storm King's daughter, forever changing and forever changed. That Saturday, they'd captured the breath of a righteous woman, a former resident of the zoo. The cave-addicted roommate, Belisina, went to every chapel of the tree service she could. Belisina had found herself spending most of her money and spare time at the Paradise Tree, obsessed with the Zoka cave. She was guzzling it down by the gallon. For a few free cups, she was glad to help them, and they set up the 8 candles before Ymir cast the Fashionara spell. When 4 out of the 8 candles went out immediately, the girl was a bit taken aback, but she trusted Tori. Belisina gave them her breath. It was righteous, and they were 1 step closer to finishing the ring. Ymir knew an angry man at Old Ironbound, but he was a professor, and that might make things difficult. But he was thinking he might be able to get Zizova to help him. If she could erase memories, he could get the breath, and the professor would not remember the ritual. He still didn't know what this last ring would do, not in any real sense. The anonymous author of Circulum promised all sorts of poetic claptrap. The power of the Storm King's daughter, the force of rivers running to the ocean, of rain falling into waterfalls. And when the water collected into the black ice, the minutes of the day could be cracked. It was all very pretty, but like many of these poems, they didn't tell Ymir what he needed to know. As the afternoon turned to evening, Lily showed up first with a basket of food and wine. He watched her climb down the iron rungs in the cliffside, her chair and the basket levitating in the air above her. She'd been practicing moon's magic, and it showed. Once she got to the sand, the various items in the air floated above her until she reached him. The elf girl sat next to him and poured him a glass of the chilled wine she'd taken from a flow cupboard in the Amora annex. Lily smiled at him. He quirked an eyebrow.
"What is that look about?"
The elf girl shrugged, adjusted her forearm cuff, then rummaged around in her basket to retrieve a sketchbook. Walking the sea stair alley, I was reminded of when we first met, when we first kissed, and then when we did more. It was sexy.
"Very sexy," Ymir agreed.
Lily sipped the wine, thinking. So much has happened to us. For us. I love our room in the zoo, and I'm surprised at how much I'm enjoying Ribby. She is a sweet girl.
"Sweet?" Ymir laughed. "First, there's the snoring, then the belching. Then she's so quick to shriek at us over any little offense. I wouldn't call her sweet."
He had to pause.
"Though I have seen a side to her that surprised me. It seems you have as well."
I have. Lily turned to look at the ocean waves rolling in. Did you know the snoring comes from her body not being accustomed to breathing air during sleep?
"I think I did read that somewhere, or Rib told me."
Rib. She hates that nickname. She doesn't mind Ribby, though. We talk about that. We talk about everything. Are you going to bring her into your harem?
Between the Zokolati business, the Gather Breath ring, and Kurzig Dorga training, Ymir hadn't thought much of the mermaid princess.
Yet he didn't want to bring in a woman who wouldn't fit in well. She won Tori and you over, but Jenny Bell and Gatha? We'll see if Ribby can rise to the occasion.
Jenny Bell has been so distracted recently, Lily murmured. Ribby has been trying to talk with her, but she's been busy decorating. And then there's been arguments. And you're right, Ribby does have a temper. That doesn't make things any easier. It's funny, I see the other side of that strength and temper.
How so? Ymir asked.
I see her subservient side. We've been playing mistress and servant games in bed. She is so eager to please me, and as eager for me to take control.
The clansman found himself grinning. And do you like to take control? Lily held her wineglass in her left hand. With the other, she stroked her Essus.
I must admit, I do like it. It's been a long time. When I first joined the Cult of Chaos and Desire, Jayla Jareen and I would sometimes play such games. One of us would be the mistress, the other the slave, and we could be very cruel to one another. Sometimes that cruelty, giving yourself to someone and their most depraved desires, can be freeing. Sometimes, with Jenny Bell, you've seen me be more aggressive. You know how I can be.
Ymir had seen Lily dominate Jenny at times, but then Jenny would sometimes take a more powerful position on some nights. Both bent to Ymir's will. The two enjoyed him taking the lead, sometimes being rough with them, but never going so far as to be cruel. He had to admit, the idea of Charybda giving herself to Lily like that did intrigue him. He wouldn't have thought the pair would play such games. Then he thought of Lily's friend, Jayla Jareen. She'd been a sullied elf when the elven princess had first met her. After they'd been caught, Jayla had her sexuality cleansed from her, and she became a Kanara. She became a shadow. As for Lily, she'd been marked as sullied, a disgraced elf who couldn't control her natural desires. It was why she'd left to come to Old Ironbound. When Ymir had first met her, she'd been so withdrawn. Now, she had a new lover, and was playing the sex game she obviously adored. Perhaps Ymir might have to give the issue of Charybda some thought. Jenny Bell called to them from the grate up in the cliff sides. She lowered a bundle of chairs and supplies for their evening meal at the end of a rope. She didn't have the same moon's magic that Lily had yet. The elf girl popped up and walked across the sand. She cast the magic to bring the gear over, floating the chairs, food, and more wine, as well as bundles of firewood. The sun was setting by the time Gatha and Tori joined them. The four women talked easily, drinking wine and roasting sausages over the fire on long iron forks. Tori brought bread fresh from the kitchen, along with an apple sweet in a flaky crust. Charybda came walking out of the surf, but she didn't join them, not right away. She looked on from a distance, until it was Lily who grabbed an extra cloak and ran to the mermaid. She brought her over, and Ribby wasn't her usual thorny self. She rarely spoke, but kept giving Ymir glances. Gatha finally noticed.
"See, girl, why do you keep looking at Ymir? And you are not being a bitch. By the bloody roots of the tree, when I expect you to be a bitch, you should be a bitch. Or are you trying to be nice?"
Tori let out a frustrated sigh.
"Gatha, she's trying to be nice."
Jenny Bell was a little drunk, and so she didn't hold in her opinion.
"She wasn't nice to me about the curtains I want for the kitchen." "Red is the wrong color," Ribby erupted.
She exhaled, reining in her initial reaction. She reached her hands out, showing the webbed skin between her fingers, and calmed herself.
"I think a softer color, orange or a gold, would be better. I'm sure we can find a compromise."
Gatha nodded.
"Her first response is to be a mean bitch. Then she calms herself, trying to be nice. Be who you want to be, sea girl."
Ribby's eyes flashed.
"It is far easier to hate you land people than to try to get along with you. I am trying. I would expect you all to be patient with me." I've been as patient as a priest, Jenny Bell said, slurring her words a bit. But why try to like us now? The swamp woman squinted and motioned with her wine glass, nearly spilling some of the wine. That's right. You want us as lovers. I forget. That's gonna be a long road to walk. Or should I say, a wide sea to swim. The mermaid opened her mouth to speak, then closed it. She grinned. Yes, a wide sea to swim, but I'm going to swim it. They drank more, ate more, and the mermaid eventually left them to swim away in the dark sea. It was Jenny Bell that turned to kiss Ymir, and it was the kind of kiss that begged for more. Tori saw what was happening, grew embarrassed, gathered up chairs, baskets, and a few other things, and went trundling off toward the gate. She was strong and could carry a lot, even with the climb up the side. No moon's magic for her. The clansmen ended up fucking Jenny, Lily, and Gatha in the sand, in various positions, the fire sending heat and shadows across their bodies. Mostly he got them on their hands and knees to avoid getting sand in uncomfortable places. Jenny Bell was lovely, her big ass in the air, with Gatha lying under her, enjoying her swinging tits. Lily made sure to brush her hands off so she could masturbate while she watched him. When Ymir demanded that Lily get on all fours for her turn, he could see she loved being ordered to comply. It was a rare woman that could switch from being dominant to submissive, but Lily's sexual abilities were truly admirable. He came in Lily, but Gatha wanted her turn, and she got it. Ymir thrust into her while she hugged Jenny Bell, the she-orc's mouth latched onto one of Jenny's big tits. Meanwhile, Lily, with Ymir's seed dripping down her leg, kissed both the swamp woman and the she-orc, touching them, enjoying the cold of the wind off the ocean and the crackling fire, eating itself into coals. After Ymir finished inside Gatha, all four of them leapt into the water. The shield-maiden moon hung ripe and swollen over the ocean, and in its bright light swam the mermaid, her long hair pulled back, her eyes black, her mouth full of fangs. In her water form she did look monstrous, but it was clear she'd stayed close to the shore and must have seen their sex. Ymir again wondered what Ribby's secrets were. Perhaps he'd focus more on the Charybda Delfino situation after the Curzig Durga. He remembered the mermaid demanding that she be a part of Old Ironbound's Gungar. That was laughable. No, they had their 5 for the tournament. Ymir looked forward to meeting this Gulnash the Betrayer. He'd get his chance the very next day. Chapter 20. Ymir was at his second-floor table when he heard the clank of armor, Gruul shouts, and loud laughter. He hurried to the railing, and there, standing in the Librarium Citadel, were 5 dusty orcs, the biggest he'd ever seen. All had black hair styled differently, single crests of hair, shaved close, grown long, but the biggest of the Gruul had his in a huge topknot, held down by a leather thong. Ymir recognized Gulnash from his description in the Sandcriers. The betrayer was 7 feet tall, probably taller, and wide, with muscle. His green skin bulged under his steel armor. Scars disfigured his face. One tusk had been broken, but he'd used form magic to add a steel prosthesis, a veritable spike emerging from his lips. On his left hand was a bone focus ring, which seemed to thrum with power. Slung across his back was a spiked mace on a leather thong, the metal shaped into a skull. Another orc had an axe, while others had the curved Gruul blade.
"Where is Valorenza?" the betrayer snarled. "I will have my vengeance!"
Ymir saw the gleam in the betrayer's eyes. One of his Gungar pointed. Ymir left his books and sped down the steps, 2 at a time. The rules of the Curzig Durga were clear. Once the date was set, there was to be no fighting, especially not in the arena's host city. Basically, Old Ironbound was orcish sacred ground now. Ymir didn't have a weapon, not one of steel anyway, but as he walked, he whispered, "Jaluprolium," and created a curved sword made of ice. In battle, if he used it to block Gulnash's mace, the weapon wouldn't last. He'd have to strike hard first. The feasting hall was full of scholars and some faculty, with Sturm Valorenza sitting at a table near the middle, drinking a cup of cave. The mercenary had his sword, but he didn't draw it. He swiveled his body, looked up, and smirked at the orc. Gulnash strode forward. "Valorenza!" he thundered. The scholars blinked, surprised, and Ymir was joined by Gatha, who slid the yellow scourge ring onto her finger as she hurried forward. "Gulnash!" Gatha screamed. "Igthar Morgash Durg!" Ymir's gruel wasn't as good as he wished, but he could translate some of what the she-orc shouted. She was reminding the betrayer that he was on sacred ground, and he couldn't merely murder Valorenza for killing 3 of his wives. It was clear Gatha expected the betrayer to stop. So did Valorenza, who sneered at the orc. "You can't touch me here, Gulnash! Put your fucking mace away!" He still didn't draw his sword. He was confident that this orc would follow the sacred rules. "Ignis Armatus!" Gulnash's mace erupted in flames. Then, "Caelum Calarum!" The betrayer sped forward with preternatural speed and sank his burning death's head mace into Valorenza's skull. The spikes tore through the mercenary's skull, even as the blow shattered his head. Scholars screamed and fled. Gatha roared spells. "Ignis Armatus! Ignis Prolium!" She became a living weapon of flame, armored in fire, wielding 2 blades of twin infernos. With the yellow scorch ring, she was going to bring a fiery Armageddon onto the heads of the enemy orcs. "You are dead, Gulnash the Betrayer! You have broken the rules of the Kurzig Durga, and your life is forfeit!" 2 of his Gungar shrieked in pain as their armor glowed red-hot. Ymir thought this was an excellent idea. He reached into a pouch and slid on the winter flame ring. The 2 other members of Gulnash's Gungar found their boots frozen to the floor, and when they went to dispel his magic, he sealed their mouths shut, along with their nostrils. With their airways frozen, they started to claw at their faces. "Caelum Calarum!" Gatha dashed forward, the wind of her speed turning her fire into a long tail of flame. Gulnash the Betrayer pulled a single, rusted coin from his belt. It was a platinum sheck, covered in what could only be dried blood. He held it up. Gatha came to an abrupt stop. "This is the currency of my vengeance, a token from the 3 chieftains, holy with their blood. Stay your strike, Gatha of Sunash. The blood coin was given to me before my betrayal of the weak-minded fools who think to lead us. The coin allows me to kill someone of my choice, outside the bounds of our laws. This is not a betrayal of the Kurzig Durga. This is me cashing in my blood coin." "Ignis Devocho!" Delapenez's voice echoed through the feasting hall. She'd cast a powerful dispel magic spell that wiped out all magic in the feasting hall. The 2 orcs with the burning armor finally unlatched the plates, and they clanged to the ground, though their armor was already cooling. The other 2 gruel warriors were trying to pry the ice away from their mouths and noses, even as it turned to mist. Della marched forward, her face twisted with rage. "How dare you, dog, come into my school and murder one of my Gungar? I should kill you where you stand." "No," Ymir stepped forward. "You can't, honored princept. I could, I am beyond the rules of you Southerners, be you orc, human, or elf. I should end this tournament now, with my sword drinking the blood of this betrayer. Ymir knew there would be no fight, but he wanted to goad this fucker a bit. Gulnash came forward.
The barbarian with magic. Ymir, son of Yamak, of the Black Wolf clan.
Ymir could smell the bestial stink of the thing, its fetid breath. Its black eyes were as cold as frozen blood, the pupils barely discernible. Ymir was taller than most of the scholars at the school, but the betrayer towered over him. Gulnash of Goyot. Ymir smiled into the nightmare face of the orc with his steel-spike tusk. But no longer of Goyot. You murdered the chieftain and would have sacked the city. But the chieftain's Pataris had other ideas. The betrayer grinned, and spit dripped from his tusks to puddle on the floor.
And you, Ymir, are no longer of the Black Wolf clan. They exiled you for being cursed with magic. Or did they expel you for being a weakling runt, not fit to hunt elk?
It was a foul thing to say. Gulnash wanted him to strike. Ymir was sorely tempted, but he still had 2 more rings to craft, as well as the gather breath to finish. Della shoved Gulnash back with the force of a powerful form spell, manipulating the amwabs in the air. Valorenza had slipped to the floor, and Gulnash stumbled back to stand in his blood. Gatha stepped in to protect Ymir's back, eyeing the 4 other orc warriors who stood there, all hulking, all black-haired, and all male. "Let's see the blood coin," Della demanded. Gulnash dropped the platinum sheck into her hand. She turned it over, reading the inscription. "You've been carrying this coin for a while."
"I've never needed to use it," the betrayer growled. "I shit on the weak rituals of the water-blooded gruel of this age. There was a time when all of Thera would tremble when our hordes went riding."
"Thousands upon thousands of years ago, even before the Age of Union," the princept said with some distaste. "And even then, many think those are mere legends. You slew one of my Gungar."
"He killed 3 of my wives."
The betrayer's voice was deep, rough, ragged.
"I had the cause. I had the coin. Unfortunately, I don't have another token, or I would have also killed your barbarian boy. It's known that he is my only real competition."
Della's smile was as cold as the blade in Ymir's hand. "I would like to watch you try. I've seen him fight. You had best beware." Gulnash laughed. He walked across the floor to the keg of weak beer and picked up the entire thing. He set the keg on his shoulder and walked back. Tori and the other kitchen staff were huddled in the back, looking on with fearful eyes.
"Show us to our rooms, princept," the betrayer demanded. "We'll drink your beer. We won't kill again. But if you try to kill us in the meantime, I will make sure these halls run with the blood of your bitch orc, your barbarian, and the rest of these spineless scholars."
Garum and Brodor had arrived, the orc with his sword and the dwarf with his hammer. Both stood, mouths agape. Ymir watched both men grow angry. Good. He needed an angry man's breath. He'd already had his sights on Brodor. Della was forced to take Gulnash and his Gungar to their rooms on the 2nd floor of the Imperial Palace. Ymir slipped the winter flame ring back into his pouch. Tori came forward with a mop and a bucket, looking uneasily at the body of the mercenary. Garum and Brodor were already lifting Valorenza's corpse. They'd take it to the form tower and cast magic to preserve the body until funeral arrangements could be made. Tori was pale and shaking, and she swallowed hard. The mop trembled in her hand. "Gosh, Ymir, I never saw such a thing. That orc just killed that man sitting there. And the way you and Gatha were, I figured the killing was just starting." Gatha came over and took the mop, her face blank. Tori hugged the she-orc. "I was so scared for you, green stuff. I mean it. For real." The she-orc hugged the dwarf close. "No worries, my girl. He can't kill again until the Kurzig Durga. Then those black-hair orcs will die." "But first I need the Veiled Tear ring," Ymir said. "I want to know why Gulnash is here." Tori started to cry a little, but she kept her sobs under control enough to slip him the ring.
"You'll need some treats for Fluffy, you will. And I'm betting you won't have much time. Not with our puppy breathing down your neck. I'm not sure I can handle this death tournament thing. I'm worried. I'm worried those orcs are too powerful."
That made Gatha laugh, showing her tusks.
"No, sweet Toriah. No. We will win the Kurzig Durga. We will destroy the Betrayer and all who stand with him. Am I correct, Ymir?"
Ymir smiled at her. "You are correct, Gatha. After all, you're the princess of the pits, and I'm going to have at least 3 Akkiric rings when I face him. After I stand in his blood, I will leave footprints behind on the pit sands as I walk away with our victory." Gatha caught his eyes.
"We've lost one of our Gungar."
"I know someone who wants to join us," Ymir replied. He couldn't help but grin at the irony. Valorens's death was tragic, but the man should have known better than to trust in the honor of the betrayer. Gatha sighed.
"We'll see if the mermaid can fight as well as she claims. That Charybda wearies me, Ymir. She wearies me a great deal."
Ymir suppressed his laughter. He remembered how quickly Ruby had attacked, the power of her tentacles, the prowess she had shown. And if Gulnash and his orcs had never faced a mermaid princess before, they were in for a surprise that just might kill them. Chapter 21. That night, Ymir snuck out of the zoo under the cover of darkness. Unfortunately, it wasn't a foggy night. The moonlight gleamed down from a sky heavy with night and stars. He knew the campus now, knew it well, including the movements of the security guards. It was past 2 a.m., and Agnieszka would be at the Flow courtyard smoking Karo. Ymir went through a side door in the throne auditorium, one that wasn't kept locked half the time, including tonight. He hid in the shadows, wearing black robes and no shoes. Though it was summer, the air was chill, the rocks even colder. He had 3 rings with him, the Black Ice Ring, the Winter Flame Ring, and the Veiled Tear, along with some treats for Fluffy, alchemical powders in 3 vials, mixed by Tori herself. The clansmen sped into the Librarium Citadel, avoiding the watchful gaze of another guard, one who stood on the 3rd floor of the coruscation shelves. Ymir jogged over the bridge spanning the moat and reached the Imperial Palace. He didn't need to go inside, he just needed to get close to Gulnash's room. Ymir wanted as much time as possible to delve into the reason why Gulnash had come early. Most likely, the betrayer had heard that Sturm Valorenza was at Old Ironbound, and his desire for vengeance had overwhelmed him. It seemed feasible, but weeks early? Something about the situation didn't feel right. Ymir had climbed the palace before, on the night they'd forged the Black Ice Ring. This time he had the extra help of the Winter Flame, so he could create ledges of ice when he needed them. He climbed to the top, where the roof sloped down to gutters and drain spouts, some shaped into the mouths of gargoyles. Ymir stalked across the gutter to the far edge. 2 floors down would be where Gulnash and his orcs would be sleeping. Ymir crouched. From his pocket, he pulled 3 vials, which he tossed into the gutter. The compounds sparked from the alchemical reactions. the light and noise muffled by the gutter. He needed them to keep Fluffy busy for a few minutes. Ymir then wedged his feet against the gutter, leaned back on the roofing tiles, and slipped on the Betrayer ring. He heard the growl of the beast right away, a huge wolfish thing with too many legs and tentacles, some long, some dangling uselessly against mottled flesh. Eyes glowed in the night, coming for him, until Fluffy noticed the sparking treat. Then it was drawn to the sparks as it fed on Tori's treat. As for Ymir, he felt his duja pull free from his body. He fell out of time and space for a moment. The palace was gone. He was above the cape, which was just rock and grass, and cliffs that descended to the ocean. However, there was a rock arch with runes inscribed across the top. The script odd. Ymir didn't recognize it, but it wasn't ancient Theranos, nor any of the archaic languages of the known races. What had this place been? Ymir went through the arch, down through steps that would eventually be connected to the scrollery, and down into the catacombs, where there were tombs, corridors, and steps leading ever downward. He would have liked to descend more, to maybe see the stair. Could this be at the mouth of a portal that led to any number of worlds? Or had the catacombs been for a vanished race of people lost to history? Ymir didn't know, but he didn't have time to explore farther. It was a loss, because the Betrayer ring didn't always let you see what you wanted to see. Ymir took control. He forced himself through time, rising higher until he was back to the present day and hovering over the Imperial Palace. Fluffy growled as it chewed on Tori's dwindling treat. Ymir hurried and vanished through the sloped roof, moving through an empty third-floor room until he got to the second floor. There, sleeping on beds, lay the orcs, snoring. Ymir couldn't exactly smell with this other form, but he could sense that the room didn't smell like sweet summer fields. Armor and weapons lay stacked around the room, as well as traveling gear and the empty keg. The 5 Gruul had easily drunk all the beer. 4 of the orcs slept in the common room. Gulnash slept in the bedroom. Ymir floated there, reached out, and touched the minutes and miles of the Betrayer. Hadn't the Akkiric Ring described those living in those terms? Minutes and miles? The Akkiric Ring, those strange beings, didn't have minutes and miles. They lived outside time and space. Ymir was taken to Goyot, Lake City, the city of the black hair. And Gulnash was a boy growing up in a rich family, his father one of the generals of the Goyot army. As the only boy, Gulnash was protected. He wasn't supposed to fight, because his family already had power and wealth. Females would choose to join his patur because of his status. Gulnash had grown up pampered. At first, he didn't like to fight. Ymir laughed. Then he saw Gulnash rising higher in society, and he did learn to enjoy fighting, but he liked the kill more than anything. He thought his father a fool. He studied the Vemper Egil. He acquired forbidden texts through bullying and murder. Several of Goyot's librarians lost their lives to Gulnash's lust for power. He had the best tutors, and so he learned magic quickly, killing tutors who warned him away from dark magic. One, however, told him about several coins that were kept hidden in an archive. They were powerful Gruul tokens, and so Gulnash took an interest in both coins and magic items. That was why he'd gotten the blood coin. He'd gone to the 3 orc cities to get the blood of the chieftains, because he knew one day he'd want to murder someone, and either he wouldn't have the power to hide the crime, or he wouldn't have the money to afford it. From an early age, Gulnash felt he was beyond the beliefs, rules, and rituals of his people. He felt he was destined to conquer the world and live 1,000 years, like the Akkiric emperor. He had enough money to gather an army, and he kept that army in fear of him. He became a vicious warrior and a powerful mage. Ymir felt Fluffy above him. The hellhound was nearly done with his alchemical snack. The clansman rushed through the bloodshed and violence of Goyot. Afterwards, he saw Gulnash's rampages, the murder, the rape, and the enslavement of children to work his fields to feed his army. The betrayer drew the violent, greedy, and stupid to him. There seemed to be no limit. Then it was Gulnash who sent a sand letter to the chieftain of Sunash, Shlak, Gatha's father. The Kurzig Durga was Gulnash's idea, though he knew no one would trust him to organize such an event. It had to come from a chieftain, but Shlak took money to keep quiet. That was a whole different breadcrumb trail for Ymir to follow. It was clear, though, that Shlak, the chieftain of Sunash, Grass City, the city of the white hair, couldn't be trusted. Gulnash then set off for Old Ironbound with hundreds of troops, though only 5 would walk through the Sun Gate to kill Valorenza. Gulnash had heard the mercenary had joined the Gungar, but then he knew all the combatants in the Tournament of Death. Ymir had run out of time. Fluffy was coming for him, sniffing and mewling and moving down through the Imperial Palace, stinking and snarling. It wasn't just Valorenza. Gulnash had come for another reason. Ymir tried to go deeper, but then a coin on the table flashed, and the snoring orc grunted. That coin had been crafted for a definite reason, and it reminded Ymir of the Obanathi cantrips. Gulnash couldn't come in fully enshrouded in mystical protection, but he had set up a